Hi! Oh my god, I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready for this today. Hi.
Another day, I guai. He looks my way, and I get so shy. So insecure, wee in myself, till someone says they need my help. Wee wee wee. Oh yay, they'll never know. Wee 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 cause I'm unstoppable. Wee wee wee. And yay when it's time to go, that when I become.
I'm muted? I'm not muted, am I? Can you not hear me? I should not be muted. I can see the thing going. The little like, wee, it's moving. I see it. Rex, I'm amazed. I appreciate the song, but why did we not do a Gary sings Miraculous, simply the best, up to the test when things go wrong. I can't sing. I don't know if you knew that. Oh my god. I have so many thoughts about this. I have so many thoughts about Miraculous Ladybug. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. I taught character design at the university level, and something that we ended up talking about in class not infrequently was Miraculous Ladybug, because there are both things that this series does phenomenally in character design and things that absolutely grind my gears in the worst way as a character design teacher, because some of the things that are done in the designs in this series were negatively influencing my students. Because they're like, oh, big produced TV show that has 5 or so seasons means that if I do those things, it's totally fine in my designs. And I'm here to tell you it's not. I'm here to tell you no. That the things you see on TV are usually not perfect. There are going to still be things you can critique about them, and there are sometimes designs that get greenlit just because we're in a time crunch or because there's no one there to say no. So yeah, we'll get into it, but yeah, I have some strong thoughts you will hear. And I'm not a hater. I love Miraculous Ladybug. I didn't really know anything about it until a year ago when Billy, who you see here in the chat, one of my mods, got me to watch it. Billy is, prior to being my mod, Billy is my friend of many years. So Billy got me to start watching it, and I got hooked, and I've watched all the way up until current in Miraculous. So in an odd move, I actually know an incredible amount about the series or piece of media that we're covering and doing critiques on. And as a result, I think I am both far more critical of it, and also I have far more specific thoughts on it because I've spent longer with these characters. Yeah, twist. Also, on top of that, Miraculous is way more in my character design wheelhouse than any other thing we've talked about, probably in character design critiques, other than maybe Splatoon. Because my training is not in anime style design. I never drew in an anime style until like 2024. I draw in semi-realistic styles or cartoon styles. And that is where my training lie, and that is also where my training for teaching in character design comes from, where the emphasis is on designs that are clean, efficient, and are animation friendly. Because I was teaching character design for students who were doing graphic noveling, working on comics, working on 2D animation, and working on 3D animation. So, Miraculous is right there with all of these things. And having spent some time with the Miraculous designs, now having looked at a lot of them in a lot more depth, I also think that I have been far too kind to gacha game characters. I think that I should have been way more critical of them and their level of detail. The amount of unnecessary detail, I think I just became so, I think I just got used to it. I should have been way more critical with some series about their level of detail because the details were just unnecessary. Details serve to assist concepts in character design. So, they shouldn't just be there for detail's sake. Yeah. Anyways, let me introduce the game plan today, because I have a game plan for today. Let me scroll back up to the top. I got disclaimers. We're starting right off the bat because I have so much to say that I'm worried about time, and I think I'll be able to be pretty efficient about this because, you know, I've spent a lot longer with these character designs than others. You know, I've really come to some conclusions already. You know, I've had more time to research. I know what's going on. I've had the last year to familiarize myself as opposed to a week or two, but I should still be on top of things. So, first, just quick housekeeping. I hope everyone's been enjoying the Minecraft server. I haven't gotten to really play in it, but the Shroom State Minecraft server is open, and tentatively Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. is when they're open. That actually might change next week because I just got the final for my job offer, and I actually start next Tuesday. So theoretically, the server will be open while I'm at work. So I will not be playing in it really at all. I'll just be holding it open while I'm at work. So I will not be playing in it, really. But yeah, woohoo! I start new job on Tuesday. I'm real happy about it. I gotta figure out how I'm getting there, though. Transportation is a minor issue right now. I might have to Uber to work my first week. We'll see. EG can't get a win. We'll leave it there. Oh, thank you for an applause, though. I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, if I have to Uber to and from work next week, the amount it costs to Uber to and from work is actually equivalent to the amount that I'd be making from work next week, I think. So that's not lovely, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, focusing again on what else are we talking about? My first disclaimer. I am not the end-all be-all of character design critiques. I am just one character designer. Granted, I do have some credentials in this area. I have taught character design for several years now, and it is primarily what I do as a job right now. You can disagree with me kindly, however. Thomas, I'm looking you right in the eyeball. Thomas, hi. If you ever end up here somehow, because that's not an impossible thing to occur, I see you in the comments of other people's things. Click away. You're not gonna like it. I have some good things to say and I have some bad things to say, and my man, you can't take critique. You would be put to shame in any fine artist classroom because you are so incredibly defensive about everything you do. And I think that you should just know when to not interact with things if that's how you're going to be. Don't expose yourself to stuff that you don't want to see. Thomas is the director of Miraculous Ladybug, and he is well known for picking fights with everyone on the internet because it is well known that the best thing to do when you create something is to fight with your fans. Don't say his name, you'll summon him. I don't fear him. I'm not scared of him. What can he do to me? I'm a fun guy. He can't hurt me. I'll be fine. Yeah, he fought with Chloe fans. I saw some critiques of characters' designs in the new season that he also was fighting with. He's always fighting. Yeah, I don't get it. He's something. Yeah, if he appears in any capacity related to me, rotate at him. Post a lot of orbs or recycling symbols or loop symbols at him. Shroommates, we will unite against him. But yeah, Bro said the Miraculous could beat the Teen Titans and the Avengers. Yeah, power scaling is a whole thing with him. It's a whole thing. Yeah, constructive criticism or those fighting words. Yeah, because here's the thing. I promise everything I have to say here is constructive, and it is coming out of a place of love. I love Miraculous Ladybug. It is an enjoyable show. Flaws and all, because boy does it have flaws, but it is enjoyable. I do enjoy it, and I want the best for it. Oh, So yeah. Crocodile Sakura would beat him. I don't think she would. Crocodile Sakura has kindness in her heart. But we are not here to discuss plot issues. We are not here to discuss art direction trouble in the early seasons. We're not here to discuss animation in the early seasons. We are here to talk about character design. So we're going to try, to some capacity, isolate character design, because no one's going to probably argue with me. Things were a little bit rough in the earlier seasons sometimes. Budget was sometimes a little here and there, and certain studios did better or worse. But at the end of the day, we're gonna look at the designs, because most of what was holding the designs back in the early seasons, at least from people who were saying that the show was ugly, because there are many of them, was just the shaders. The materials were just not great. If you look at any of the specials, they look so much better because much more time is put into lighting and the materials, so they don't look as uncanny and strange using the same models. So we're not going to talk about that. We're going to focus on character design. Also, we're going to kind of flip-flop back and forth between designs that I think are very effective and work with minimal change, if any change needed at all, and designs that I really truly think that there are some significant missed opportunities on, that could have used some more development. Just generally designs that I don't think work. So there is about equal amounts of both. So don't worry, it won't all be ranting and me complaining and stuff like that. There's some pretty good designs. There are some that I would not change. There are some that are really fantastic. And there's some that aren't, so we'll get there. Also, just like as my general statement, I'm gonna complain about the silhouettes almost every single design today. We're talking today about just the hero transformations of characters. Next week we'll do their civilian designs. That may seem backwards, but it's because I think that their civilian designs sometimes are more effective than their hero costumes are, and they have more interesting silhouettes. I just think I want to do it this way, and this is my channel, and I can do it this way because I'm in charge and I say so. But yeah, so the thing I'm going to complain about with the silhouettes, I know that there will be an argument about it, which is that, oh, they're designed this way so they can sell toys. Shut up. Shut up. We are in the modern era where we can cast multiple body types, because half the characters do have multiple body types. There's a couple of them that do. But on top of that, even if they're all gonna have the same body types, you can have a base cast that's the same. You can put layers over it. Barbie wears clothing. You can put layers over it that are fabric or something else, so that way we can have more specific silhouettes. It is possible. I promise. I swear. So that Luca's in the thumbnail came to protect the best character. Listen to me. Hang on. We'll get to Luca. I love Luca. I love him. I'll explain. I'll explain why he's there. I'll explain why that's where he's placed. We'll get there. But yeah, they can figure out functioning Transformers in the 80s. They can up the detail on modern characters. Yeah, I know they're trying to cut costs and all of those things, but that does not sit well with me as a reason to give almost every single feminine character in this series the exact same silhouette when they are transformed into a hero. Yeah. So I just gotta get that one off my chest early. I'm gonna harp on it a little bit more. Maybe like 2 or 3 times, but I just needed to start that now. Just to put that out there. Also, usually when I do these critiques, I like to give a cold read of a character's design. I can't do that because I have watched the show and I know every little thing about them, more or less. And if I don't, Billy does. Billy may also join me at some point when Billy gets home from work, just to like weigh in. Billy's been watching the show since it started coming out, so Billy has a better understanding of certain things than I might, but I generally know what's going on. So, since I can't really give a cold read, I'm going to have you guys do a little bit of cold reading. I have some guiding questions for certain characters where I'm going to have you guys guess certain things about them, just to see what you think is going on, to see if the concepts are being conveyed clearly. So we'll see. So you know Max has autism? Yes, he did directly say that in season 6. Yes. I thought Billy visited you often, didn't know Billy lived with you in Joby. Billy does not live with me in Joby. Billy and I don't live anywhere near each other. Billy and I used to live very close to each other, but we don't anymore since I moved very far away. I miss Billy. I haven't physically seen Billy, I think, in over a year. So no, we don't live together. Joby lives with me. Billy does not, alas. I've been trying to convince Billy to come move to where I live. It's never gonna work. It's never gonna happen. Yeah, Billy just appears mostly via Discord. Yeah. Oh, join and call or chat. Oh, maybe that is what was meant. Brought EG a cord one time early streams. Oh, maybe that's why people thought that. You're right. Billy did stop over at my apartment and drop off a cord before I moved once. Yeah. Billy's been living in my crawl space. No. But yeah, I'm sure there's some people here. I saw Ryuko and Edward say that they didn't know much about the show and didn't know adults could like it. I'll rely on you guys for a little bit of cold reading. I'm gonna ask you guys things about concept to see if it's coming across to you clearly. The non-fans, we'll see if they can help. But yeah, to give you some general context and to tell you some words I will be using, the way that these heroes work is that each of these characters was given a special object, which is their little miraculous. That object houses a little, like, creature, a little magical companion, which is called a Kwami. They summon that Kwami out of their little bracelet or earring or whatever it is that they have, and they sort of fuse with it to become their little hero option. The animals, which are the little magical companions, are based on the animals of the zodiac with a couple of extras thrown in. So zodiac animals plus a couple of insects. There's butterfly, ladybug, and bee. And then we also have a fox and turtle. So, like, there is, like, a consistent theming, but for some reason they expanded beyond it. I'm sure there's a reason why these particular animals were chosen. Yeah, plus Chinese zodiac plus the 5 elements. The 5 elements, butterfly, ladybug, bee, fox, and turtle. I guess fire for fox, turtle is earth. Butterfly, ladybug, and bee. Low Fox, can you elaborate on that? I've never heard that before. I was searching actually at length to try and figure out what they referred to. Fire, water, air, metal, and wood. Which one is water? Is turtle water? I had never heard that one. Expanded because more toys. The 5 genders, you're right. Yes, okay. Also, ladybug and cat are yin-yang, creation, destruction. The cat is also, like, adjacently zodiac related. If you've ever seen Fruits Basket, that's an explanation. And yeah, ladybug and the black cat are to symbolize good luck and bad luck. And then that also ends up being creation and destruction. Yes, they are yin-yang, so that we'll get to that. But yeah, so I understand those. It's actually in the order. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wait. Okay, so butterfly is metal, ladybug is wood, bee is water, fox is fire, turtle is earth. I didn't know that. I had no idea they were associated with that. That's good to know. Oh. That actually explains some of Hawk Moth a little bit to me, if metal is an association. Oh, interesting. Okay, intriguing. Oh, and then there's also the peacock, too. Peacock is also here. So peacock is potentially unrelated. Or maybe related to those things? I don't know, something. I have a question. Why can't Ladybug and Cat not recognize each other? There's a whole thing. Billy's got the explanation. I'm not here to explain lore today. I can't do that. I can't get into it. Rabbit's also associated with water. Interesting. Okay, intriguing. Anyways, that's basic synopsis. That is what you need to know in order to understand how the designs are made. It's the Superman BS. Oh? So turtle, bee, butterfly, fox, and peacock are the 5, and ladybug and cat are yin yang. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. So, there's some context. There are a lot of variants for certain outfits. There are certain characters who use each other's abilities and therefore get different outfits, and then we sometimes merge abilities and we get different outfits out of that. We're not talking about any of that today. We are going to focus today on the hero outfits. I will be comparing their season 1 through 5 outfit with their new season 6 outfit. I just don't have enough time to go through everything. There is an incredible amount of character design in this show to potentially talk about, and some of it I also just don't think is worth talking about because it's not doing new, creative, or interesting things. So we'll see. But yeah, so we'll talk about mostly just the hero designs. As far as criteria goes, I will be grading all of the characters' designs, but based on their season 6 design, because that is the most updated version of them, and therefore I feel like it is the most fair to grade them based on that, even if their new design is maybe not as effective as their old design. Often it is, often it's stronger, but that's not always true, and we'll see. We'll get into it. Oh, I have some files open I don't need. I've got my Snow Miku open still. Whoops. Close her. She's not helping us right now. There we go. All right. Let me teleport into the chatting room so I can show you the rubric and we can run through it very quickly. Just very quick. Up here. If this stream gets me blocked by Thomas, I would laugh. I don't care. I don't really care if he blocks me. I'm not worried about it. But here's our rubric chan for the week. This is a rubric chan goose made by Striker Venom, which is a personification of the rubric. But I guess not a personification because it's not a person. It is a goose. You're the horse, fire horse specifically. Yes, it is horse year right now. Uma for the win. The goose has returned. Thank you for your goose. your goose. What is he doing? Gritty goose. There we go. So, just to explain real quickly here, this is the character design rubric that I've created because I'm a teacher. I've created this so that way I can attempt to be as objective and non-biased as possible when it comes to design, which is definitely necessary when it comes to Miraculous because I have biases about characters based on liking or disliking them. So, I will be ignoring my biases and I will be giving them a read based solely on the rubric. I swear to you, I promise. So, to get full points, and full points is a 10 out of 10, a design needs to score 2 points in each of 5 categories, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. I have bonus points, but I don't usually give these out to series that we review. This is mostly for VTuber design critiques. But for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting. You'll understand why I've zoomed in at some point. The contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. We'll get there. You will receive no points for character design if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, if the hues and values should be revisited. We call that thing where I'm zooming in foreshadowing. Silhouette! A character's silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. It should be. It really, truly should be. We should be able to identify who a character is just based on their silhouette alone. Think of Miku. Think of Sonic. These characters are iconic, partially because their silhouettes are so recognizable. Yep, we'll get to that. You'll get no points for your silhouette if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or just needs much more definition. Can we bingo? You can bingo, I don't think you'll win. There's really not any VTuber design tropes in Miraculous, I would say. For complexity versus clarity to get full points, the level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. This is, I think, Miraculous's strongest suit. When I was zooming in before complaining, I think that there are very few characters that will not get full points on this, which is so refreshing to me. It has reminded me that I need to be more critical of gacha character designs and their excessive detail, because man, if the Miraculous designs aren't efficient Focal point, another thing that usually works very well. It's sad that we started with all the things that aren't great, but usually the focal point in Miraculous designs works. The focal point, which should be the head and the face, should be focal. The viewer should be drawn to look there first before visually exploring the rest of the design. Usually this is working in Miraculous, which I am relieved to see, because that's also something I can't say for many gacha game character designs. You'll get no points for your focal point, though, if it is lost due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or just being completely outcompeted by their elements. Finally, for concept and motifs to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. What that means for this series specifically is that we should be able to identify things like a character's personality, maybe their fighting style, maybe what animal they are based on or their outfit is based on, just based on what they look, without any other external information. We should be able to determine these things. Sometimes this is true, sometimes it's not. It varies depending on the character, which is why I'm going to get you guys to help with the cold reads a little bit. Yeah. Should not have opened this can of worms to start. We're starting many worms. There's many cans of worms here. So yeah, a design will get no points if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. I don't think most of the designs will end up in this category. I think generally we're gonna see suffering in these categories and not so much suffering in these categories at the bottom. So we'll see. The other things that we need to discuss about this is that we need to take into account what the intention of the designs is, especially the show director's intention for them. It's not just Thomas as a director, there's other directors. There's other people involved in the decision making here. So, Miraculous is a TV show that is marketed to kids and preteens that just so happens to also appeal to teenagers and adults, as many do. There's a lot of series that are intended to be marketed towards younger people, but then, you know, as their audience grows up, they just don't age out of liking the show. They just continue to stick with it. Or, you know, maybe it's something that is not dumbed down in concept to a point where it's something that an adult can still enjoy it. I would say there are people who come to the show for the first time as adults, it's me, and they still like it. So, keep that in mind. But the show is intended to be marketed towards kids and preteens. Usually, that therefore means that they are intending to prioritize marketability. Whenever something is made for children, it is usually made to either be educational or so it can sell toys. I would say Miraculous is mostly the later. They do have some good things to discuss when it comes to mental health and like protecting the environment. And there are a lot of like moral lessons that are taught in Miraculous for sure. But I think primarily, as many superhero shows and medias are, they're trying to sell toys. Which once again, I know that's been suggested as being the reason why the silhouettes are not very, are not varied, why they're not very distinct, why there's not a lot of variety. I don't buy that. I don't like that as an explanation. It was the toys in the first few seasons, I bet. Yeah, I feel like maybe less so they're worrying about it. So there's a lot of backpacks. So many kids come to the salons I've worked at with Ladybug backpacks. Really? Okay, well that's cute. I've actually not seen very much Miraculous merch in my life outside of being in Billy's house. So it's interesting to hear that I guess it is working. Yeah, Magical Girl shows also exist to sell toys. Yes, and they do have fire designs, which is why I don't buy this as an excuse. Oh, but yeah, so there's also a lot of debate on the effectiveness of Miraculous designs. Even fans can complain sometimes. It's me, I'm fans. And I've also never seen a show with so many redesign videos about it, other than like, maybe like Has Been Hotel. I think I've seen more Miraculous, I'm redesigning the whole cast, I'm redesigning Marinette, I'm redesigning so-and-so. I've seen more of that for this show than I think anything else I have witnessed on the internet, which may just be limited to the fact that I maybe have not seen everything. But it is interesting, so we'll get into why that's kind of happening. Yeah. Wasn't Miraculous initially intended to be a 2D anime? Yes, it was. But part of the reason for the change is because, as you can imagine, 2D animating and tracking spots on a design would be hell for animators. It'd be incredibly time consuming, in a way that is just not efficient for TV animation. Yeah, the pilot was 2D, but that just wouldn't work in 3D. But my further complaint is that they're not really necessarily capitalizing on the three-dimensional nature of the designs all the time, because that does give them some new abilities with patterning on clothing and stuff like that that they don't always capitalize on. We'll get to that also. Anyways, I do have a couple more just like general statements real quick here, which is that I do love the characters themselves. People complain about the writing sometimes, but I do think they did a pretty good job of writing a pretty likable and understandable cast for the most part. Marinette, they can't figure out what they want to do with her sometimes. Sometimes they make her really creepy and weird, and sometimes they make her really responsible and like she's got her head on right. There's a lot of inconsistency, I would say, in the way she's written, but she's still a likable protagonist. Most of the characters are relatively likable, other than maybe like one or two, Chloe. The pacing can be kind of weird sometimes, but generally, I like the characters. There's also a ton of improvements made to the character designs across the board in Season 6, so we're going to compare their old designs, wow, with their new designs a little bit here. We're going to look at both of them, and then we'll grade the newer design. Because generally, like, Ladybug's new outfit design is just much more interesting. Some of the silhouettes and color palettes are better, some of the face sculpts are less uncanny, the materials and shaders are more effective now. I've heard people don't like the new art style, and generally I disagree with them. As a 3D modeler, I generally disagree with them. The amount of rigging errors that were in the old models would drive me crazy. Marinette just wouldn't have eyelashes in some episodes. They've really ironed all of that out now, which is fantastic. It looks much more polished, but the only thing I say that I'm not as much of a fan of with the new models is the fact that they kind of rounded everybody out. They made everyone a little bit too cutesy, which for some characters works. If you give some characters rounder eyes and rounder, more friendly faces, that's fine. It fits with their characters. But it doesn't work for some of them, and we'll get to that. But yeah, so generally, Season 6 has made some huge improvements across the board, so that's why I'm grading based on those designs. Generally, I think the akumatized villains often have very interesting and creative designs, and because they're one-offs and they're not trying to sell toys of them, or for any reason, they tend to have fantastic silhouettes. They have such interesting silhouettes, which tells me that they know how to make interesting silhouettes. They just they're choosing not to. They're deciding not to do it. Come on. Yeah. Oh, we've been raided. Hello. Oh, I should explain what that means. Hang on. But hello. Welcome in, Rena Rouge. Hello. Thank you, Buzz, for getting a shout out. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi and also an art educator. Today we are critiquing the character design of Miraculous Ladybug, which is a series that I love, but some of the character design grinds my gears a little bit, just a tad. But hi, welcome in. How was your stream? Streammates, could you rotate at the Raiders for me, please? Pretty please. Even in the old outfit, the suit textures were good. That's true. The suit textures were good. They had some good normal maps on them. To explain what I was saying before, I said akumatized villains. Akumatized villains are people who are possessed by the bad guy of the series. He has a funny little butterfly that he sends off to land on them, and when it lands on them, they like transform into a little like super villain or like a mini villain based on like whatever strife they were having that caused them to feel some really bad negative emotions. The villain preys on negative emotions. So they have very interesting designs, which can be a little corny sometimes. I admit they're a little bit over the top, but generally I think they're effective. Dragon Lord of 3, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Did I see Raverna? Did you say what you were up to for stream? Did I ask you? I think I should have asked you, right? What were you up to? How was your stream? I hope it was good. If you need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourself. If you want to stick around, hang out, and hear about Miraculous, you are welcome to do so. Akumatized. Basically, someone feels strong negative emotion and doesn't combat it themselves. The bad guy takes advantage of them, transforming them to a villain with powers. Yeah, there's some that are effective, and yeah, there is also a giant baby. Some of them are really weird, but some of them I would say are very interesting. So yeah, that's the thing to say. One of the things people have said about the character designs not working is that they should have just stayed 2D, and that the reason they don't work is because they're 3D. As a 3D modeler, I contest this point. I think that's totally false. I don't think that's true at all. I just think that the 3D models didn't necessarily interpret the 2D concept art effectively in every case. And I think it also comes down to materials sometimes. Yeah, I'm fascinated by the idea of actually seeing the Miraculous designs being analyzed. Yeah, we're gonna go over some things about them. Yeah. Generally, another thing to say about color, which is why I had kind of pointed out this category, is that most of the designs use a color palette that I call a Bwackum color palette, which is black, white, a color, and metal. This is not an uncommon thing to see in superhero or like magical girl media, because we're color coding our characters. So that way each team has somebody who represents like more or less every color of the rainbow. But the thing that magical girls do that they know to do is add secondary colors. They know to have another color in the palette in a small amount so that the design feels interesting and engaging. Miraculous doesn't really do this. It's a little better in Season 6, but a lot of the designs are very monochromatic in a way that is lacking some visual interest, unfortunately. Sloppy 3D ruins no matter what the design is, even if it's a godlike 2D design. Yeah, I wouldn't even say that the models are sloppy. I think there is still a lot of care put into them. The modeling, I think, is fine. I think it's mostly coming down to just lighting a lot of the time. Or there's certain things where they like didn't consider a 3/4 angle very effectively. There's particular characters we've talked about, or we will talk about involving that. But yeah, Season 6 is doing a lot better of a job of introducing more interesting color undertones into the design, so we'll get to that. So they are getting better in color palette, which is great. Talking about color though, we're gonna point it out a couple times. There's a really weird prevalent trend of just using unflattering lipstick colors on characters, and I don't know why they keep doing it. It's happened on at least, I think, 4 characters now, where they just give them like a green or super duper duper pale lipstick color that I don't know why or how it was greenlit. It doesn't match the rest of the character or the design. It makes their lips weirdly focal, and it just makes them uncanny sometimes. So we'll talk about that when it happens. Yeah, so why don't we get started? I'm gonna show you something first so that I can stop complaining about this. Would you believe me if I said that these are all the silhouettes of different characters? Would you believe me? Would you be willing to believe me if I told you that? That these are all different people? No? Let's count the differences we can see between a couple of these. This person has slightly wider shoulders, but is in the exact same pose as this person. This person has a tail and maybe like slightly more rounded shoes. These two, the only difference between the two of them is that this one has shoes that do something, and then this one has like slightly maybe curvier legs. This one looks a little bit different because this person's just proportioned differently. This person's legs are way longer, but I don't even think that's actually true. I think that the angle this render is done on is just the feet are coming towards us, which makes them feel taller. But yeah, you can see there's a little bit of difference in the shapes of the body, but these are all different people. They're all different people. I thought about being evil and putting Ladybug in here more than once, but these are all different characters who are all wearing skin-tight bodysuits that add nothing to their silhouette. Other than this one, which adds a tail. Not fantastic. I just need to get this off my chest early, and I liked preparing this little graphic for you. The boys aren't quite as bad sometimes, but there's 3 of them or 4 of them that I think also have kind of the same silhouette. Polymouse is not here because Polymouse is a very different body type, so therefore you can tell who she is, and she wears a hood, so that makes her silhouette distinct. We might get to her. We'll see how much time I have, but yeah. In the superhero comics, they at least change the builds on characters sometimes. Yeah, and they usually give them like differently shaped clothing or costumes so that you can differentiate them. But they didn't really do that here. Most of the differences between characters is gonna come from their hair, which is good. The hair is distinct and different across all these characters, but they need more than just that, optimally. Come on, come on. So let's get started. Here she is, the girl herself. This is the main character. This is Ladybug. I'm gonna call her Marinette because that's what her name is when she's not transformed, so I will use those names interchangeably in all likelihood. Here's Marinette. Her name is Ladybug. I guess I shouldn't tell you what their names are so you can guess what they are, but I don't think anyone would say, oh man, what animal is this, and decide something other than Ladybug. Because they're really hitting you over the head with it. They're like, all right, what do ladybugs have? Red and black spots. And they maybe also have antennas too. It's just polka dots. It's iconic. I will give them that. She is recognizable anywhere. Her pigtails are something that is also iconic, so I wouldn't even suggest changing those inherently about her. And there's some things that work here. There's things that work here. The fact that she is red makes her very easy to track when she is on screen. When she is moving across screen, she uses this little thing she's holding in her hand, it's a yo-yo, to sort of like Spider-Man around. And the fact that she's red makes it very easy to track her in a shot, which is lovely. She's also the main character. Red is the highest chroma color. Therefore, even when she is standing with all of the other members of her team, the Miraculous, as I believe they're called, the other Miraculous holders, you can pick her out very easily and very quickly because she's wearing red. That works. Those things do work. Replicating a ladybug's antennas in her hair is cute. But if I'm gonna be honest with you, she's kind of under-designed. I'm gonna tell you something about this character. This character, as Moonshiro is commenting, is a fashion designer. Or she wants to be, at least. She's training to be one. She does sewing, she does design herself. She's a kid, she's still learning. But this is very under-designed. This is just a red suit with spots on it. The spots are all the same size, more or less, and they're very evenly spaced. So they're just like lacking in general interest here, unfortunately. And it's just kind of overwhelming, the sheer quantity of red. If we're gonna talk about color blocking, she's like more than 90% one color. Usually in character design, we want a proportioning of colors that is close to maybe like 60% one color, 30% another color, and maybe like 10% a third color. But she's like 90% red. So it just feels like she's under-considered in her design. Not much about the series, but I don't think this outfit is her design. It is! This is her design all the way up through season 5. It is. There's another version of her, which we'll look at here in a second, which I don't think she received until season... Billy, correct me, is it 4 or 5? She gets another design when she uses her Lucky Charm, which is her special ability, which honestly is kind of smart. It helps us to track when she is using that item in battle or not. Here's that one. And I think this is already an upgrade. Now we're starting to arrange the spots in a way that feels like clothing. These feel like buttons. We're getting seam lines. She's got a collar that's somewhat designed. Now we've sectioned it into the fact that it looks like she's wearing shorts. We're doing positive and negative space interplay with the dots. It's just much more clever. They also exaggerate her pigtails and her ribbons a lot more in this one. And they made her hands black. So that way they're just a little bit more broken up from the rest of her design too. So this is already an improvement, I would say. This is moving in the right direction, for me at least. And then we have the new season. I have to disclaimer immediately, her hair is not this blue. These renders make her hair feel way more blue than it is. Her hair, under a lot of circumstances in the show, is black. I don't know why the renders make her hair so blue. It's strange. So just remember, her hair is not that blue. But I will say, making her hair more blue does help to make her face somewhat focal. And yes, we can see the difference in the style now too, where they definitely unlocked rim lighting. They really unlocked rim lighting for this one, which is very funny. But now the spots have more variation in their size. There's not as much of them everywhere, so we do have moments of rest in the design also. The placement is once again more specific. She's got these spots like higher on her chest that trail down the sides. It feels like garment design. Again, now we've added red highlights to the end of her hair. They're much more subtle in the show than they are in this render. Like, this render I feel like is somewhat uncanny because her eyes don't really look like that either. But a little bit of red in her hair adds a little bit of interest maybe. How'd she dye her hair during the transformation? Magic. She can do whatever she wants in the transformation. Her hairstyle can change, she can dye her hair. Don't question it. It's magical girl. It's magical girl stuff. They can do whatever they want in the transformation. We can still tell it's her though, consistently across all the seasons. But to grade her newest design, generally the things I would say is that her silhouette is still pretty lacking to me. Her pigtails are iconic, and I am so glad that she has them because without them, she wouldn't really have anything going on in her silhouette. I can tell this is Marinette. I can tell this is Ladybug, but that's because I watched the show. I feel like if you put her against superheroes from other shows or other things, she's just underwhelming in silhouette compared to all of them. And the way that they are incorporating the ladybug aspect into the design, I feel like is undercooked also. She's a bug. Why are we not taking inspiration from other elements of the bug aspect? She's got her antennas in her hair, which is good, but like, ladybugs have wings, ladybugs have a carapace, ladybugs have, yeah, shells are a wing, ladybugs have 6 legs. There's a lot of other things we could have incorporated into the design that would have made it clearer? Yeah. How do you feel about her anime version from the one concept animation? It's fun. I understand why for a 2D animation, she was much more pared down. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, her pigtails were much bigger also, which I liked. I thought the exaggeration was fun. Would you actually want to fight bad guys in a skirt? I'm not saying she should have a skirt. I think she just needs something that references a ladybug. So whether that be something she's wearing behind her back that feels like the carapace of a ladybug, but it's like open or something. She can't fly, despite the yo-yo making her travel in a way that feels like she's flying a little bit. I haven't really used the correct color either. Oh, wait, I'm on the same layer. Whoops. I'm not gonna do a ton of editing also, because I have to move through these kind of quickly. But like, oh, what if she just had something back here that was like, oh, here's her wing shells? Or what if instead of that, she just had it as like a little thing that's like this off of her waist, where it's not actually a skirt. It's one of those like hip cape things that we see sometimes. That would work. Didn't want the Blue Beetle backpack. I don't know what the Blue Beetle backpack is. But honestly, this is all she needs. Just give me something. She has wings in one of her other forms, so we could just do more of that. Just more of that. If you designed it that way, yeah, but this, I feel would need a bit more redesign. Yeah, I'm not fully going to flesh out solutions to things, but I do feel like she just needs something more in her silhouette. I'm not fully redesigning her, that's not what I'm here to do. But she just needs something. Yeah, like a tail coat, something. You know, a turtle shell on a different character, it makes sense for her to have something like that on her back. Maybe, or even if it's on her waist or somewhere else. If it's on her waist, it'll make it seem like, or make it clearer that she can't fly. So that's fine. But like, just give me something. Something in her silhouette. Please, I'm begging you. Please. Please. So, to start grading her, she is black and red. She doesn't even have white in her color palette. In this version, the proportioning of the colors is much easier on the eye. We're doing what I had hoped with sort of closer to a 60, 40, 10% color spread. So she's maybe 60% red, 40% black. Her hair is blue, but it's really not this blue in the show. But the color palette is just, the hierarchy is just much more effective now. And I'm not even bothered by the fact that it's black, white, and a color, because it's not. It's just black and red. So it doesn't fall into that safe color palette that I've become disappointed at the prevalence of having seen in gacha games otherwise. So color palette for me in her newest iteration is fine. It is okay. I use blue as a color highlight for black hair, so it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. When you count the blue, black as a second black, kind of it counts as a second black maybe. But then that does add more variety. It's a black with a different hair, or with a different color undertone. I wish she had white hair clips to represent the fake eyes in ladybugs. Oh, that would be interesting, because you're right, she doesn't really reference that. They do have a little bit of white on them. Yeah. For silhouette, her pigtails do make it so that she is somewhat identifiable, but it would be too kind of me to give her anything other than this, because from the neck down, nothing she has contributes to her silhouette at all whatsoever. So if you can't see her head, you won't know it's her. And that is incredibly unfortunate. As far as complexity versus clarity goes, I don't think they need to add much more detail. I think she's fine. She is pared down in a way that makes her not overwhelming. All the details serve to support her concept. It works just fine for me. Silhouette, sleek person. Yeah. And there are some people who sleek person makes sense as a silhouette for, but for the fashion designer who is very bubbly and clumsy, I don't know. I don't know if that works. Director's gonna come and insert your silhouette for this. That's fine. He can say whatever he wants to me. Unlike him, I can take critique. I admit it. I'm not always right. It happens. I admit defeat sometimes. I admit that I don't always get it right. Sometimes the suggestions I have maybe aren't the most helpful for the medium. Whatever you may have it. It's fine. I'll be okay. Just got in, guessing characters Ladybug. Yeah, we are starting with Ladybug. So, complexity versus clarity, level of detail I think is totally fine. Her head is focal, because the blue undertone in her hair definitely helps. It also provides an area of rest. I am confused as to why she has blue eyes, and I always have been, because her mom has brown eyes, and her dad has, I think, hazel eyes? Why does she have blue eyes? I get that we can throw realism out sometimes. I think she gets it from her dad. Her dad has hazel eyes, though. Do one of her grandparents have blue eyes? I can't remember. But it does at least make her face a little bit more focal, so I will give her that. Maybe it doesn't make sense lore-wise, but it is supporting the focal point of her head, so that's fine. I don't have any issue with looking her in the eye. I think her grandmom does. Oh, okay. Very recessive genes, perhaps. I guess I could see that. If I guess her... Well, no, her mom would have to... Here's how genetics works. Blue eyes are recessive. Her mom has brown eyes. Her mom would have to be a carrier for blue eyes in order for her to get it, because the only way you get blue eyes is if you get blue eyes from both of your parents. It has to... They both have to have some of it. Her mom is Shanghai Chinese. Yeah, as Rex is saying, yes, her mom has brown eyes. I think we've seen her family and they all have brown eyes, so that just doesn't make sense genetically, but we're gonna ignore that because it does help her face to be more focal. I think we see her uncle and he has brown eyes. Yeah, I don't know. We're not gonna get too into that, but it is definitely a little bit odd. It's helping her focal point, but it's strange. How did my aunt get brown eyes from two blue-eyed parents? That's also interesting, how that could happen. Intriguing. Anyways, yeah, she's special. That's the answer. But concept of motifs. She's a ladybug. We see that. We can look at her and see that most of the shapes used in her design are rounded. I mean, they're circles, but even her hair is round and smooth, which makes her feel friendly. And she is. She is very friendly. So we are getting a good read of her personality. I would say, at least from the colors, a bit. However, the fashion interest is not coming through at all, because the thing is, when these characters transform into their hero outfits, their design is based on how they feel as a person. Their design is influenced by them. So like if a character is going on a vigilante arc or is switching sides, or, you know, there's a couple other reasons why it can happen, but characters will have different versions of their outfit based on what's going on around them. So why is her clothing not impacted by the fact that she's a designer? I don't know. It's a little odd to me. So I'm gonna take a little bit of points off for that. But honestly, I don't think Marinette's that bad. Most of the reason why I have her on the left in the thumbnail is because if we were grading her season 1 through 5 design, the score would not be as high. It's much higher than it used to be. So I used to not be a big fan of her design. I think it's much more effective now. So 2, 4, 6, 7.5, 8. She will get us started with a strong grade. I think I'm being a little bit nice to her also, but I think this is still fine as a grade. Why can't I write? Hello? 8 out of 10 for her new design. Doesn't tell me anything about her. That's true, but at the same time, she is disguising who she is. We're not supposed to be able to tell that she is Marinette. Well, actually, I can't even say that. She is Marinette, but people who are watching her act as a superhero aren't supposed to be able to tell that. She's got a secret identity. So, yeah, we can't tell anything about her personality, but her personality is actually kind of different when she is transformed in this way also. She's kind of a clumsy girl when she's just herself and not transformed. Yeah, the personalities do kind of change when they're transformed. She's much more confident and responsible, I would say. She's a little bit more level-headed, too, when she's transformed. So I do think that it reflects that a little bit more clearly. Yeah, she acts braver, but also arrogant. Yeah, she can be a little arrogant sometimes. Not a lot. She's usually very kind and understanding, but she can be a little bit sometimes, yeah. Yeah. But generally, I think that is the bulk of what I have to say about her. Main character, works. I can tell that they put some time and investment into making her more effective for the new season since they had the opportunity to redesign, and I'm happy to see it. I'm glad that we've done that, thank God. Suppose so. I know at the start she wasn't very confident at all, but that's true. Yeah. By the way, Twitch stream avatars is sending in YouTube chat. I do see that. Is it not sending in Twitch chat? That's weird that it's sending over there, because I see it did say that Amber won something from Jump Game. Interesting. Nothing ever works consistently on the Squiiji channel. Yeah, I'm Marinette, a normal girl with a normal life, but I have a secret. I'm not telling you that secret. Anyways, that's Ladybug. I'm gonna get rid of her. We're gonna move on to the next one. Look how efficient that was. Look how fast that was. Whoops, spoiler. I mean, not even spoiler. Next we have the second protagonist, the second main protagonist. This is Cat Noir. Cat Noir is meant to visually be an opposite to Ladybug. She has a bright colored outfit and dark hair. He has a dark colored outfit and bright hair. Personality-wise, despite the fact that she is all bright colors, she tends to be logical. She has some very creative problem solving that she does, and she's a little bit more straightforward, I would say. Meanwhile, this character, what would you think his personality is like? What do you think his personality is like? If you were to just look at him, what do you think his personality is like? Just give me a cold read. What do you think he'd be like if you met him? Personality-wise, tell me. Sneaky, okay. Playfully sneaky, given black cat. Sneaky thief, okay. Cat burglar. Smug. Batman's Catwoman, but twink, okay. Okay, I see. I see. Only a slight design change. Yeah, he really did not change very much. The tail placement is a little unfortunate right here, but yeah, you get it. Yeah. Think of Zorro. Playful and silly like a black cat. Okay. An annoying smug character. Okay. So we'll kind of break things down, because some of you got the right answer. He is goofy. He's so goofy. He's so incredibly silly. He's such a goofball. He makes puns constantly. He refers to the other character as Milady, constantly. He's a goofball. He's a bit chaotic. He definitely does a lot of things without thinking. So he's a cat. He is a cat in many ways, maybe. But he does look a little bit more like sneaky and dark. He looks just like ever so slightly evil, I would say, from his like massive dark energy coming out of his hand and the fact that he's wearing all black. But he's not actually any of that in character. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. The outfit screams playboy. Yeah, he's wearing full body leather outfit. Left image is evil and mischievous, right image is just a silly guy. He does look more friendly here, but I think that's because of the render. Here they've like put his hair in his face a little bit. He's just doing a friendlier pose now. Yeah. So they're bringing a love square? No. We're not gonna get into that. False. Let's look a little edgy because of destruction, but otherwise, yeah. Yeah. So, things to say about his design, because it didn't really change much between seasons. Can we tell what animal he is? I would say yes. Using the belt to very cleanly and efficiently act as a tail is very clever. I'm a big fan of that as a design element for him. I'm sad that they don't animate his tail manually anymore, because they used to animate it like a cat tail. Now it just is on physics, I think. They just use physics simulation, which makes me a little sad. But that's clever. Using the bell as the zipper for his jacket is maybe a little bit silly. It feels a little corny compared to the other elements of the design, but I get that they're trying to go for like a very quick, simple cat reference, so I'm not that bugged by it. And I do think that the that the big round bell that is sort of goofy and silly does align with the fact that he is not as serious of a character as he otherwise looks to be. So that's fine. Yeah, probably one of the better designed characters. I think he's very efficient in his design. It's fine by me. There's a reason why his hair shape changes, and it's because he's more depressed. Actually, I mean, he was depressed before, but he's more depressed now. This character, between this point in time when his hair is all upright and spiky out to the sides, you know, this character is living sort of like an escapist life where he gets to get away from having his life totally controlled by someone else, and getting to be Cat Noir is fun for him. It's escape. He's enjoying it. this design is after his father dies and he becomes an orphan. And he is dealing with depression, which is something they touch on in the series. And he is no longer like sort of like the golden student anymore. So they've made his hair like more downward trending and outward. So there's a reason why they did that. So it does make sense. I know people aren't as big of a fan of his new hair, but I would say there's a valid reason as to why it's happening. He's just not as upbeat as he used to be. He tries to be, but he's going through it, unfortunately. He lost his hair gel. He lost his hair gel and his willingness to care in some capacity. When we look at his civilian outfit, it's also reflected in that just a little bit. The render makes it too shiny for me. I will say these renders are weird and kind of rough. He looks like this in the show. There's a clear difference in color undertones in his clothing than they have here. His eyes are also not green, I don't think. His eye color might be green, but his sclerae are not normally green. This is just part of his transformation. Is this face shape changed? It might have. His doesn't bother me as much as others because he's supposed to be like very smooth and perfect. He used to be a model. So I'm willing to believe that having a very rounded, friendly face makes sense for him. It's fine. Some characters I won't accept it, but for him I'll accept it. I think it aligns with his personality in an okay way. But yeah, so yeah. Generally, we're not fixing what's not broken here. The bells and ears and tail are enough hints that he's a cat. We haven't gone overboard. That's totally fine. I do wish they would have like padded his shoulders just a little bit more to add some interest to his silhouette, but at least he has his little bracelets and his shoes that add a little bit to his silhouette. Catwalker actually gave him green in his design. Yeah. I don't actually have a slanted to talk about Catwalker, which is just another variation of this character, where he is changing the way he looks to fit a specific personality more. Wow, that is an unfortunate pose right now. I have mixed feelings about Catwalker, though. I'll talk about that later. I don't have time for that right now. I gotta focus or we'll never get through all of them. There's so many. Make the gauntlet cuffs a little bigger to make them look more like fluffy paws. I guess they could. He does also have like real sharp nails on his gloves, which we're not really seeing very clearly at this distance or in the render, but it does help him to read as more dangerous and cat-like. He also has sharper shapes than Ladybug has. His mask comes to a sharp point in a couple places. His ears are real sharp. The way that like his costume is cut out hits all these hard angles. So it does make him feel a little bit more dangerous because his power is destruction. His paw shoes are great. His shoes, yeah, also have cat toes on them. Do his new shoes still have that? Ah, wait, his new shoes have it, but they toned it down. I'm actually sad that they did that. They should have kept it the way it was before, where it was clearer. This isn't the first time they've made a character's shoes more bland in the new season also. I'm gonna boo that decision a little bit. Maybe they're not as different, but like the toe box is smaller and it's not as rounded. Yeah, we could have had a little more whimsy. Yes, I know there is also a paw print on the bottom of it too, but yeah. And they've also given him this belt motif on his chest, which feels a little bit like a rib cage. It's a little odd. If anything, they should have emphasized them. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Can be a little bit nitpicky about it. But other things that are working here. His head, because he's blonde and he's wearing a fully dark outfit, is incredibly focal. The fact that the green only appears once in his eyes may feel just like a little bit disconnected from the rest of the design. They probably could have had like some sort of green tint somewhere. But at the very least, it is also helping to make his head very focal. So most of these characters will score very well for focal point. Level of detail. Oh, excuse me. Level of detail is fine. Everything that exists in this design only exists to serve the concept. He is dark. Yeah, he's trying to be edgy. He's going through his rebellious phase. He's got his belt. He's got his practical shoes and his practical gloves. And that's it. He doesn't really need much more than that as far as detail goes. Could use maybe just a little bit more interest maybe somewhere, but I feel like that's mostly just maybe a personal thing. 14 and this is deep. Exactly. He is 14 and this is deep. His weapon does also have a green paw on it, that's true. So that does help to show it a little bit more throughout the design. This is posed at an angle where you can't even see it, but it is on there, I promise. It is on there. And you can see it sometimes. Let me see, did I have anything else to say about him? Generally, I think his design works. Similar to Ladybug, his color design helps him to stand out both among the cast and in shots in the show, where especially when he's outside during the day, as you can see here, there's not a lot of things that are quite as dark as he is. So you can always track where he is in a shot or in a fight, because he's just so dark. And then compared to all the other characters, some of them do have a good bit of black in their design, but none have quite as much as he does. So he and Ladybug do clearly stand out as being the protagonists. So that is good cast designing and cast planning for the two of them. So I'll commend them on that. But yeah, generally I think he's fine. I don't have many complaints about him. I think he is one of the stronger designs. He's one of the more efficient designs. Color palette is fine. Maybe like a hint more green somewhere would be nice. His silhouette, I'm sure we could have a little more exaggeration. Level of detail, though, I think is fine. I'm not too bothered by it. Focal point is definitely his head. And for concept and motifs, it works for me. He's a cat. We've got a couple little hints that he's silly. You know, he's a kid trying to be edgy. And I think that's accomplished. They're all 14, 15. Yeah, they do look and act older than 14 and 15-year-olds do in the show. But that's sort of a classic thing for also just like magical girl shows in general sometimes, because that is what this is ostensibly. For as much as it's a superhero show, it's kind of a magical girl show also. And a lot of magical girls are middle schoolers despite acting like they are definitely not, and also being drawn like they are definitely not. They feel like they are high schoolers at very least. They are in high school in the new season, I think. I think they're 15 in the new season, in season 6. But Cat Noir, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Half point better than Ladybug. So for what it's worth, my complaints about Ladybug in the thumbnail were mostly her old design. I don't actually think they get that different of grades. For being the two main characters of the series, 8.5 out of 10. Pretty good grade. Not too bad at all. We'll save him and I'm gonna close him and I'll get him out of here, and then we'll address the thing that you guys have wanted me to address. Hi, Viperion. This is such an incredibly goofy render. This is so silly. I don't know why he's posed like this. I don't think he ever does anything like this at all in the series, and this is totally at odds with the way his character acts. I don't know why he's doing this. So, if you were to guess what animal in this character is based on, what would you guess? People who don't know. If you know, don't say anything. If you know, don't say anything at all. Be honest, how many kids want to watch a show about characters who act like the unfinished, awkward, overly emotional mess most middle school age kids are? Not very many, but I would also raise you the fact that most kids wouldn't mind watching a show about 16-year-olds. We loved Degrassi as kids. Let me tell you that. We loved watching shows about high schoolers. It didn't bother us at all, so they could have just been a little bit older. Let's see. Dolphin, some kind of fish, lizard, I don't know. Fish, octopus. Interesting. You guys are vindicating me. Thank you. Heartfish, so unfitting. Okay. Fish is a good guess now that's been said. Harp looks like it has suckers, which could be octopus. Oh, I see what you mean. That's what you're reading those little things as. I see it. I totally see it. I see what you mean. Yep. Frog, blue radioactive ones. Sure. Wild guessed horse. Nope, not horse. But I similarly don't think you'll guess which one is horse, because that is a thing. Think zodiac. He is a zodiac animal. Supposed to be an ox? No. There's an animal. Yeah, there is. Very fishy. Wow, fish is not a zodiac animal. I'll tell you because a couple people have said it now. They're spoiling it a little bit, which is fine. He's a snake. He's the snake. The harp thing is fish-shaped. I mean, technically, I guess the harp thing could also be kind of snake-shaped. But yeah, this is a snake. His name is Viperion. If snake, why blue? That's a fantastic question. It's because green was already taken. Don't say the superhero name because it's very obvious. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to. Did I say it? I think I just called him Luca. Show on his face to show the fangs. Yeah, so there are things that do suggest to us that he is a snake. They are happening. If we really zoom in on his face, we can see the low contrast fangs on his mask and the snake nose. Also, upon really zooming in, we can see that he has a snake scale texture. But you would agree with me that from a distance, you can't see either of those things in the design. Yeah. Pretty sure the harp is supposed to be a reference to a caduceus, two snakeheads facing away from each other. I believe you're right, but I'm still not sure the execution makes sense. The reason why he has a harp is because this character's a musician. I think that the harp is corny. It's too small. It feels small and ineffective in any way as a weapon, and he's a guitarist. Opportunity for a flute? There is an opportunity for a flute, but another character already has a flute as a weapon, so they couldn't do that, unfortunately. The next character we look at has a flute, so we couldn't use it, unfortunately. Yeah, his tool is also a bracelet. Yeah, he doesn't really fight as much. His role is to hang out on the sideline and wait for things to go wrong, and then he reverses time. He goes to 5 minutes earlier than where we were. Snakes being associated with time is an interesting thing. I think we're trying to make an Ouroboros reference because his like little accessory he uses to transform is a snake where it looks like it's eating its own tail. It's an Ouroboros reference where, you know, time is cyclical, you know, we're doubling back on ourselves, all of those things, maybe. You're gonna have to trust me on the design of his accessory because I could not find a single render of it. You're gonna have to trust me. Just believe me. Reference to shedding. It could also be a reference to shedding. I could see that. Trap enemies, hands in the strings like he did with someone. I guess you could, but like that's not really useful for a harp. Yeah, and Ouroboros is not a Chinese reference. I was trying to see if I could find any reference to snakes being related to time, and I wasn't I didn't. So many wind instruments that look like tangled up snakes. It's right there. I know, but he's a guitarist. I think he's suffering from the fact that there were other characters who got their hero designs before him who had elements that he should have had in his design, because people are saying, oh, he should have a hood to be like more Cobra-like. Well, there's another character who already has a hood. Well, he should have a flute. Well, another character already has a flute. We can't repeat things because there's so little in their silhouettes. We can't repeat them already. Is this even supposed to be a specific type of snake? As far as I know, no. He might be, but if he is, I'm totally unaware of it. He's a blue snake. That's what kind of snake he is. In Chinese mythology, snakes are one of the creation myths. Interesting. We will get to rabbits and time. That is related. Maybe time related to creation? I guess. Something like that. And somebody also said he's not even wearing his bracelet in this render. You're right, and I was so mad about it earlier. I was like, why does he not have it? I need him to wear it. But, generally, things that we can tell about this character. What would you assume about him based on the fact that he's a snake? And I'm gonna prove a point by asking this, but what would you assume about a character who is based on a snake? Why does he pose like that? Fantastic question. It's very silly. Liar, maybe. Sure. Agile, sneaky, cunning, sly. Yeah. He's chill, but I will not say more. That's fine. Sneaky and flexible. Sneaky, liar, cold. Usually a suspect individual. I see. Yeah. He is not any of those things. At least, not that we really know of yet. He's actually an incredibly trustworthy character. He is one of very few characters who has some really incredible secrets that he is doing a good job of keeping. He knows the identities of the two main characters, and I think he's the only person who knows who both of them are. He is also a chill guy, but the thing I wanted to highlight here is that they are using, at least in his case, the Chinese like zodiac personality inspiration, as opposed to what our Western interpretation of a snake personality is. Because in the zodiac, snakes are, you know, considered to be outgoing, or, you know, maybe like a little bit, hang on, where are my words? I had it written down, but snakes are considered to be much more positively associated in the zodiac, where they are, yeah, fun-loving, sympathetic, and philosophical. he views everything through the lens of music, and he's often saying things that sound very philosophical for a teenager to be saying, but like they're like kind of fake deep a little bit. But he is appealing more to the positive end of the associations of a snake. So I'm not going to tell you that it doesn't fit. I think it's actually fine. And in season 6, we're seeing that he may have some darkness looming within him somewhere. He had a little bit of a freak out moment, just a little bit. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, he's the therapy friend. What's the twin animal again? Twin animal. What do you mean twin animal? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, 14 and this is deep. Yes, he definitely says some 14 and deep phrases, but I do think his personality actually is fine for what animal they chose for him. It works out. But yeah, generally the way he looked before, we're not really getting most of that. Also, his hair and his gauges do a good job of conveying his personality. He is a Tumblr band guy from like 2014. He was the guy who all the Tumblr girlies had crushes on. He looks like he's in a band, which is what all the girlies want. That's fine. People were very into him, I've heard. So, I'll show you his new design. This design would not be graded very well. He has the exact same silhouette as Adrian, or Cat Noir, other than the fact that he's removed the shoes. He's just in a skin-tight bodysuit. Nothing's adding here. Don't work. But if we look at his new design, which I actually had a really hard time finding a render of. I don't know if we've actually really seen much of him in the new season, fully transformed. This is what he looks like now. They massacred my boy. So in some ways for sure. Sorry, they're very small. So the outfit design, I would say, is much better. Much better. This pattern, where it is sneaking around the body, gives me Snake immediately! Wahoo! He's also got more green in his undertone, which is a color we associate with snakes. He's still blue, but he's more green. He's more teal. Yeah, and the snake pattern makes the scales much clearer. So the outfit is much better. The silhouette is not any stronger, unfortunately. It's still just a skin-tight bodysuit all the way through. I wish they would have also continued this snake pattern down his leg a bit more, just because his legs feel like they've just been kind of forgotten about right now. Like if he were to have that sort of like snaking pattern, like wrap around the inside of his leg, and then it concludes like down here or something, like maybe that's where the sharp point of the tail ends, is here. I feel like that would have, you know, engaged his body in the design a little better. I haven't drawn that at a very nice curve, but you get what I'm saying, where his legs are sort of ignored. Why is his outfit more fashionable than the fashion girlies? It's because he is one of the only asymmetrical designs in the show. Also, I was not mean to Cat Noir or Ladybug about the fact that they are completely symmetrical. For Ladybug, she's creation. That she's, you know, trying to be orderly and responsible, so symmetry's fine. Cat Noir, honestly, I should be a little bit more critical of his over-symmetry. But thank God we're breaking the symmetry a little bit more. So outfit-wise, fantastic, beautiful, amazing. I'm a big fan of the changes. They work. Also, they're creating a line that directs us up to his head. Wow, we're guiding the eye of the viewer. That's fantastic. They've also extended his collar onto his face, and they placed the fangs on the bottom edge of his face in a dark color, so they have more contrast than they used to, which is helping. However, I really dislike what they did to his hair and his face. Generally, I like all of the face sculpt changes and hair sculpt changes for the new season, and I don't like his at all. They got rid of all of his character. All of it, it's gone. It's not here at all anymore. Luca had a very specific face shape. He has a heart-shaped face where like his chin comes to a very strong point. He has a wide mouth. He has sharper eyes. We show his ears so we can get the character moment of the gauges, which tells us about his personality and his interests. And now it looks like they dumped a bucket of water over his head. His hair is all like slicked down to the sides of his head. It's no longer one big clear shape. The fact that we can't see his ears doesn't break things up very clearly anymore. They super duper just like rounded him out. This is a different guy. This is not Luca. What happened? So this is my crash out about him. This is why on the thumbnail he's on the thumbs down side. I am so mad about what they did to his face. I liked his old mask better. His old mask highlights his eyes, and it makes his eyes very clear. The new mask, I think, is just flat green. So they made it more pared down, and it's less interesting, but now it's low contrast with his hair, and they gave him like a color in his sclera, like Cat Noir has. But I don't know if it works. This render is hiding the fact that he has also this really bright giant eye on his chest, which one single eye for a snake is kind of weird. It makes me think of a cyclops. But that is much more focal than his face is, because there's just not enough contrast on his face. His eyes are gold, but I feel like his sclera could have also been gold if we're gonna use dark colors on his face. And honestly, they could have just made his mask black, probably. They could have just made it dark if they really want to. So like, just for a second here. Do this. But the other reason why his head was so focal before was because most of the darker values were in his hair. And now we've just made his hair super duper pastel everywhere, so it's less interesting to me, at least. It doesn't feel like he's dyed his hair anymore. Before it felt like he was, you know, the band kid. And by band kid, I don't mean a kid who is in band classes. I mean a kid who listens to Pierce the Veil and Sleeping with Sirens when they are in middle school. Before it looked like he had dyed his hair and it was growing out. And he just hadn't dyed it all the way. His hair's just like glowing and attached to his head now. But like, do you see how 2 changes? Immediately his face is just so much clearer. Give him his old hair shape back. To be fair, their costumes are so based on their kwamis. That's just the color of Sass. That's true, but we're explaining that based on in-universe lore. Sass did not have to be designed that way. Sass could have been designed in a different way. Sass also is a snake, has a hood. He references a cobra's hood in his design, which he also doesn't have. Yes, he is in a band. I meant like he doesn't, when I say band kid, usually that to me in my head refers to kids who were marching band kids. That's a different kind of kid. Mucky's chin's a bit weird, makes it hard to understand how it works. That's true, it also makes it seem like his face is much rounder than it is, because I see his chin down here, but it's just rounding his head out a little bit too much for me, unfortunately. So, make his face focal, give him his old hair shape back, you can keep the color, it's fine. But I do think that the outfit, as far as concept goes, is an upgrade across the board. So for concept in his new design, I can tell he's a snake. There's no question about it. For focal point, his head is not as focal. I would say that the center of his chest is focal because of the brightness of that eyeball and because of how bright the teal is in the patterning on his chest. It is leading us up towards his head, but it's not working all the way. There's just too little contrast between his mask and his eyes and his hair. Rip. For complexity versus clarity, I think the new level of detail is fantastic. His details before felt really non-specific and like they had not been chosen based on what a snake looks like. Now, they've pared down the details, and they've made the details just that much more specific. They've played with the size of details a little bit better. Oh, I didn't complain about this also. The shaping of this forms an arrow that points you to look down, and we should not be pointing to look down here. No. Shining Shion, or Sion, thank you for following, I appreciate it. His silhouette. His new silhouette is a flop for me. His hair is the only thing that contributes, and his hair is not great. He does not have a recognizable silhouette at all. Who is this? Who is this? Where is he? Come here. Nope. Where are you? Yeah. Who is that? Boy. This is just a guy. This is just someone. Can't tell who he is at all. Like it more if it covered the lower half of his face and there'd be light across the face where the eyes are. Oh, like they could have done an inverse mask, but they've covered his like mouth up to his cheeks and left his eyes out. They could have. I find this true for a lot of superheroes that pose. But I mean, even in this pose, I don't think if you were to show me this silhouette, let me just do this one. I'm not like a super Miraculous fan, but if you were to show me this, I don't know if I would have known who this is. This could very well be Adrian. Because his hair is not that different from Adrian's, and the clothing is not adding anything. Unfortunately. John Miraculous himself. Yeah. Anyways. Color palette. His color palette before had some weird desaturation in it, and the hair I don't think worked quite right. The new color palette I think is much better. Where is he? I've lost him. There we go. New color palette. Much better. Blue undertones in the dark spots. It tapers from being more blue or teal further away from his face to more green closer to his face, which also is nice for directing the viewer's eye. Having a couple spots of yellow is nice. Color palette's fine, except for where it's causing clarity issues, so he's gonna get one right there. He's all over the board. Oh. Also, they totally changed his age partway through the show and just expected no one to notice. I know. He's twins with another character in this, and he doesn't go to the same school as them, and I think that changes his age. I think it makes him... Does it make him older? I can't remember. I like the snake, but Nick and Harp as a ref too. Orpheus. Oh, is it? I guess it could be. There's other characters that make references to Greek mythology, and we'll get to one of them at some point, maybe. Imagine a hoodie that looks like a snake hood based on Argos to make him look sinister and like that. I mean, he's not really sinister. He's friends with Julika. They held her back. Oh, you're right, because he's a year old. They're supposed to be a year older, but Julika's held back. Zoe's a grade younger. Zoe is a grade younger, not just in your mind, which is why I have questions about season 6. Held back a year, hence her fear later. I see, okay, I couldn't remember quite that detail. Originally older, then they changed them to twins. Ah, I see. We'll look at his civilian design later, and I think that they removed all of the things that made him identifiable as a character. They just like totally changed him, and I'm not a huge fan of his redesign. Anyways, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. So for all my complaints, I think a lot of it is just having seen what we had before. But that's still a passing grade. Like, this is a fine design. It's gonna work. Clearly, it's in the show. People don't have as many complaints about it as I do, maybe. But I'm just mad about his head. And also, this is the redesign for his accessory, which no longer looks like it's referencing Ouroboros or a snake eating its tail. This is a snake head, and it's just sort of touching it. And then you just sort of slide this piece up the edge of it and around the corner. I liked the old design better. I feel like that's a downgrade for it. He's at least, I think, wearing it now, though. Whereas he wasn't in his other render. So thanks. Originally an older sibling. Then people complained he was a love interest for Mary, who was 14, so they made them twins. Why would him being older be an issue? 2 years is not a very big age gap. I don't know. Even if he's just a year older, how is that a problem? I don't know. He would have been, I think, 2 years older if he was older than his sister. His sister's a year older than the rest of the cast for the most part, too. But a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old, maybe he's a little bit weird to kids. But, like, from an adult standpoint, that's only 2 years. That's not that big of a... That's not that big of a change. I feel like that's not that big of an age gap. I guess it is a middle schooler dating a high schooler, which might be weird. But anyways, we'll keep moving. We'll move on. We'll move back into EG is happy about character design again. This is Rena. Well, actually, is that a spoiler? I guess kind of. You can tell what animal she is. What animal is this? What animal is this? What do you think this is? What do you think this is? Penguin. Yeah, I love that as a guess. Rena Rouge is very clearly a fox, not a pumpkin. Hi, Alia. The character's name is Alia. She's Rena Rouge when she's transformed in this way. I think that she is still one of the better designs in the show, and similar to Cat Noir, they barely changed anything in her new design. I had a hard time finding a good render of her that wasn't microscopic from the new season, and like, this isn't even right. They like super bleached her hair for some reason. But they really didn't change much between the earlier seasons and their redesigns. It just worked the way it was. So, immediately, things we can say. Her ears. Add to her silhouette in a nice way. Thank you. They used her coat tail to form a foxtail. Clever. Works well. Gives her a different silhouette than the other designs have. Great. Fantastic. We love it. Tipping her hair in white feels more like a reference to foxtails. I do think they gave her hair more volume in the newer season, which works a little bit better, because these curls are all just too similar in size and weight. Here, they feel just a little bit better fleshed out, but generally, not a bad design. I get what I need to get out of the concept here. if you were to make a guess about the personality of this character based on what she looks like or the fact that she's a fox, what would you say? What would you guess? You know that they say you don't change perfection? Sure, yeah, no. Don't break what isn't functional. Or don't break what isn't broken. Don't change what isn't broken. How does that phrase go? I'm losing my mind. Don't fix what ain't broken. Yeah, sorry. Ollie's a different body type normally, but then as a hero, she used to literally have Chloe's hero reskinned. Yeah, she has wider hips than the other characters have. Sneaky, very confident, clever. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, this character wants to be sort of an investigative journalist. So, she cares a lot about truth. She cares a lot about truth and honesty. Those are sort of like the tenets of her character. She also believes in standing up for what is right. Miraculous Fox comes with hip slimming. No! All the animals besides Ladybug so far have associations with being sneaky. That is funny, and none of these characters are particularly sneaky characters. Foxes usually are referred to as being like mischievous or cunning. They usually aren't trustworthy in folklore. They're usually untrustworthy. Her power that she gets in this form is the power of illusions, where she is misleading other characters. She's showing them something that isn't real and isn't true. So I think that's an interesting combo for her, being a character that is somebody who cares a lot about the truth, yet is matched with an animal that is sort of conveying the opposite. The juxtaposition is very interesting. And it is also further interesting because she's not the only character we've seen in this design. There's another character who borrows this design at one point, who much better fits what you would assume of a fox. The character is a liar, like a pathological liar. Yeah, Lila. Her name is Lila. She pretends to be the fox Miraculous at one point, which is another layer of lying. But yeah, that was because that was a villain. Yes, that was a villain, but at the same time, I think it is funny that they do also set them up as being opposites too, where we see the liar using this power versus somebody who cares about honesty and the truth using it. So I just wanted to sort of point that out maybe. Yeah, Lila, Cerise, whatever we want to call her. She goes by many names maybe. Also, Miraculous spoilers. I should have said that at the beginning. I'll spoil things in Miraculous and I'm sorry, but I'm also kind of not sorry about it. There's been some time since we've received new stuff in Miraculous Land, so there may be some spoilers of things I say. Maybe, perhaps. Nice way to teach kids white lies, maybe. That's not even what they're teaching them. With her, I don't think. But we are kind of doing the it's okay to lie if it's for the better good with the way her power is used, which is interesting. Anyways, so color blockout resembles the fur pattern of a fox. Oh, her hair tips do as well. I do enjoy the subtle changes they made for her season 6 design. They made her ears more triangular, which I think makes them read better as fox ears. Because I feel like they almost look a little bit too much like a rabbit ear here, maybe? They're just not distinct. They're just too smooth. But now they feel more specific. They also continued the dark part of her legs higher up, because right now the orange on orange of her thighs against her tailcoat is just like a little bit low in clarity, but they carried it higher up her legs so they're no longer sitting against each other. They also inverted the point of her tail and made her tail sharper in the new version too, which I guess she's getting older. We're not as round and friendly anymore. We've seen that she does not tolerate lying very well, and that's going to be relevant, I guess, at some point in the series. Also, kind of contrast with Marinette in a sense, even though they're besties. If you know, you know. Yeah, sure. I won't give spoilers. But yeah, here's what's giving me Carkle. Interesting. Okay, I mean, they are very tall for a fox, but I enjoy the exaggeration because a silhouette needs some exaggeration. They also just like broke her shoes up a little bit more differently now too. Her flute got a redesign that is beneficial too, where her flute was just orange and white patterns. Now her flute starts white and then turns orange and then turns brown or black. It's great. It's lovely. Also, her design, which this doesn't show, usually uses more brown undertones and the black elements, which saves her just a little bit from being black, white, a color, and metal for me. And her hair, while being a little bit more red undertoned, isn't as much in the newer season. I do feel like it fits just a little bit better with the palette. Her hair color's a little weird here right now, being the only thing that is that red. It does make her head really focal though. I would say that her head isn't quite as focal in the newer design. I feel like I'm looking at her stomach more because the hair isn't as saturated. Yeah, it's a little bit more coppery, but that's not really the worst. Now to make it into a zipper, to be honest, not bad. I think it suits. She had a zipper before in the front of her costume, I think. But I think they changed it a little bit. I think she's like, has it just zipped up more. First one to have any interest. Yeah. Notice that she was not one of the people who are here. She is the first girly to not be here. I think she might be one of the only girlies we get to today that's not here. But I'm being really efficient. Can you believe this? I've been live for almost 2 hours and I'm already on the 4th character. This is going great. Wahoo. There's an order I'm gonna go through with this too. You'll see. We're gonna take a minor segue into some enemies for a second here in a second. Some antagonists. Oh, hello. Oh no, as soon as the ad started. I hope you guys aren't an ad, but if you can hear me, hi, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. Timing for ads? No. I feel like this happens to me all the time. I've never met someone else who has this happen to them as much as me, where the ad or the raid occurs right in an ad. Truemates, can you guys rotate for them so they can at least see our excitement? Like rotate a whole bunch of them so they can see our excitement. Maybe we can do a little bit of Gary locked in jail to let them know that we're aware. Yeah, raids are being welcomed. I'll like really truly welcome them in a second once they can actually hear me. Ah! This always happens to me. Ah. So I'll just wait for 20 seconds-ish. Neat. Come on. 13, 12, 11, 10. Trying to make a connection between frogs and cheese? Yeah, I am going to ask about that once they can hear me. Frogs and cheese and the fact that you're named Crew Peregrine. I'm in ads? No! Hello, can you hear me now? I think the ads should be over. I'm so sorry. This happens to me all the time and I don't know why. I just have, I guess, like, the worst luck when it comes to ad timing. But hi, welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi and I'm also an art educator. Today we are critiquing the character design of Miraculous Ladybug. It's a mixed bag. I love some of the designs. Some of the designs really grind my gears though. So we're going over it, we're going through it. We're comparing their earlier season designs to their most recent designs too. Yeah, but welcome in. Hi Crew Peregrine, thank you for following. Thank you mods, I think, for getting a shout out also. It was very kind of you. What were you up to? How was your stream? Why do you have cheese touch and frogs? Were you feeding the frogs cheese? I don't know if that's advisable. I love the comic look for your model. Thank you. I made it myself. I grew my skin all on my own. I'm a 3D modeler as well as a character designer. Haha. Oh, taken for granted. And Nani 110304. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. I was not actually learning about cheese touch today because I kept talking about it. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess I have the cheese touch now. Oh, whatever will I do with it now? I'll give it to Gary. I'll give it to my son. He'll never get me back because his arms are too short, so I'll just pass it on. From childhood book? Yeah, it's from, what is it, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, I think? Right? I never read those ones, but I'm at least aware of them. I think my sister read them. That's so funny. Yeah, he'll just have it. He'll just keep it. Call me Captain Obvious was the Sona based on sea bunnies. Me? I am usually an inky cat mushroom, but for the winter, I am a rabbit. But I'm also a skier. Yeah, Squiiji is what they call me this time of year. I'm still debating when I'll stop being Squiiji. It's kind of a little bit nicer outside these days. It's no longer in the teens, which is good and great because the snow's starting to melt, but I think as long as there's snow on the ground, I'm going to continue to be Squiiji, perhaps. Oh, but Raiders, if you guys want to do something like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out and hear about Miraculous Ladybug character design, you are welcome to. But please prioritize looking after yourselves. The snow is awful this year. I used to live somewhere where we used to get more than 20 inches of snow in one snowstorm, not infrequently. It happened. And we were used to it and the infrastructure was there to support it. But now I don't live somewhere like that anymore. I live somewhere that barely has seen any snow in like the last 10 years, but we got an incredible amount in one like real bad storm. So there's still a lot on the ground here. It feels like home to me. But this is not somewhere that has the infrastructure to handle it, so it's been a little bit unfortunate. What can you do? Yeah. But yeah, anyways, we were talking about Rena Rouge's character design for Miraculous. Where was I? I was kind of going through things with her. Hang on. We talked about her personality. We talked about some of the changes being made. I think I'll start grading her. So, generally, concept-wise, I think that we can tell what her concept is very apparently, and I think that there is an intentional juxtaposition happening with her personality versus her magical power, with her caring a lot about truth, but her power being something that deals in deception and illusion. So that's fine. I would give her full points. I think it works out. Also has color in her palms, like orange and white in her hands. Yeah, her concept is very obvious. It may be a little bit on the nose, but I'm not too bothered by it. For her new design, I think that the clarity is better than it was before. Her thighs were getting a little bit lost in the inside of her coat tail, but I don't really have any issues with that now, and I think the level of detail is appropriate. For her silhouette, she actually has a kind of standout silhouette compared to the rest of the cast, but honestly, if we were to just take her silhouette and toss it out into the void outside of Miraculous, it's still not a very good silhouette. We can still do more with it, perhaps. And she is, once again, as everyone except for the last guy we looked at, hang on, I forgot how to form a sentence for a second. Every single character we've looked at so far, and we'll probably look at, other than the last guy, has been completely symmetrical, and she is also completely symmetrical. They're just gonna keep doing it. I get that it's easier to 3D model something with a symmetry modifier on. I'm a 3D modeler. Come on, give me a little variety, come on. Color palette, it's fine. The fact that they use brown undertones in the areas that would be black does make her more interesting for me visually. So I'm not as bothered by the fact that she is black, white, and orange because of that. Because it's more brown. It's fine. Once again, we're also doing color coding in the design. Her focal point, however, I feel like is a little bit weaker than it used to be. The inside of her coattail is pretty bright, but it's not as much in the new render, where they've actually cast it in shadow, so that's helping. I feel like her chest is somewhat focal due to being such a big, flat area of white. And her bangs don't have as much contrast against her skin tone or her mask as they used to. But I think they also were like kind of whitewashing her in this render. She is not this pale, normally I don't think. So maybe her focal point isn't as fantastic as it used to be, but honestly, I'm still looking around her face. Her ears and her chest do frame her head a little bit, and the ears adding so much to silhouette does make her head more focal. So, not a bad time. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Rena Rouge is the best yet. And I think she's also one of the best we get. Love you, girly. Mwah, thank you. Every time I have any psychic damage about the character designs in this show, Billy and I just talk about Rena Rouge because Rena Rouge is Billy's favorite character, because he likes Ollie a lot, and she also is one of the better designed characters. There's also a funny distinction occurring in the way I've split them for the thumbnail. Miraculous watchers who have watched the recent season may understand why also the fact that I've put her with Cat Noir and put Marinette with Luca on the thumbnail is interesting. Maybe. Amazing score for an amazing character. Yeah. Miraculous hair became blue, so I wouldn't think too much about the skin tone. Yeah, no, I just think it's inaccurate here. This is much more what I'm used to her looking like. Even here, she's really washed out. She's not that pale. Don't spoil. I'm not spoiling. But thank you, Rena Rouge. 9 out of 10 for you. Bye-bye. Next. Oh, hang on, I have a different version showing. Whoops, hang on, wrong one. We're gonna take a detour. We're gonna take a detour out of the protagonists. Would you believe me if I said this is an antagonist? I think you would. I think you'd believe me if I said this was an antagonist. Why would you believe me? This character is dressed all in dark colors. Black and purple. He has sharp shapes in his design. And there's like metal elements. So we believe that this is a villain. Perhaps. Yeah, he's evil. Chrome Dome Gabriel. Yeah. What animal is this guy? Did I already say? I might have accidentally spoiled it by saying what he's called, but what animal is this? He is an animal! This is Magneto, you're right! I may have spoiled what animal he is, but could you guess that if you didn't know, maybe? If I didn't say it? Potentially. Human animal, looks snaky. No, look at this loser. Bird, what happened to the Tin Man? Not really. He's the worst. I got nothing, again, no animal. Ryuko, I want you to rip this character to shreds for me, just for fun, because this character is a famous, world-renowned fashion designer. He is like Louis or Gucci level of like fashion brand. Uber wealthy fashion designer. And as I've said before, their outfits, they kind of can theoretically impact how it's constructed. He makes t-shirts? That's not true. We've watched his fashion shows. He designs dresses and suits. We've seen it. Whoever told me he's a good fashion designer lied. We've seen some of his fashion design sketches, which, like, aren't bad. But where is all the style? In this, we can't tell it all. So I have a lot of complaints about his design, other than the fact that we can tell that he is a villain and the fact that his chrome dome makes his head really focal. I really think this is such a bland character design for a villain. It's just so disinteresting. Yeah, he's a moth slash butterfly. Our only hints of that are the fact that he has a subtle indent in his chrome dome that becomes butterfly-like. But honestly, if you're not really thinking about it, I don't even know if you would realize that's what that is. And then his collar is supposed to somewhat reference butterfly wings, but I don't even think it's coming across that way. I don't think that that's clear at all. Yeah, bro lives in a dark room, doesn't need to worry about his fit. I guess that's true, but yeah, these are supposed to reference butterfly wings. His name is Hawk Moth, he's a butterfly, we're not gonna get into that. But they could have been so much more clever about his design. I have looked at so many ways you can use a butterfly motif in clothing, because the current Snow Miku theme is metamorphosis or secret metamorphosis. So I've been looking at a ton of ways that you could use congruent design to create interesting butterfly motifs. The collar could have been great, but it just isn't very clear. That's just like not working. Pull up his alternative AU design. We'll look at some of others' designs. I don't think I have his AU design in here, but the fact that he doesn't have ears in his silhouette makes him the bullet head of all time. His head is so smooth all the way down to his collar. I think they're trying to go for a Magneto reference here, but I would say that that's not a design thing that works well for Magneto either. I still don't think it works. It would be so easy to make the suit into a butterfly outfit. I know. They could have made it much more butterfly-like. And also, he's not bald. The guy underneath this mask is not bald. He has hair, which is not bad for his silhouette. Yeah, Magneto also has color sometimes. Also, this render's making it worse, but his outfit is not very high in contrast. His top of his suit blends right into the bottom of his suit, and he's sort of bookended by shiny details. Hearing that butterflies are associated with metal makes sense as to why they chose this material, but I really cannot stand his original design. Chrome Dome does not work. This is a fusion design, so this is him combined with another Miraculous, and I think this is giving him the interesting shapes that he needs. He's fused with a peacock, so he's getting like peacock feather details. I see Ryuko hates it more. I like this one more. There's a lot more clarity in this design. His head at least has something interesting happening, and he is a little bit asymmetrical from that. The peacock elements are sort of cleverly integrated, but still, I don't think it works. Yeah, he is doing Phantom of the Opera a little bit too with the half face covering. But once again, we're not getting the butterfly element through. We should still be getting peacock and butterfly, and the collar is still not clearly reading as a butterfly. I don't know. This design is a design he gets when he puts on every single one of the one of the Miraculous. He's kidnapped every single one of the characters' little accessories, so now he's fused all their powers into one. Or there's some clever things happening here. Maybe. This is a much clearer butterfly shape than he had before, and the colors are fun and interesting. There's a cool gimmick in this outfit where when he is using one particular Miraculous's ability, that part of the stained glass lights up and glows. So like right now, I think in the render, they're technically showing he's got blue lit up, which maybe is that he's using time. But yeah, he's got a Sun Wukong headband because that's one of the Miraculous. There is a Sun Wukong Miraculous. The monkey is here. He's just wearing a lot of funky accessories because that's what all of the Miraculous are. But the outfit, I would say, is more interesting in its color design. He has hair now, which is great. He has ears, which is also great. No, the combined shoulder to suit lapel detail is actually cool. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is a neat outfit design. And the butterfly is much more prevalent in it. So then, you would think, okay, generally, okay, this is sort of the worst we have right now. This is a marked improvement. Marked improvement. Yeah, we're spoiling a lot of things right now, maybe. Here's his final design. Hawkmoth does not have a design in Season 6, and I'm not going to tell you why. But this is his final design. This is where he goes after this. He goes to this. Thank God he kept his ears, because I think that makes him less uncanny. He also kept the shape from this design, but now I can no longer tell it's a butterfly. He's back to totally, completely monochromatically purple, with very little interest. His eyes glow blue, which does make them focal, but his silhouette is still awful. The comical ear is sending me. I know. Yeah, I feel like he got better and then worse, unfortunately. So I don't even know which design to grade him on, but I think what I would say across the board for him, if we're just gonna even out all the grades, is that the focal point usually works. Usually his head is very focal. We can give him full points for that. The color palette usually doesn't really work for me. It's really monochromatic and very low contrast. And I'm gonna put it there. For silhouette, the worst one we've seen. He is such a bullet head. We need things that break the outer edge of his design. He's a fashion designer. He knows that. He knows how important silhouette design is in clothing. So he shouldn't by any means have such a weak silhouette, and it drives me crazy. Wish they dropped the purple and made his suit actually metallic, made of panels and metal. That would have been interesting. Metal made into a tailored fabric. He is purple because each character and each like Miraculous has an associated color, and his is purple. So we do need to keep purple somewhere, but yeah, metallic textures could have been much more interestingly integrated. I have nothing against bald people. He could have had interesting silhouette coming from any part of his clothing, but he doesn't. He doesn't, so he gets no points at all. I would give a bald person more points probably than this. Should have been metallic patterns on the suit. Yep, should have been something. Anything. Come on. Complexity versus clarity, I think in every version of him, other than the one with the stained glass, he's underdesigned. Give me more specific shapes in his clothing. Study interesting men's fashion and formal wear, because it's out there. Use pattern, use texture, use things to add visual interest. God, we need it. And then, why does he not have any clear visual references that he's a butterfly? He has a couple, they're very little. Make it a bigger part of the design. Come on, we could reference wings much more clearly. We could do antennas again somewhere. Chrysalis's shadow form is bald and somehow better than Hawkmoth. I would agree with you on that, unequivocally. I would agree thoroughly. I could spoil Chrysalis's design if people haven't seen it yet. Chrysalis is, well, I guess that's a spoiler in and of itself. Spoilers for Miraculous Ladybug, mute your ears for a second. The new Hawkmoth, who's called Chrysalis, who's not called Hawkmoth, has a better design, has much more interesting shape, has a much more clear butterfly motif. She's an upgrade in every way. I'm willing to believe that if he would have been in Season 6, if this design would have been in Season 6, it would have been better, and it would have been stronger, and they would have done that more. But he's not, so yeah, not. Anyways, you're clear, you can come back if you weren't listening. Also, I don't know how you'd know if you turned your ears off for a second that you're okay to come back. But, for a fashion designer to be so unfashionable, and for him to not have a clear butterfly angle, I'm gonna put it here because I can tell he's a villain, and that is important. That is important. Ears are back, guys. Yeah, ears are back in style. Also, I need my hair back. You guys made me bald to match him, which I, like, appreciate. See, look, I'm bald. I still have strong silhouette. I'm bald. Where's my hair? I do want my hair back, though. I do prefer having hair over not having hair. There we go. Bam! I'm so back. We're so back. He's wearing a suit but recolored, and that's it. You're... Look at him. He's all over the board here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4.5 points. I think this is the worst grade I'm going to give to Miraculous. I don't think the grades get worse than Hawk Moth. Deserves minus points. No red Hawk Moth? You're right, I don't have red Hawk Moth, but why don't I have red Hawk Moth? I think there was a reason. Is that a fusion? I can't remember why red Hawk Moth exists. Let me grab him. Because he has another version too, which I think is just interesting to look at. Is this psychic damage? Yes, it is. This is psychic damage. This is one where, like, objectively, it's a 4.5 out of 10. It's below average design. But I think I just dislike it for personal reasons more. We won't look at a civilian look just because that's different. We're gonna get to that later. What happens with Scarlet Hawk Moth? It's just another recolor. So there's not really any reason to look at it. He's the same as he's the same as he was before. It's the exact same outfit. He's just red, and he's just entirely red and shiny, and I feel like he looks like a goober. He looks like such a goofball. Again, he's just crimson. He's just red. And something about his mask being fully red is just so much goofier to me. He just looks so goofy. We have Red Skull at home. I know. Oh, it's when he's boosted by Mayura. I see. Okay. I couldn't remember. Let me just see if they have his design from... Nope. Nope. I was gonna see if they have on here his design from the alternate universe, but I don't think they do. There's an alternate universe where he's not evil. And his design is really interesting because they use the same color palette, but it's very clear that he's not evil, and they did a really good job with it. I don't think they did a good job with this one. Anyways, 4.5 out of 10. Leave me alone, Gabriel. Why is he shiny? I wish I could tell you. I don't know. Why adding a purple and a blue Miraculous together and their powers was giving him red also? I don't know. Strange things happening all over. Anyways, back to things I like! Back to character design that's efficient! Bye-bye, little butterfly! No more evil doing for you! Next! What do you think this is? What animal do you think this is? Make a guess. What do you think this is as an animal? Make a guess. I know we're in an ad break, if you can hear. Yeah. Yes, she's a peacock. She's a peacock. She's a peacock. She's a peacock. Even if we remove her fan, which very obviously is peacock feathers, she still has a reference to the eyes in the center of peacock feathers in the bottom end of her dress. Look at her silhouette. It's different from everybody else also. She's got sleek, slicked back hair. She has puffy ends to her sleeves that feel very elegant. She feels high class. She's got this big, wide skirt at the bottom. Yes, she is very French. And she's wearing, like, actual shoes, which are very practical and make sense for her character. I love Mayura. I think her design is much more effective. Yeah, her hat becomes her mask. Yeah. Would you also guess that she's evil? Probably. She has, like, a non-human skin color. She has dark eyes. Her clothing is overall dark. A lot of the shapes cascade downward and outward. That is a little bit, in a way that makes her feel like she is very, like, downcast. She's covered in blue colors. This character is known for seeming very cold. When you first meet her, she seems very cold and calculating. So cool colors make sense. Her eyes are really piercing, which makes her head nice and focal too. Like, I feel like even though her eyes are so dark and not necessarily all that visually interesting, I can't look away from her face. She's also got this nice big spot on her hat that makes her head focal. The fan is quite focal right now, but if we remove those things, you gotta trust me, believe me, her head is focal. Her color palette has a nice variety of undertones in it also. She's got blues that are cooler, she's got blues that are warmer and edge into purple, she's got some pinks, she's got this blue or purple undertone white, and she's got little hints of green throughout. There's interest in the color. Yeah. Yet her powers are connected to emotion and making creatures from them. Yeah, we're usually doing juxtaposition with characters and what miraculous they use. Yes. Natalie deserves better. Natalie deserves better than the way that things go for her often in the story. But yeah, she's a peacock. Correct. She is a peacock. And that works. She's so cool. I think her design is fantastic. She also has a very clear fashion sense, which is something that I think that Gabriel and Marinette distinctively lack. She feels more like a fashion designer than they do, which I don't think is crazy to say. There's specific cuts to her clothing that feel stylish. We've got like a low to high skirt. We've got a variety of textures. We have this like futuristic tech pattern compared, or not compared, but you know, placed alongside fur and fluff, which feels very high class and fancy. Can they choose what they wear? Does the spirit choose? Theoretically, what they wear is based on how they feel as a person. So they can change the way they look in this form. Some characters do it intentionally because they have power over it. So if they didn't like what they were wearing, they could just change it, is what the assumption is. Cat Noir spends an entire episode reinventing himself as a person because he thinks that Ladybug hates him. And he reinvents himself to pretend to be someone else, and he looks totally different. And this also is happening in the new season, where one of the characters is kind of going on like a vigilante arc and looks totally different in the vigilante arc. So they can kind of control what they look like. And I feel like hers is a good reflection. She feels fancy while also refined. And she feels properly dangerous also. We're creating triangles in her shape. And she is also very mysterious to the characters as well, because they know Hawkmoth exists and is happening, but when she shows up, they're like, what the hell? Because she shows up physically and fights them, I think, in the episode where we see her the first time, or one of the first times at least. So she does look very mysterious as well in her color choices, with keeping her in mostly a darker color palette. But she does also have more clarity in her design too. I can see where her legs are against her body. Her hair is nice and dark, which frames her face in a fantastic way. I really don't have much in the way of complaints about Mayura. There's also a reason we don't see her in the new season, or see this design, and we'll be looking at that reason next. But color palette, variety of hues and values and undertones. Yippee! Her silhouette, I don't really have any issues with it. It's distinct. It stands out from the rest of the cast. Thank you. Also subtly asymmetrical from her hat. We love to see it. Complexity versus clarity. All the details that are present serve to either, you know, lean into her fashion sense, or they tell you she's a peacock. There's no extraneous details placed here. Thank you. The focal point is her face. I don't really look anywhere else. I look to her face. I mean, I look everywhere else, but I look to her face first. I don't look anywhere else first. Her face is lighter than all the other elements. And then for concept and motifs, I believe it. She's a peacock. I see it. I don't have any issues. I think you like this one. I do like this one. Do you, am I being unfair in giving Mayura full points? Do you have criticisms about Mayura? Because that is her name. I feel like the only criticism I could maybe give her is that, like, maybe we could use more exaggeration? But I feel like, despite the fact that I like this design, I think I'm still being objective in saying that it works. It works. Just like when someone talks with passion. Yeah, I'm glad I can be talking with passion about her in a positive manner. She's an evil peacock. She looks like an evil peacock. Yeah. Yeah, this works. This design slaps. Appropriate amount of R for somebody who's called Mayura. Oh, it's spelled M-A-Y-U-R-A, but yes. Yeah. A little low contrast. Maybe a little low contrast, perhaps. But I think she is deserving of a 10 out of 10. I think that this is genuinely one of the strongest designs in the game, in the show. And I'm so sad that it's not used at all anymore. It's over. Mayura is not here anymore. Sorry. So, we're gonna save this. I want you to pretend like you didn't see this character. What animal is this? What animal is this character? I'll make it even clearer to see my point here. What animal is this? As I move on. Get rid of this. We can't tell it's the same. What animal is this? Who is this? What is this? Dog? No. Edgelord? Sure. Axolotl? Who is this? His name's Felix, but I won't tell you what his animal is yet. Stinky Rat Boy. That's an interesting thing to call him. Fish? Owl. Bug? Bat. Owlbear from Warcraft. Bluey. Looks froggy. Bird. Owl. The Hood. Chameleon? Question mark? Okay. Just a baby. Sure, reminds me of an owl. Okay. Would you believe me if I said this is also a peacock? This isn't a redesign. This is a different character using the same Miraculous. This character steals that item from the other character. This is the brother, or not brother, this is the cousin of Cat Noir also. They look exactly the same. This character also starts out as sort of an antagonist. He's antagonistic. He's sort of his own third party as a villain. So once again, you know, using similar things as Mayura was. Mostly dark colors, unnatural skin tone. We do associate green with being evil sometimes. So I could say that I can see this character as being a villain. Theoretically. His name is Argos. He is a guy. He's a lad. Feather pattern on the side and top of the head, but it's very simplified. Yes, there are feathers here and down here in his coat tail. But they've gotten rid of the #1 element that made Mayura recognizable as a peacock, which is the eyes. Peacock feathers have such clearly distinct eyes on them. They're false eyes. They're meant to be distracting. And we kind of got rid of that as a design element here. They're sort of kind of trying to do it with this like ribbing on his coat or these like belts. But I don't know if that's really working. Feathers on the head look like chicken feet. I know. And peacocks have like a bigger tuft of feathers on the back of their head as opposed to the sides of their head. They do have like feathers that are like little eyelashes. The eyes on this render are wrong. They're pink. Oh, are they wrong? I got this from the wiki. Oh, you're right. His eyes are blue here. Why are his eyes blue here? That is weird. Peculiar. That's not helping. His eyes being pink doesn't help anything. This is the peacock theme. I thought something sea-related, like a seahorse or something. No. They gave him sharper shapes because he's a little bit more cunning and conniving. He's a type of character who is willing to do whatever it takes to have the outcome go in his favor, at least at the point in time where we have his outfit introduced. He's an antagonist. Should have extended his tail. Yeah, they should have extended his tail. They should have put the eyelets back inside of his tail. I can understand not wanting to rehash design elements from Mayura, but they could have given him like diamond-shaped eyes inside of it. So we just get like a sharper motif, and that makes it a little bit just clearer in general, maybe? The color palette here, I'm not a huge fan of either. He does have green and blue, which are the main colors of Peacock, but they made his skin like, his skin is like pink for some reason now. And if I show you, there's a redesign that doesn't change all that much. He's much more purple than he is blue. The color that this Miraculous is dark blue. I don't know why they went for purple. I don't know why they didn't just keep the off blue skin tone. Granted, this render is not very nice to him. He looks like this. This render is very unkind. But I don't know why they changed his skin tone. The convention of the Peacock Miraculous was blue skin. Why'd we go for pink? It looks a little bit odd. And usually pink and green and blue can be a good color combo. But I really don't feel like it works here. I feel like they're clashing. The one in the middle is the first one. Is this really the first one? It seems like this is his design now. I had a hard time differentiating which was his design early on versus now because they don't actually change very much, I don't think. The colors are just stronger. If this is his new design, I still don't think it works. Try to mimic the iridescence of a peacock's neck? I guess. How old is he? They just look older than 14, but he looks like he's 9. He's the same age as the rest of them. Right-hand side is giving me sea slug. I guess the colors may feel more that way. Aren't Sentimonsters red? Sentimonsters are red, but well, spoiler, he's not a human. He's a Sentimonster, technically. But he's never red. I guess maybe they're going for red as an undertone in his skin to allude to the fact that he is a Sentimonster using the power that allows him to create the Sentimonsters? Hush. So I'm not hushing. Sorry. We kind of have to say that about him. But it doesn't work. It just does not work for me. The color palette does not work for me. A Sentimonster is just like an animal that is brought to life by his powers, that sort of like their life source is placed in an object, and that object is used to control them. And then when that object is destroyed, they sort of cease to exist. So there's people who are Sentimonsters in Miraculous. I'll just leave you with having told you that he is one. He is one of them. So he is controlled, which is unfortunate. But now, the whole reason why he has this Miraculous is because he can prevent the creation, artificial creation from occurring in a cruel manner. Because, like, Sentimonsters are sentient. They're beings. They exist. They have thoughts and feelings. And then they're just destroyed. There's a whole thing about that in the lore, but yeah. Sentimonster works like a villain, but it creates a being from emotions. Yeah. But having said that Mayura was a sleigh, very little about this design works all that well for me. The hood is interesting. I don't know why we're giving him a hood. Maybe because he's a villain. But if we're gonna do 2 hoods in the series, because there's another character with a hood, we could have just given the hood to Viperion and made it like a cobra. There's other things we could have done around his head to allude to the peacock angle, perhaps. I think he needs a total recolor to make him just closer to Mayura's color palette, because that color palette worked better. The green proportioning here, I feel like is just too much green. Is there a snake one that has a hood? No, the snake one does not have a hood. There's a turtle who has a hood, which I guess is spoilers, but yeah. He's got little dots on his shoes. Why? Detail. Maybe detail. The only points I can give him are from the fact that he's an interesting silhouette. His hood and the little feathers on his hood, as well as like the tail feather of his coat, do add to his silhouette in a beneficial way that does help him to stand apart from the cast a little bit more. But I really feel like that's the only thing that works for me. His head's focal too. But that's it. That's it. And I'm so sad to see that he went from being, or the peacock went from being such a stellar design to being this. So the color palette, revisit. The green and the pink do not work. They are clashing in such a strange way. Don't fix what isn't broken. It wasn't broken before. Just go back to the way it was. Please, I'm begging you. Silhouette, it's fine. Complexity versus clarity. The level of detail is fine, maybe. But those details could more specifically tell us things about him, maybe. Please. Focal point is his head. I don't think it's clear that he's a peacock. We could make that much clearer. And then my other complaint about him comes from what we were talking about with other characters. He changes sides. Spoiler. He changes sides. He comes over to the good side. But his design doesn't change to reflect it at all. So other characters, when they go through like their little evil arc or they're feeling differently, their design changes maybe. I thought they were going to change his design for season 6. It would have made sense if they did, because yeah, he's got a girlfriend and now he's a more normally adjusted person and is no longer so selfish. And he's now working to help everybody. He's on the side of the protagonist now, but he didn't change at all. His outfit still reads as a villain. And that disappoints me. They could have and should have taken the opportunity to redesign him for his new allegiance, and they didn't. So that's part of the reason why I'm taking points off for Concept 2. So Argos gets what? 3, 4, 5, 6? I feel like that's too generous still. I feel like he does not deserve a 6. That's above average. I don't think he deserves that. Maybe, rubric doesn't lie. But I feel like a 6 is generous, and that may just be personal taste also, and it may just be because I've seen Mayura, so I've seen what we could have had. But I don't know. He chose her to be the girlfriend? Huh? What do you mean? We will look at his girlfriend at some point, who does exist prior to being his girlfriend, and I don't refer to her that way. I really don't feel like this deserves a 6. I feel like the 6 is too generous, but I can't defy the rubric. That wouldn't be fair. So we'll keep moving. Next. Give it a 5. It's a 5 in my heart. I wish I could do bonus points of anti-bonus points to remove stuff, because psychic damage. So he gets to hang out with the Hawk Moth in Psychic Damage Land. This is Nino. What animal is he? What do you think he is? What do you think? What animal do you think this is? It's our boy. Everyone's so happy to see Nino. I am so happy that in season 6 they preserved his face shape, because after what they did to Luca, I was really scared. Because Nino has a very specific face compared to some of their cast members. His nose is more specific than theirs is. His nose is real wide, and it's like sort of squared off in shape, but they kept it. I'm so glad. Is that a kappa? I see frog as a guess, but turtle. People have gone nuts if they touch Nino's face. I would have gone nuts. I would have gone nuts. It would have been me. I would have gone crazy. You can't do that. Also, note again, they've wiped this render is like washing him out. This is a black man. Just be aware of that. This is super washing him out. I don't think I have a render from the show, but let me see. Hang on. Turtle makes more sense with the chest details. Yeah, hang on. Let me find him. His name is Carapace, which I couldn't say before. Wish they'd leaned a bit more into that. Into what? Oh, the chest details? Perhaps. Let me see if they have a render where you can see what he looks like actually in the show. Well, that's a spoiler for what the new outfit is. Why do none of these images have normal lighting? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. This makes it a little bit clearer, maybe, but yeah. Neck thing's supposed to give the shape of a lower turtle's jaw, like the head is being eaten. Yes, it is. Okay, so hang on, we'll look at it. He's not a jewel beetle, no. He is a turtle. He's wearing a shield on his back, which I think is supposed to help us read he's a turtle, but I think it could be a little bit lower. But yeah, this is supposed to read as being, you know, a turtle's beak. Turtles have beaks. So this is the front part of the beak. This patterning on the sides is supposed to be like turtle eyes. He's got sort of a turtle-like pattern and hexagons that feel sort of defensive on his chest. Yeah. Yeah, he's markings of a soldier. Oh, of a red slider. Is that what they are? They might be red slider markings. You could be right. So they're even being specific about what kind of turtle he is. Love the red ear slider details on the hood. I wish you could see them more. I didn't realize that's what those were referring to, but see, that's great. That's lovely. I'm here to see it. Suspicious skin bleaching rendering? Yeah, it's unfortunate. Once again, yeah, they are doing weird, unfortunate crotch details like they did for Luca, Viperion, who we looked at before. It's not as focal here because it's a similar color to everything else, but it is a little weird. I do also like his original version having shoes that almost feel like turtle feet, where he's got like the short little toes a little bit. I think that's a fun detail. It also makes his feet feel like almost stockier and more squared off, which makes sense for turtle feet also. My critiques about Nino's design are that he's just so green. He's sort of got the same issue as I feel like original Ladybug had, which is that it's just one color everywhere. There's not very much breaking it up. And the breakup in his costume isn't very specific. It doesn't feel like the way clothing would be broken up. And I don't know if it's really adding anything other than the fact that they thought he needed some detail. Yeah, he needs more color variation. Maybe more yellows, maybe more cool tones, something. I will say his face is very focal because it's the warmest part of the design. Also, the bottom edge of his collar being dark helps make his head focal too. That's fine and dandy, that's great. The hood is helping his silhouette, as is the shield, which he does always have on when he's transformed. He always has his shield with him. But once again, exact same body silhouette as Adrian and Luca had, Viperion and Cat Noir. Other two lads we looked at, same silhouette. He's maybe a little bit slimmer than they are, and I think he's a little bit taller, but they're still really similar. He's a turtle. The whole point of his abilities is that he's got defensive abilities. He's got a shield. Why is he not like a little bit more armored? Like, this is the first outfit they actually tried to do something interesting with. Originally, yes, I do feel like they did try to do something interesting with him, but I feel like they could have armored him up a little bit more. The fact that his armor is flush to his skin is so strange. He's not a bulky guy. He's a slim guy. But they could have just like given him like more padding in his shoulders, or just like more armor in the shoulders or something. I don't know. Give him some shin guards. Yeah, the knee guards are practical, but yeah, give him some shin guards. Give him like more armor on his arms or something. I feel like this would have made sense to be a design that feels like it has some of that like plasticky future hero-y kind of detail. Chest details could have been more 3D and armored and bigger. Yeah, they're kind of just painted on right now too. So, having said all of that, I'll show you his new look for the later season. So, as you were saying, his chest details are now three-dimensional where they weren't before, but they actually got rid of some of his armor and the contrast also. We don't have as many black elements. Everything's just dark green now. So he's covering it right now, but he has lighter green on the insides of his legs and his stomach that is still once again creating a little bit of weird contrast here, but they like took his armor. It's kind of worse. His chest is now the focal point because his goggles aren't black anymore. His hood now has gold elements that are meant to reference speakers, I would imagine, because this character's a DJ. But they're the only thing that's metallic in the design, and the only thing that's really all that gold, so they feel a little bit out of place to me. I don't know. This one feels like that we both gained and lost things. Also, they replaced his shoes. These feel like Peter Pan shoes. What does this have to do with being a strong, dependable turtle who is defending everyone? Yeah, the red slider motif did fade because they've just made these more eye-like now. But they gave him Peter Pan shoes instead of the shoes that felt like turtle feet. So the shoes are more generic, he doesn't feel as armored anymore, the focal point isn't really his face, and the contrast has been reduced. So this is one of the weird circumstances where I feel like the design is actually less effective in Season 6. We've taken a step backwards almost in every way. And I don't know why. Forearm gauntlets, bracelets would help, could use his arms to block attacks. As if being plated refers to the shield. Yeah, like, he could almost, because he uses it in like a Captain America-like way, where he just like, kind of like float mounts it on his arm, but if he had bracers on, we could imagine maybe it's magnetized or sticking to that. I don't know. I focus on the neck round yellow pieces. I kind of do too, because they've got more detail and contrast in them than other elements have. I don't know. Took the detail of the turtle reference. I agree. His hood also is less exaggerated than it used to be, which is also a step backwards. Turtles have chonky feet, missed opportunity. I know. So for a character who is meant to be a defender, somebody who is using defense, who is the one who is, you know, the vanguard, he's protecting others. Usually we would associate that with blocky, big, exaggerated shapes. And I know that we're going for juxtaposition with a lot of these things. One of the characters, Alia, who we looked at earlier, is dating him, and her older sister kind of makes fun of him and is like, you're such a wimp, you can't protect my sister, which is like a whole thing. So for him to be the defender character, you know, we're doing juxtaposition here, where he is a slim guy, he's slim built. So now he is given the strength to protect the things he cares about, which makes sense for his personality, that's fine. But we still could have given him a bulkier shape from what he's wearing. Armor him up a little bit. More for soccer turtle theme. I do see soccer a little bit. He does get easily jealous. That's true. That is true. He does get easily jealous. Defender leans towards stockier. Yeah, often, yes. That's when you make the design lean into mecha sort of details. Exactly. Exactly. If he were to have shoulder armor that makes him blockier, or like gauntlets, or leg armor, shin guards, that would work so well. Even if we just used more squares in his just shape language, that'd be great. Or, you know, we've got the octagons. I guess you could repeat them. That's fine. They feel like scales. That kind of works. I don't know why they got rid of the point at the bottom, because that's helping it to not read as honeycomb and it reads as reptile. Here it just reads as like green honeycomb, so I don't know why they changed that either. I just feel like his design is such a step backwards. So I can grade him already. I've sort of gone over all my thoughts here. His color palette. We just need another color undertone somewhere. He's just too green everywhere. His silhouette is okay, but once again, for what his concept is, it's not that fantastic, and he's also completely symmetrical, as is every other character. Complexity versus clarity. His details feel non-specific to him everywhere except for on his chest and on his hood. And in the new design, it's not being helped. His shoes are actually even more generic than they used to be. We got rid of armor. It doesn't work. His head is no longer focal, because we have redirected the focus to his chest and his collar with more contrast, and we've lost contrast in his face. And then for concept and motifs, there used to be clever things happening in the turtle aspect. I think we've lost them. Ah! Please don't have a superhero extra credit. We could, because I feel like we would design some very interesting superheroes. They're turning him into a soccer frog. I know. Ah. But concept and motifs, we could have done something more interesting with the turtle design. We can tell he's a turtle, and I'll give him that. But I think he is deserving of a 5. The fact that Argos got a better grade than him is crazy. He's straight mid to me. I'm still mad that Argos got a better design. Argos does not deserve a better design than this. Oh, but I really don't feel like I can give him more points than that. Perfectly mid. 5 out of 10. But that really hurts my soul that Argos got a better grade. I feel like I might have been too nice to Argos. Because I like Felix. I want to like him. Oh. Okay, but yep, that's Carapace. Great. Next, we're gonna do a 2-for-1 special. 2-for-1 special. What animal is this? So you have the right elements, but the execution fails and you get an Argos. Yeah, I would say that's true. Because objectively, maybe the design is better, but it's less appealing to us. We can go back to Argos and take points away. No. No, 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 no. Yeah, what animal is it? What animal is this? What animal? What animal? I think I've only seen correct guesses, because I feel like it'd be very hard to guess otherwise. E.g. obligatory, deserve better. Sure, I can't I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not going to get into it. So, yes, what we have here is a bee, and still kind of a bee, but more of like a yellow jacket. So this is Queen Bee, and this is Vesperia. And once again, we're doing the funny personality juxtaposition thing that's occurring. So, just to highlight things that work in these designs, we'll start here. This is Chloe. Chloe is a bee. She is the queen bee. So we're using shapes that feel like they're inspired by regal elements. Her hair is in a spiral in the back, which also feels like it's almost akin to a stinger or the body segments of a bee. She has ribbons in her hair that are antenna, the same way Ladybug does. The cut of her like false neckline is very like fancy and regal, which makes sense for her. Yeah, Queen Bee and no spot? What do you mean no spot? I don't know what you mean by that, Ryuko. No spot? I don't know. Chloe's it's more sleek, while Yellow Jacket is more sharp. Yes, Chloe is more sleek, Yellow Jacket is more sharp, which is interesting. Depressing lack of wing accessories. I have written in all caps in my notes here, let me scroll down, that why, if we don't have wings on Ladybug, do we not have wings on the bee? There's another one where it's just a bodysuit also, and Chloe's design adds nothing to silhouette in the body. Give her wings, place her weapon, which is a stinger, on her back maybe, and then that would help. Queen often have a spot on their backs, often a bit reddish. Oh, interesting. Huh, I feel like Chloe's still very sharp. I would have guessed wasp and not bee because of that. Okay, interesting. I mean, comparing them to each other, Chloe does feel more like a bee, and Zoe feels more like a wasp because she is even sharper. But yeah, no, not clearly a zebra. No, 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 no. What else do I have to say here? Oh, can you make a guess for me about the personalities of these two characters? First, the one on the left. What do you think her personality would be like? We'll talk about fuzzy bee details for your crew. I have thoughts about that also. Yes, they're also, these characters are related, and there's a reason why they both have the same outfit. But what would you think about the character on the left? I told you her concept is being Queen Bee, which is maybe a little bit of a spoiler as to what she is like. Very haughty. She looks nice. People who know, don't say anything, please, about them. Queen Bee. Sure. Is there way more wasps or hornets than bees? Sure. Yeah. Haughty is an interesting word. Smug. Okay, if I cover her face, do you still think she's smug? I think her expression is what is making you read her as smug. What would you say about her if you didn't see the expression she's making? If I go like this and cover her mouth. Rude or smug? Nice and a bit pretentious. What is making you think that? Is it her expression? I'm interested. Much more of an arrogant type. I think they need a sandwich if I can't see her face. What? Very bold? Okay. Okay. So, it seems like we are somewhat guessing her personality correctly, but I'm interested by that because I don't know if I would have guessed that necessarily. But the hairstyle, the pose, they have the exact same pose. Would you say the same thing about the character on the right? I think you're gonna read them differently because of their facial expressions. And that's kind of the only reason. It's the mouth. Yeah, I think it's just their expressions that's causing you to read them differently. She has a lot of really round shapes in her design, which generally tends to be a little bit more friendly angled. Meanwhile, this design has a lot more aggressive, sharp points to it. The name may also be making you think that, but yes, this character is like a mean girl. She is a bully. They make an attempt at a redemption arc for her and then decide they're gonna throw it in the garbage. But yeah, round, she looks all sharp to me. We're arcing things. Do you see how these are hitting sharp points? These are arcs. It's rounder than this one is. It's not all round. There are definitely still sharp bits, and she is one sharp girly. But it's rounder than this one is, overall. But yeah, I do think the expressions are causing us to think that. So, these two characters, other than the shoes, have pretty much the exact same silhouette, despite being different people. They're doing the same pose, which is just making my point even clearer, though, unfortunately. It's a face shape. Chloe's more wide and bold. Yellow Jacket is more down-to-earth and nicer. Interesting. Second one's ability is based on speed. So both of their ability actually does have something to do with speed, which is interesting. Yes. One on the right has much rounder facial features despite the sharp details. That's true. I will say, Chloe, I think, has one of the worst facial sculpts in the whole thing. Her face is so uncanny to me, the way that it is shaped, and her pale lipstick is so strange. Her lips being real high on her face does make her look really smug. I know it's iconic, but she's so uncanny. Maybe it's deliberate? I don't know. She's literally a Barbie. I wouldn't go that far. Her proportioning does not seem like it's aiming for perfection in any way. Her mouth and nose are really, like, high. And her face angles are really sharp. When you see her from a 3/4, she gets really uncanny. The concealer lips, yeah, I don't know about it. But yeah, hang on. Yeah, she is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Chloe's never been B-ish enough. She looks like a Yellow Jacket. Okay. My thought for Chloe, all I want from her to make her feel properly pompous, because she is to just give her like a detail where it's like a furry collar and like some like fluff in a couple places, because she's a bee. She's not... She's for all intents and purposes, she's not a wasp. She is a bee. You could have even like had it like come down a little bit more into a V, but then I think that would make her also feel a little bit more queen-like, and it would add something to her silhouette. We need something. You could have done it on her wrists, you could have done it around her collar, but like that's such a little thing, and that does so much for me already. And if we can do it for Mayura, we can do it for her too. Yeah, make a reference to historical royal attire, gosh darn it. Bee's gotta have furry parts. Yeah, I know. So that's what I want from Chloe. Chloe should have something like that. The bee. Yeah, fur, pattern, something, anything. Works. But the things that I do think Chloe's outfit does well are color blocking and variety of shape. Because if we notice here, all of her arrows taper off. They taper off. See how we're having a negative space arrow, then we have a positive space arrow, or I guess you could say it either way. Then you have a thinner arrow / stripe. Oh, home just in case you need my Discord DM. Whoops, I did not see it. Thank you. Billy may join us now, perhaps. Hello, where are you? I'm gonna call you, Billy. Are you ready? Get in here and talk about Chloe with me. We're Billy time. Yuck. Okay, give me your... Billy, do you have your Fugi set up? I can't remember.
Oh.
If you have that. Oh, hi! Let's see if they can hear you. It should be unmuted. They should be able to hear you.
Let's say, can you hear me? Am I
I
good?
can hear you. Yeah, you're good. Say hi to Billy. I should turn on the Fugi so you guys can tell that someone else is here. Do I have the Fugis even in this scene? I don't think I do. Give me 1 second. They are low. Oh, are they low? I can turn them up a little bit. They sound kind of low to me also. Every once in a while this happens, where your audio is just way lower than usual. Let me turn you up.
I'm on my computer headset too. I know it depends on which device I'm on.
That's true. That is true. Oh wait, because I turned you down the last time I talked to you anyway. Everybody's saying hi.
Yeah.
Do you need me to screen share with you, or can you see the stream right now?
I'm watching the stream, so I'm
Okay.
like a little bit behind, but I can see what is like on the screen.
Okay. What are Billy's pronouns? So I don't refer to them poorly.
My pronouns are he, they.
Mm-hmm. Go work.
Yeah. I'm pretty chill.
Yeah. Let me see. What is the Fugi? It's a browser source, I think, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, hang on. Do you still have a Billy Fugi set up? I thought you did.
I should.
Oh, you do! Oh my gosh, it's your favorite Mario one.
Oh my gosh, yeah!
Look at you! Here, I'll place you so that it looks like you're standing on the board thing here. Oh, wait, can I reverse the source? You're like facing away right now.
Can I? Oh, I guess he moves. I was like, can I stand on top of Gary's toes?
Is there a way that I can transform it to be opposite? Can I do that? I feel like I can't. Will OBS allow that? Let's see if I go like that. Oh wait, I can. Perfect. There we go. You can stand right here on the ledge, and you'll talk.
Perfect.
I'll make you a little bigger. There we go. That should be great. There you go. Stand right there. Looks awesome, right? Look it. You're so cute.
Thank you. I think this is the first time I've gotten to use this. This is exciting.
It might be. This is the first time you've been on my stream in like a year.
Since your first
and a half.
stream.
Oh my god, wait, you're right. You were on my second stream ever, and then you haven't been back since.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you.
Um,
Happy to be here to talk about Miraculous.
Yeah. So we were talking about their clothing. I'm interested in how much you disagree with me about things. We're trying to be unbiased
Okay.
about stuff. It's going
Will
to
not be able to be unbiased, but I will try.
That's okay. Billy is a bird. Yes, Billy's I think
Yes,
specifically a
A
dodo
Smurfy
bird.
bird.
I mean, yes, a Schmorpy bird, but weren't you a dodo bird? Or is that just your emoji you use?
That's just the emoji
Oh,
I
okay.
had. there's no Schmorp emoji.
Oh, I guess. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, I guess you're.
Yeah.
One day maybe, but that day is not today. But yeah, bored.
Anyways, I digress.
Digress. Anyways, okay. So where were we? Oh, I was complimenting Chloe on the color breakup and the way that the stripes sort of taper into smaller shapes. And the only reason I'm pointing that out is because I hate that Vesperia's design doesn't do that. She's so symmetrical.
Oh, I agree.
All of the shapes are pointing down. They're so incredibly evenly spaced out. We're not sort of playing with positive negative space in the same way where we've got this sort of like unclear division as like, oh, where does the shirt stop and end? Or like that kind of portion or the sock area. She's got a shirt on and then she's got patterns on the shirt. It's so one note, as you are saying. And her fingertips being black with yellow gloves is so weird. I get that we're inverting, but it don't work.
Yeah, I do like how her black and yellow is dispersed. How it's more like, it reminds me more of like a bee stripe. How like when you draw like a cartoon bee. But I will agree. I think Queen Bee's like costume design elements are handled a lot better and have a lot more variation.
Yeah, Zoe's just wearing a wetsuit. Yeah, she kind of is.
Yeah, she kind of is.
With sneakers.
Love her hair though.
Yes, no, her hair is good. The big sharp shapes in the front are cool. I think her mask design is the only thing on her that's better than Chloe's too. Doing a gold ring around her eye is kind of weird here. Meanwhile, splitting the mask into an upper and lower shape, I think works better. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, I remember complaining to you, Billy, that she does not have these antennas in the show.
I think she does. They're not as prominent though, because I've definitely commented on them when we've watched it together before.
Yeah, we've complained about the fact that they don't appear, but that is at least one of the hints towards being an insect also. He's like a tracksuit personally. She looks sporty. Would you say she's sporty?
Zoe as a character?
Yeah.
I think so. She's got that whole like
she's wearing Converse.
I think, yeah, she's got like the Converse. She's a New York girly.
She looks like more like a skater to me than she does like a particularly sporty girl, but I guess.
Yeah, I was like, I kind of get like skater vibes from her, but I was like, does she have a skateboard or?
I don't think she does. Yeah, she's maybe a little bit tomboyish, but she does have pink and blue hair. Also, lesbian question mark? As much as they can in the show.
Yeah, I was say, I'm pretty sure as much as they're allowed.
She's heavily alluded to not be straight. And Yeah.
Oh,
but-
she's like overtly. She has that whole. Well, I guess we're not spoiling, right?
Oh, I've spoiled many things. We were talking about.
Oh, she's got that whole thing with Marinette. That was pretty.
Yeah.
That was pretty straightforward.
She's skater energy. Okay. Yeah, we're not getting any of the skater energy in this right now at all, unfortunately. I feel like even if they just had a beanie that had her like antennas on it, that may have been incorporating her
would've been
personality
fun.
better. But generally, I think the two of them I'm going to give similar grades, unfortunately. So that's why I put them in the same place. We can just look at her redesign. This render does her so dirty, and I don't know why, because she looks better, but they just like made her front hair chunks bigger. They added blonde hair to it, and it looks goofy. What is that noise?
Oh,
What is
I'm
that?
responding to people in chat. Sorry.
What is
That was my
that?
keyboard. That was my keyboard. Sorry. I won't do that anymore. I'm sorry. I was trying to be coy.
I was like, oh my god, something out of my browser is
Sorry.
playing a noise.
I was just trying to respond to Loa Fox.
Scared me. Yeah, jump scare moment there. Hey.
Also, Mountain Dreams. I also want her to be with Sabrina. I think that would also be adorable.
Anyways,
I'm here to talk about Miraculous.
you are here to talk about Miraculous. We have to be focused though, because this is
Sorry.
I've only managed to get through Marinette, Cat Noir, Alia. I'm saying random names, hero or not, but we did Carapace, we did Luca, we did Hawkmoth and Mayura and Argos. We've gotten here. We still have technically, I guess, Pigella, Argos, Caprikid, Polymouse.
Okay, so we're locking in.
We have a lot left still, but I've done a pretty good job thus far, I think.
Yeah.
If we don't get through all of them, we may just have to lament. But that's okay. Could have upped the design a bit
Design
on them,
note?
right?
Design note for both of these that I wish there was more of is I've seen in a lot of fan designs is like the fur, like specifically when they have like the leg
Yeah.
warmer
Lesbian.
fur kind of look like bees have.
Yes, that's what
They
I was
don't wear
adding
leg
to Chloe
warmers, but
here.
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I was giving her like a fur collar and fur bracelets. Sorry, Gary just said lesbian, whispered it right in my ear. Because
Whoa.
the word lesbian was blocked by Twitch chat. I like her hair, very trendy for its popular in hair right now with the blocky lowlights. Oh, interesting, okay. Her hair doesn't actually have this red in it. I saw people talking about her hair as having red in it. It doesn't. Her hair is not red, her hair's black. This is just like a weird rim light they have in this render, and I don't know why. But yeah, more fur would be great. I do think that they've added a bit more interest in the positive negative space interplay, where not all the shapes are pointing down now. But I do think that they just kind of made it almost a rehash of Chloe now, where they changed proportioning to be much more similar to Chloe's. I don't know. And then the mask, making the dividing line lower than her eyes creates a weird shape around her eyes that makes her feel a little bit uncanny to me. So I don't know if
But
I'm a huge fan of her redesign all the way.
I like the mask for the sole reason that I feel like it ties into the other suit. The way that the eyes glow.
I guess.
I like it for that, but I understand your crit.
Yeah, I don't know if it works enough. Why just switch block lesbian? In case you're trying to be mean and go lesbian, you're such a lesbian, and like mean it in a negative connotation. It's why you can't say gay either, because those are words that were not used kindly in the past. Unfortunately. Oh man, I actually have a lot left. Polymouse, Rooster Bold, Sun Wukong, Ryuko, Minotaurox, Purple Tigress, Caprikid, the dog one, and Pegasus. Miss Hound is her name, and Pigella. Yeah, wow, actually there's a lot left. Man, I may not get through all of them. I was hoping that next week I could do civilian designs, but there's still gonna be so many of them left. We can be kind of quick about some of them though, because I don't have a lot of thoughts on some of them because they're much more minor characters. But generally for their designs, they're both gonna get pretty much the same grade, I think, other than whatever I give Queen Bee, Vesperia's gonna get a half point less for complexity versus clarity. It's just the details are not working for me in her suit. Concept and motifs, B. We didn't execute on it as fully as we could have, though. Focal point. That's actually a great question. What are... I guess... Well... I think Queen Bee's focal point is kind of her head, but for Vesperia, I look at her legs. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the
blue eyes
like
kinda helps,
the front bangs being black help pull it up to the face, but
It's
the
framing your
yellow being
face.
so low and so much of it
Yeah.
definitely draws your eye down.
And there's so much contrast in these stripes down here too.
Which they did remedy in the season 6.
Yeah, this
by
helps.
flipping
The focal point is much higher, which is what I'm trying to grade based on for her. So for her, actually, I may have to split them. Hang on. So I'll grade Chloe first. Chloe, Queen Bee, concept. Yeah, we could execute better on it. Give her things that relate to being a queen bee a little bit more in it. But I would say her face is surprisingly focal. Her yellow is a little distracting in her legs, but it's not that bad. The details are fine. She could used to be maybe a little more specific, but it's okay. Legs because she's speedy and sporty. I guess, but that shouldn't be the whole focus, theoretically. Silhouette. Give them wings, put the stinger on their back, do something. Give them something in their silhouette, for the love of God. Please. They're both, I think, gonna get the same grade. For color palette, it's black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, and that's kind of it. Could use maybe a little bit of orange undertones somewhere for fun and for visual interest. I feel like Chloe's almost just like a little bit more one note too, because her skin and her hair isn't very high contrast either. Because she doesn't have as much black in her hair, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it. They're just a little bit disinteresting. So Chloe, Queen Bee, gets 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. I think that's probably fair. And sadly, she does not have a design in season 6 because Thomas hates her. Or she doesn't have a Queen Bee design.
Wasn't there a render? Like, she hasn't shown up, but wasn't there a render of it? I think I sent it to you. It might have
was
been
there?
fake.
It's probably leaks. Do you want to know the sheer quantity of fake renders I ran into when I was trying to download these?
Oh, that's why I was like, it could have been one. I just...
Incredible amount. It is insane how many there are.
I haven't even brought you into the wonderful land of Angel of Darkness videos yet.
It's worse than
that
like
was
Pokemon fake leaks. I feel like. I mean, maybe similarly bad. Okay,
Yeah.
but for Vesperia's redesign, I think the color placement for the focal point is better than it was, and the details are also better than they were. Her eyes are really dark here, and they're really blue here. This face just feels uncanny to me for some reason, but I think it might just be the coloring the way it is right now. So this is an improvement. The details feel more specific. The color palette is still just as, it's okay as it was before. Her silhouette is still nothing to write home about. At least her bangs add something that is sharp and feels like bee stingers, but give me something, give me more. Focal point, it's better. I don't know if it's perfectly her head. And then constant motifs, once again, yeah. Did she get the exact same grade as Chloe? She might have. For the exact same reasons. What is the math here? 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah. I said I was gonna grade them separately, and then they got I think the exact same grade with the exact same placement of points. Also.
I mean, hey.
Yeah. Yellow color in the screenshot is way better for bees. Yeah, she's a little bit warmer. There's more brown undertones too, but I think that's just because it's nighttime maybe too, where we're getting color cast from the sky being warmer. Don't know. Yeah, 1 more hour of Emily in Paris critique. But next week you get 4 more hours of Emily in Paris critique.
Yoo-hoo!
Believe it. But yeah, so then the other thing is, we were talking about personalities and how they align with the designs or not. Zoe, up until very recently, was depicted as being almost like kind of quiet. She's friendly for sure. She's very nice. So seeing her in all these sharp shapes is a little bit odd. But, spoiler, she's going on a vigilante arc right now. So we're doing a little bit of character development and changing. So I think that becoming more relevant than they used to be. So that's why I'm not really going to count them against her, concept and against making her personality read clearly. Uncle works at Miraculous Inc. and he said the render was real trust. Sure, I trust you. Same score, oof. Hey, I mean, she probably would have gotten a worse score before, so she's doing better now. Alrighty. Next. So I have all the characters downloaded. Let's see, who do I want to do next? Because I had everyone in a particular order up to that point, so that I was flip-flopping back and forth, but then I lost the plot after so long.
That's fair. You already did Rena, right?
Yeah, I did her. I felt kind of bad doing her without you, but I put her in the thumbnail, and I needed her so that I could have
That's okay. I was just gonna gush about how much I love her design. It's fine.
I think I probably properly gushed in a way that would make you proud. She got the second highest grade. She got a 9 out of 10.
As she should. Who's got the highest?
Mayura got a 10 from me.
Okay.
I really like Mayura's design. I think it's really effective.
I like Mayura.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting a request for Pegasus. Oh, which is a spoiler. I guess I shouldn't do Pegasus next, but what animal does this look like? Hang on. Get rid of this one. Nope. Get rid of that one. What animal is this? What animal would this be? What animal do you think this is? Ignore what I just said. Tell me what animal this is. Someone who's not Billy also. Billy can't answer any of my questions. Not allowed. Chicken? I actually see what you mean. Hedgehog. Roach. What do you mean? Oh, I guess I could see with brown colors maybe, but I don't know if roach. Snake? Tattoo's not an animal. Ryuko says no animal. Milo says human man. Hair is giving chicken, outfit nothing else. I see. Chicken. Did it say octopus? What would make you say octopus? Hawk? Armadillo?
Octopus. Is it because of the braids? Like,
ant. Maybe? I guess it could be. Dog? No. There have been a couple people who said the right answer, but I think they knew. And I think there's one element that is the spoiler, which is that he is a horse. He is a horse. Specifically, he's Pegasus. Technically, the Miraculous is just a horse, but Pegasus, correct me if I'm wrong, was Hermes' horse, right? Question mark? And that's why we have winged shoes, because he has to do with travel and teleportation. So that's why he's got winged shoes. No? Whose horse was Pegasus? It's Poseidon's child.
I've only seen the Disney movie in so long. Isn't it Hercules' horse?
Oh, it's Hercules' horse. Whoops, I'm wrong. Identity's literally on his face. What do you mean?
Yeah, he doesn't have a mask. He just has glasses.
That's true. He is just wearing glasses.
But his hair changes, so it's okay.
Pegasus is just a winged horse. I guess that's true. I saw somebody talking about the fact that his Pegasus reference relates to winged shoes in some capacity, but maybe it's not related. Pegasus was reborn from the remains of Gorgons. Medusa blood. Only in Disney, though. Okay, never mind. Braids are because of mane braiding, I think. This is a rough translation, though. Yeah, I would think so. But here's my question. Other animals who have ears that are specific to the type of animal they are get to have their animal ears. We saw Rena Rouge has fox ears. We haven't seen the others yet, but we will see pig ears. We will see dog ears. They get to have ears. Why doesn't he have ears? And then similarly, yeah, like, where is his tail? Other characters get things that allude to a tail. Why did he not get something that alludes to a tail? This outfit does not give horse at all.
I agree.
In what way does his outfit relate in any way to travel either? Like, I feel like you could have done something interesting if you were to have designed the belts on his clothing to read, like, a horse's bridle or something. But yeah, no Uma ears, no Uma tail. I think his hair is trying to reference it, but it's just not succeeding. His new design, I will say, his hair feels a lot more like a tail than it used to. Not even riding gear. I know if they would have given him, like, riding boots, that would have helped. So his new design.
Also,
yeah?
I know he's supposed to be, like, Matrixy, like, science-y, because that's, like, his thing.
Yeah.
I don't think the glasses work.
No.
I don't like the glasses.
I don't either. The boomerang horseshoe is kind of camp. I think it's kind of funny. It's okay for me. But, like, having looked at Uma Musume and how creatively they use horse and horseshoe motifs in clothing, that's not even a part of his design. They could have given him shoes that are, like, horseshoe shaped where the heel is risen in the back. They could have given him clothing that feels like horse bridles, or they could have given him clothing that feels like a rider's clothing in any capacity. Costume feels a little bit like leather, which could be a reminder of a saddle. Maybe if they shaped it in a way that felt like a saddle on his back, but they didn't really do that. There's no horseshoes. His outfit feels like a generic superhero because there's not really a motif. There's nothing. He's got wings on his shoes, but, like, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can't be claimed, huh? Oh. Huh? His mask again does not look great. No, his mask has no unity with the rest of the design. his outfit does not feel like it's supposed to be like check future-y, because it's so sleek, and it's not like metallic or plasticky or reflective in any way that relates to his glasses. And his entire outfit is very monochromatic and brown, but his goggles are blue? The colors don't make sense. I don't know. See the saddle in the new design? Small rectangle piece is supposed to be the belt part that straps the saddle down? What small rectangle? Do you mean this?
Oh, I see.
Is that the small rectangle?
No, above there's like the two circle-y shapes.
Oh, okay.
Those
maybe?
are like the wraparound where is it the spurs?
Oh, sure, maybe, I guess.
Is that what it is? I don't know saddle terminology. I apologize.
That's okay. Could have even been like a dressage-inspired suit. Yeah, it could have. It's called a girth. Oh, what an interesting word.
Oh.
I just saw you say the word girth in chat. I was like, oh, huh? Should have used some turquoise because his powers are turquoise colored. That's also true. I get that they're making him brown,
color.
but yeah, we could have used an accent color. The color is one note. His suit is one note.
And they could have played on the whole teal brown 2008 color scheme.
Oh yeah, you're so right. And then that could have united his goggles in, because I feel like this is also like a very early 2000s like tech of the future thing. But look at him with me here also. If we ignore the wings on the sides of his shoes, notice that he has the exact same silhouette as Adrian minus Adrian's belt, or Cat Noir's belt, and Viperion, and Carapace.
Adrian especially, even down to the boots. The boots
down
having
to the
the
boots,
little cup.
They all the dudes get the same kind of like shoulder cap thing too, pretty much. I think Carapace, oh wait, no, Carapace also had it too. Yeah, they just keep repeating the same motifs across all of them. It doesn't work. Goggles look like he's stolen from Viperion. Color-wise,
They do.
Yeah, this was a stinker, nothing burger. Yeah, his design was extensively critiqued as severely lacking in drip originally, and they really didn't make him that much better, unfortunately, I don't think.
They improved the hair, and I think that's about it.
Yes, I agree. Hair's better.
And his transformation dance is like the worst one.
Oh, yeah, his transformation dance is not great.
Not to critique their transformation dance, but I gotta say.
Giving cowboy boots would have been the most obvious thing. Oh my god, we could have given him like a subtle Western aesthetic too. That could have been a fun way to relate to horses. I don't know, there's a lot of options. Viperion also does not have a very good dance, I agree, but we're not here to talk about that. I'm here to grade.
That's
Sorry,
for the
Pegasus.
stream after we go through all the designs.
Yeah. Oh, for personality, the reason why they're leaning into like matrixy little hints is because his character is supposed to be like very smart. He is often pushed into being a very one-dimensional character where he sort of just acts as like the nerd character, unfortunately, where he's like super duper numbers oriented. In the later season, they've introduced that he has autism, which, I mean, I guess we could believe that being the case all the time, but they really make him kind of flat personality-wise, and he's one of the background Miraculous holders too. He's not all that story relevant, I feel like, most of the time, right?
Not really. They use him for portals, and that's about it.
Yeah, he's a utility character, and that's kind of it. Introduction was borked. Was it? Did we watch his introduction episode? I feel like we didn't, because we were like, we don't need to.
I don't think we did. I think we did skip that in the abridged catching you up. But we did watch Gamer 2.0. So.
Okay, so we saw some of it, but I just feel like his character is just not given the respect or depth that it needs in general, which includes this. Color palette, one note and doesn't match. Silhouette, really nothing happening. Complexity versus clarity, I can read the edges, that's fine, but the details are all very non-specific. Focal point, I will give him the only thing that works is that his head is focal because his hair is very bright. The glasses or the goggles make it even brighter. His head is focal. I can give him that. He gets points for that. But concept, he's a horse. I'm sure he is. Actually, I might even give him no points for concept. None of it. I'm not really seeing any of it. I feel like that's fair.
Argon Skies, I agree with you. They did the exact same thing with like Pigella and Miss Hound and Rooster Bold and all the ones that showed up in that stupid soccer episode.
The soccer episode. Oh, the soccer episode. Making the black character into a sentient tool is definitely a choice. Yeah, he's only used for utility. I mean, there is at least one other black character, and he's not the only black character. Nino is also black. But yeah, he's one of the characters that is just kind of there. Like, Nino's at least story relevant sometimes. I say sometimes loosely, not always, but sometimes he is. But yeah, wow. Markov is 10 out of 10. Markov is a cute little guy design. I'll give him that.
Markov is a cute little
Markov's
guy.
this little robot that he has, which is not pictured. But he did build himself a fully autonomous robot that is kind of an AI. It's interesting. What is the numbers here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's got the lowest grade yet, I think. He scored worse than Hawkmoth, and Hawkmoth only got 4.5. Oof. Nino is Moroccan French. Oh, he's Moroccan. I didn't realize that. I think Billy and I talked at one point about where all of them were from, because we were talking about Alia. Wasn't that what it was?
Because Alia's Creole, I think. I
that
could be
what it
wrong
was?
on that. Because there was conflicting stuff. We were
Yeah,
like
we found
going through a couple
conflicting-
sources.
Yeah. Martinican, Creole, French. Okay, we saw conflicting sources as to where she was from, but okay, it seems like there's confirmation that she
You
was
know what?
Creole.
I have the art book. I'll see if they say it real quick. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, Billy's got primary sources. Okay, but that's Pegasus. I'll keep us moving while Billy is searching. Let's see Nathaniel. Okay, let's see Nathaniel. We'll grab Nathaniel.
Alia does not have a bio.
Ollie doesn't have a bio? That's mean. Why does Ollie not
Just
have a bio?
Rena.
Rena has a bio, but Alia doesn't? How interesting.
Yeah.
How intriguing.
It's like talking about her powers. Anyways.
Anyways, hang on, wait, get rid of that. What's this? What is this one? Look at this one. To me, I just need to tell you that this design looks like a mobile game ad character. I really hate this
Season
design.
1 to 5 of this design is rough.
I really dislike it. I feel like this design does not know what it wants to be. It seems like there's a lot of opportunities where we could have leaned into some exaggeration, and we didn't. I didn't put him in the silhouette issue area, because he at least has some fur that adds to his silhouette a little bit, but it's like not exaggerated or added to the design in a way that I feel like works particularly well. Looks like Krampus. Yeah, I mean, people are guessing correctly, I think, what his animal he is. I believe he's a goat. He's not a yak, no. He is a goat. He is a goat. The only thing I can give him about this design is that he's a redhead, so his head's focal. His new design slays, however. This is such an upgrade.
So good.
This is such an upgrade. Oh,
Every
my
variation
God.
of it, when all the renders were coming out and it was changing every other time, every single one was a hit.
Yeah, this slaps. This is fantastic. We've created a much more interesting specific shape with his horns. Now the fur is reading like trim and a collar, and it's also reading like chaps almost. His shoes have cool heels, and they have the front slit in the toe, so that way it looks like he's got a hoof. It's so much better. His head is still focal. His hair feels like it's a much more specific shape as opposed to being posed in a way that makes it look like he had a bucket of water dumped over his head. It's such a glow up. I wish there's a little more color. Edgy disco goat. Yeah.
I feel like his hair is a lot redder in show, though.
Some of these renders kind of suck.
Which
Let
I
me
think
just
helps
look.
it. Yeah.
Because like I
That
don't know
could
if you
be
saw
me
Nino.
misremembering though.
They've like
not
super
see
washed
Nino.
out most of the characters. Nino and Alia are like super pale in their new renders for some reason.
That's like a problem Alia's always had as Rena,
I
though.
know. Does her skin color change as Rena?
It did in like the earlier seasons, but I think they said it was like a lighting glitch or a material glitch or something.
Oh.
Because they did
maybe.
fix it, if I remember right. It's better in season 6.
Oh, he even looks so much better in this render too. Look at him. Look at him. His hair has a nicer shape to it than it used to. And the horns work so well at an angle too when he's looking up. They add so much negative space. Yeah, he needed that touch up so bad, and I'm so glad they gave it to him because they also just made his like suit shaped in a way that makes sense as clothing. Now he's wearing like a fur hood with a quarter zip and like almost like a jacket over it, where before the shapes just like weren't very clear as to what they were trying to tell me. I guess this is kind of a jacket, but like, I don't know. But this is such a glow up in every way.
I love this updated design.
It is so much better. Yeah, the lighting does help. The lighting makes him much more interesting also. But generally, we're not going to grade this. I don't want to look at this anymore. I don't like his old design in any way, shape, or form. New design. Head. Perfectly focal. I can tell that he is a goat still, partially from his horns. The fur, I think, is also helping. His ability is kind of weird because I feel like there's a better way we could have conveyed it in his clothing. We could have given him some more color because, yeah, he's an artist. He's got the ability to just have abilities that others don't have, right? Or wait, no, he creates things. Sorry, I'm confusing him with Rooster.
He just makes things out of like thin air.
So like, I feel like we could have had like little bits of color, little pops here and there, and put it somewhere. And that might have been nice for that angle. Yeah, he creates objects. He's an artist. Like, even if we just did a little bit of color, that'd be good. So I think most of my critique is color palette. Could have taken the Monarch thing and used it. Oh, you mean where Monarch had the colors on his chest? I guess. Something around the waist, maybe? But I think, yeah, most of my critique here is color. I wish he had a more interesting color palette. He's kind of one note in that way, so I'm gonna put that, like, here, honestly. The proportioning's fine. Emo teen artist?
Ooh, color drips from the brush would have been fun.
Kinda is. Colors... What? What'd you say?
Perfect Doll said could have been fun to have various color drips from the brush. I agree. That would have been a fun, like, touch.
Yeah, perhaps. On the horns, maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of areas where he could have had some color implemented, and I think he would have benefited from it. But for silhouette, again, as everyone is, he's symmetrical. They're all gonna be symmetrical, and I'm not gonna be happy about it. But the fur, the fringe on the outside of his legs, his shoes being platform, his horns being a really specific shape, that's all helping his silhouette to be recognizable. More so than the rest of the cast, at least. So that works. Complexity versus clarity. The details make sense to me the way that they are. It seems fine. I feel like I just want a little bit of detail that would come from where the colors are added. But I'm not having any clarity issues inherently. The fur adds a really nice texture for visual interest reasons. His head is perfectly focal. He's got the redhead advantage because it's the most saturation in the design all in one place. And then concept and motifs, I feel like there still could have been things that we could have done to make the goat angle a little bit clearer, but the shoes are a great touch, the horns are good, the fur works, moving in the right direction. I kind of wish they would have given him horizontal pupils, because I don't know if we zoomed in and looked at it, but Cat Noir has like slit pupils like a cat, and goats have horizontal pupils. That could have been a fun little touch, maybe. But yeah, do you think it's a fair grade?
I think that's fair. Are you doing bonus points for these, or is that just for VTuber?
I'm not. I kind of would give him a bonus point for biggest glow up, but...
Yeah, I was gonna say I put him on the fridge, but that's okay.
That's fair. I think he deserves the fridge because he is such an improvement, but I don't really give these out for this. 3,
that's fair. He gets a Billy bonus point.
5, 6, 7 out of 10. I think that's fair. In no way is this a perfect design, but it's definitely an above average design, and I think it is much more memorable now.
That's fair.
Yippee! Bye-bye! Who next? I kind of want to grab Miss Hound now because I want to do a similar glow-up, perhaps. Oh, wait, I shouldn't do Miss Hound next because you got... Well, I don't actually think there'll be any... Well... Hang on, I'm not going to do Miss Hound next. I gotta stop saying their names before I ask you guys to tell me what their designs are. I'm going to grab someone, and I'm going to have you tell me what you think their concept is, having grabbed them. Let me find who I'm grabbing.
Is it Mark?
No. It's not Mark. That would be funny to do them back to back, but I can't do... I mean, that's another good glow up, though. We'll see. This one. Hide that. Whoop, not this one. Hide that. What is she? Ignore that one. What is she? Should have been Mark. Sorry. That's a pig. Okay. Why is she a pig? Tell me. Tell me why she's a pig. Looking at her like this in this design. Ballerina. True. Pink. Okay. If you didn't know there was an animal thing happening, would you realize that this is a pig? Would you realize? Octopus. We're just gonna guess octopus for everything now, aren't we? Candy? No. Vague ballerina. Okay. That's sort of the point I wanted to make about her original design, is that we're not using the... It doesn't clarify that she's a pig. Giving her pigtails is kind of cute and fun, and they do resemble pig ears maybe a little bit, but I don't think it's clear. She does, however, win in silhouette because she's the only character who has a skirt, so that helps. Her new design gives her ears, but I feel like those aren't like... They're kind of pig-shaped.
I preferred the hair, the pigtail ears,
Yeah,
personally.
I kind of also prefer the pigtail ears, as crazy as it may be. I think the thing that is really helping her design in the new version is the tail and the color markings on her feet. Because now we're doing sort of like hoof patterns. We've got the back toe and the front toes of a pig, right? And then her ribbon becomes a spiraling tail. I think that works. Don't even try to make the ballet shoes look like
The
pig
tail's
hooves.
a
The old one
major
now.
improvement.
Yes. I also feel like they
I don't
made
like
her
the-
outfit more mature. She kind of looks like a little kid in her original version. It feels like subtly candy ballerina, and it's just kind of like weirdly bland. Now she's got like, what do you call them? Like bell-shaped sleeves. She's got tiers to her skirt that have a little more variety in their length. The cut of the front of her shirt feels a little bit more mature to me.
I like the like bulby sleeves. I don't think that was in the old design.
Yeah.
I don't like the top though. Like the
Really?
the waist, like, or not the waist. I like everything from the skirt down. I like from the sleeves down, and I don't like anything from the top of the head to the bottom of the shirt.
Really? I think this is okay, because I feel like this is, once again, trying to be a reference to ballet again. A peplum top. Oh. I feel like this cut is supposed to be a clearer reference to ballet, because that's what her skirt and her shoes are supposed to look like. So I don't
I can
mind it
see
in that
that.
capacity. I do think that her legs are just a little bit busy with all the spirals happening on them, though, but this render's making it seem worse than it is. When she's standing up tall, it's not so bad. I've seen this character a lot, too. Really? Is she popular? I would not have guessed.
I haven't seen a lot of Pigella. That's interesting.
Interesting. I never understood the ballet thing, though, because Rose isn't a ballerina. No, she's not. I don't know. I guess she's popular with the kids. Yeah, maybe. Need another angle for the new
Oh.
design. I couldn't find one. A lot of them, if they haven't shown up in an episode, don't have like a very good render. I can see if I can find just like a screenshot of an episode, but
He should be showing up in was it Revelator? They were all at the beginning of.
yeah.
If you need to like look up like for screenshots, when they're all like training to.
That didn't help.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'd try to type and look for you too, but we saw what happened earlier.
That's okay. Yeah, no, I actually can't find a good screenshot of her where she's just like standing. What the heck? I guess maybe I could go to the wiki, but anyways. Do you think that's her real hair via the Miraculous, or is it still her wig? I would imagine it's still her wig. Maybe. Well, I guess if it's granting her wishes and making her look the way she wants to look, maybe it is real hair. Don't know. I don't know if it matters necessarily, though. In fact, she doesn't have enough strength for strenuous ballet. Yeah, I guess not. Must be some kids who love the pink and cute and ultra girly types. I think that's true. The whole point of her character is that she is incredibly optimistic in the face of anything and everything. This might be a spoiler. I don't know how recently we found this out, but she has cancer, which is why her hair is super short, and her hair's not even real. She wears a wig, but she's like super duper uber positive and outgoing and optimistic. So making her bright colored, I do think makes sense for her. And I think that it does make sense that she is, you know, dressed in a way that almost feels like is leaning into a dream that many little girls have. And it's a dream that many little girls have, fully knowing that it's just like unattainable. Girls want to be a ballerina.
I can see that.
They want to be a dancer. They want to do, you know, all of those things. But, you know, she's facing some severe limitations. So it's just sort of a reflection of what she wants to be.
Her power is the power of jubilation,
Yeah.
Dragoon the One. So
Explain
she
that.
can like, she can use it's called gift, and it makes someone see their greatest desire. And a lot of people think it's useless, but you can use it to like paralyze people, in like place while they like live out their greatest desire. It's kind of crazy if you think about it.
It's a little disturbing.
like,
Yeah.
like you lost the battle because you got your greatest desire. Whack.
Yeah. I would say she's not always energetic. She has like bursts of energy, but we do get to see the effects of her illness on her, where like she doesn't want people to know it because she doesn't want people to treat her differently, but she is like tired and exhausted sometimes, and she does definitely suffer some health effects from it. So maybe it's not a perfect representation, but I do think that they do at least show some of that.
Yeah, she can also use it to prevent akumatization. That's
Yeah.
another thing she can do with power.
Yeah. The
Which
villains
makes it
do use
a
at
little
one
bit
point.
better.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's a useless power. Hey, my hair. I don't deserve to be bald. That's not very nice.
I love Pigella, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm always a fan of the pink hero, but...
Yes. I do feel like her outfit is an upgrade. I think that the animal is much clearer now, where it wasn't before. And I think I can see the reason why she's a ballerina, at the very least. And I think it supports her personality pretty clearly. For color palette, I think it's still kind of a little bit one note for me. I get that she's supposed to be pretty in pink, but we could do more undertones of pink, give it a little more variety maybe. The texture kind of, helps, where there's patterning on her legs and a sheer fabric. But I just want more than one undertone. I don't know. Something. And then the black only being on her feet and like the tips of her fingers, I feel like it just isn't super well integrated throughout the design. Maybe it's just me. I'm not gonna give her take off very much in the way of points, but it's just, you could use a little more. Silhouette, I think that she is one of the clearest silhouettes in the show. I'm sad that they made her skirt less exaggerated now, but the tail from the ribbon is fantastic. Her ears are now doing something good. Her pigtails were doing it before, but skirts. Man, the skirts really help. But then her sleeves also. Like, that's better than most of the other characters have.
Also, as a design note,
just fine. Yeah.
I'm so glad they made her eyes more proportionate to her head. They were way too big in the old design.
Yes. She was kind of uncanny before.
Yeah. It's not as bad with the mask on, but whenever it was her civilian form, they're just so big.
Yeah, and the fact that they never let her eyelid touch her iris also was like uncanny to me too. Now we can still tell that she's like friendly and bright. Also, she's very friendly. Could we have guessed that? Probably. She's got mostly round, wavy shapes in her design. Yeah. But yeah, she looks less manic. I agree.
Yeah.
Focal point. I would say her head is surprisingly focal because the blondness of her hair and the like yellow undertone of her hair and skin does contrast pretty well with everything else. But the shiny nature of her top is just a little bit distracting. It's not too bad. Her blue eyes is also helping, so I maybe put her like here. I would say this is a stronger design for the show. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Okay. I didn't really expect her to get such a high score, but I think that's fine. I don't really see any issue with that. It worked, Pigella. I'll save her.
Love to see it.
Love to see it. Good for her. Deserved, maybe, in some capacity. Julika next. Yeah, when you ask for people by their character name. Yeah, don't ask for them by their outfit name, because that's spoilers. We can do
Give
Julika.
their full government name only.
Yes. We'll go for Julika next.
Julika Kufane, please.
Next we'll do the girlfriend of the one we just saw. Kind of. As much as they can show us. I say. They're definitely dating. They're really not even being subtle about it.
It's been seasons.
But
then again, so were Marinette and Adrian, so...
I guess, but like, I feel like they're just never going to officially declare it. But they're dating.
But they're dating. They're dating.
They're dating. Yeah, this is the twin. Julika is the twin sister of the snake. What animal is she? I mean, they've kissed. Yes, they have. Some kind of lizard. No. False. She kissed her on the lips. Oh, did they kiss on the lips? I feel like I don't remember that.
They did in the in season 6 when she does the whole like song in English when the rest of the show's in French.
You know why I don't remember that? Do you know why I don't remember that?
Because it was almost a year ago at this point.
Yes, I think that was also one of the first episodes we watched. I think we watched that before I knew who anyone was. But yeah,
I got Squiiji into Miraculous in a very roundabout way.
Yeah, we watched the, what was it, the London special?
We watched a couple episodes of season 6.
Yeah.
So that I could get you to like the characters, so you would tolerate the old animation style.
Animation so much, yeah. Yeah, and then we watched one of the specials. And then we started at the beginning, which was very interesting.
Yeah, I think Shadybug and Claw Noir is what got you like hooked, if I remember right.
Oh, you might be right. I think so. Recognize this one too? I can imagine Julika being popular. I think she's very cool.
Listen, Loa Fox, you do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do to get your friends into your hyperfixation.
Yeah, I don't think it would have worked otherwise. I think if we started in season 1, I would not have gotten as attached to it. But yeah, okay,
but we went back and watched everything from season 1 forward.
Yeah, I am caught up. I've seen most of the important stuff. now at least.
Anyways, I'll stop interrupting you now.
No,
Sorry.
you're good. I should actually like you talk a little bit. I forgot that I should be drinking liquids. I haven't drank any of my hot chocolate, so I'm gonna do that for a second. Do you want to just explain all the tiger aspects here? Because this is a tiger, they were right?
Yeah, so she's a tiger. She has tiger stripes and tiger ears, which give you tiger. Her ability is Clout, which is about yelling and having powerful punches, which is very, very tiger-esque.
Sure. She does have claws on her one hand, I believe, also. But
Yes.
for being somebody who punches, she should have had a better gauntlet design, I feel like.
I agree. It should have been like a bigger fist or something. Something to like draw your eye there in a silhouette. I don't
she
have
does
a
also
lot
have
to
gold accents. We don't see them very well here. They're reading really neutrally. And all the stripes are also lace, which is fun.
I've never noticed that until just now.
Really? I saw in one of the episodes I noticed that. But yeah, it is happening.
I do like that though. That's very Julika.
Yeah, she also has the same shoe design as early Cat Noir did with the paw toes.
Paws.
Which,
That's always
I don't
a
know
nice
if you
touch.
noticed this. We went over this earlier and we saw Adrian doesn't have that anymore. They got rid of it.
Yeah, they did.
Hey. I don't know why. Tiger Lassie? Yeah, she's
Because I
great.
don't think Claw Noir had it, and I think they like leaned into Claw Noir for the redesign a little bit.
No.
It's kind of the vibe I got because he got a lot more of the trim and the like. I think he's the cat paw on the back of his like top half of his suit now, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Like how Claw Noir did.
Yeah, a little bit. Non-fashion character having better fashion than the Ladybug basic boring outfit. I know. Oh, but her new design, I also had a really hard time getting a good screenshot of, but all they really did was give her much cooler shoes. Look how cool her shoes are now! Because she's in a band, where like she's kind of shy, she's very soft-spoken, she doesn't really
It's definitely
talk
like
discernibly. But
she's come into her own more.
Yeah, the glove is also bigger and more exaggerated. I know it's coming forward at us, but now she's wearing like
The
a much more
stripes work a lot better for me
belt.
too.
Yeah, the stripes are bigger and they have more variety in their size and the way they're wrapping around her legs. The placement of the color works a little bit better, and I do think having a softer transition feels a little bit more fur-like.
Yes, the tail's an
also.
improvement too.
Yeah, the tail is bigger and more exaggerated.
And there's the bells on it.
Yeah, she looks so good. I'm so happy about her redesign, and I feel like her mask is more interesting too. I wasn't a fan of how tall the white bits of her mask were. This works better for me. All over.
I think the bangs work a lot better in the new style too.
Yeah, because the whole thing is that she is
They're not
shy.
as like awkwardly placed.
Yeah.
I got, you know what I mean? Like they're still reminiscent of how Julika's like side bang is.
Yeah. Yeah, she's very shy. She's a side bang that she hides behind normally. So when she's transformed, she's supposed to be more confident. But I would say she's not reading as less confident with the side bangs back. I do think that not giving her a perfect center part is also helping too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's more wild in this one. Yeah, bigger, sharper shapes. The pose is much more confident too. Her hair really didn't change that much. But I do enjoy how much more black is in her design now too, and how a lot of the black elements for her are actually purple. Her name's Purple Tigress, which in this design felt kind of goofy to me. Her hair is the only place we see purple. Why was she called Purple Tigress? Why is she called Purple Tigress? Why is that her name?
Tigress would have just been really cool.
I know,
Or
Tigress
Maroon
would have been fine. Yeah, maroon. Here, she at least has a little bit more like magenta undertones and her hair's still purple, but like I don't get it as a name. Just Tigress would have made more sense. But yeah, bigger, sharper claws. She's more dangerous. She's got claws on her other hand now as well. She has black lipstick on. We'll talk about her casual design, but black lipstick also makes her face nice and focal and kind of punk feeling too. I feel like she had a really nice glow up as well. Her design wasn't bad.
I agree. I definitely agree.
But it's just stronger now. It's even stronger. Roar is purple for some reason. This is another one of those weird things where like I know we were gonna go with orange for the fox, but like purple for the tiger, but then making the actual
Is Roar purple?
character
I feel like
red?
isn't he more maroon?
Let me look him up.
Or she? I forget what Roar's pronouns are.
Well, I didn't remember Roar's name being Roar. I'm gonna be so honest with you, I feel like I don't know many of the Kwamis' names. Roar is kind of magenta-y. Roar is neither purple nor this red. Roar is very magenta, which is interesting.
I could be misremembering. I just remember Roar being like the color of her season 1 suit, like maroon.
Roar is closer to this color than purple. But again, why is she called Purple Tigress then? Purple Fox, though? Yeah. I'm not saying the fox should be purple. I'm just saying that we could have removed the word purple entirely because it doesn't relate to anything seemingly here.
Yeah, what is her French name? I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Maybe it's a translation thing?
I'm typing really slowly so it doesn't pick up.
I don't know. Purple? Oh, if we're making a cat pun? Maybe. But if we're gonna do that, put a little purple in the design at least. But anyways, I can start grading. The gold is such a nice accent here, and the fact that she has like purple undertones a little bit in the black areas of the design is good. Gold and white and black and a little bit of blue and or purple. The bells at the end of her tail or the balls are just more red and saturated. I think this color upgrade is lovely, and I don't have any issues with her color. I feel like her color is more interesting than some of the other cast members. Deserve, though. Her silhouette! Her shoes are adding a good bit for me. But if we look at the rest of her body, there's still not much happening. We can still do better. We can do much better than this still. There's some things happening, but come on. Come on. It was a mistranslation because her French name is Purpur Tigress. What does purpur mean? The belt is neat. The belt is neat. She's lankier, but she's still not that different from the others. She's still one of the people who I have here, and you can't tell which one is she unless you remember the pose.
According to Google, porpa is just, or pourpre is just French for purple.
Oh, is it?
But that's according to Google, and I know Google Translate's not
it's
like
a
reliable source.
Ah, purple's a shade of the color. Purple or cardinal red. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess we just don't have that French association with it then. It might make more sense to others. Also, having this ring mounted on her waist, I think is really funny. I think that's really funny because
yeah.
A, relates in no way to her design, but B, well, she's a lesbian, so okay. I'll let you figure out what that means. I'm not gonna say it, but there's something going on there maybe. Anyways, grading.
Lesbian.
Yeah. Whispers into my ear, lesbian. Complexity versus clarity. Level of detail, fine, no issue. Her head is focal because her hair's nice and dark. Concept and motifs. She does feel like a somewhat punk-inspired tiger.
Superhero.
Beautiful, fantastic, amazing, lovely. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 out of 10. The girlfriends can share a score together. Hi, spicy noodles. I see my head spinning many a time. What?
Oh my goodness, that's so many spinijis.
It's gonna keep going, yep. You spin me right round, like a record. Need Mark, make the boyfriends complete? Sure, okay. Yeah.
Oh god, Mark. I do not like Mark's superhero design.
It's grown on me. I hate to say it. It's grown on me.
I like the season 6 one's an improvement. Season 1 to 5 is like,
hang on, okay, yeah. Okay, so Purple Tigress, 9 out of 10. Lovely. I gotta give you psychic damage again. Where is he? Here he is. I don't know if I had his new one hidden. Hang on, hide that. I hate looking at it. I will give him this. There's no question about what he is.
Oh yeah.
We can tell what animal he is.
It has elements I like. I do not like the execution.
No.
I like the idea in theory.
Yes. I like the idea in theory. His mohawk feels really disconnected from his head. The chest feels like it should be eliciting something like a vest, but it kind of isn't. The mohawk is amazing. It'll get better. It's a little disconnected right now, but it would get better. The shoes are clever. They feel like Rooster's legs. He's a rooster. He's not just a chicken. But I feel like there's no issue in realizing that. The orange quantity is a little bit odd, and the fact that his pants don't really read that much like pants doesn't work for me. His mask being all red is a little bit odd. Looks like he's supposed to work
the
in a
weird
casino.
leather feathers on his chest are weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the mohawk, and I like the like ruffle of fabric.
Yes.
And the yellow boot. I think that's very Rooster Chicken.
Yes. That works better.
It's giving Rooster.
However, once again, this render sucks. I could not find a good render of him, and he has an episode. I'll have to go like find it or something, but like I could not find a good render of him, so we're gonna look at this one because you can see what's going on with his clothing better. He looks so much better. They gave him like such a like formal, sort of like almost fantasy aligned coat. They integrated his cravat a lot better because they gave him a collar. His mask has more detail that makes it more specific feeling. His hair feels a little bit less strange too because it's not so flat to his skull.
I like
so
the little
much
tiny
better.
like red bits that also like grade it into the dark like shaved part of the hair.
Yeah. We transition into the hair. Don't want that one. Hang on.
Transition,
this one,
not
he's
gradate,
covering
thank
most
you.
of his chest. They kept his shoes, but they made them heels, which uses like the back talon of a bird's foot in an interesting way. Love to see it. Now, the ends of his sleeves feel like they're like the cuffs in an interesting way. He feels so fashionable. He's so French.
Ooh, I do like the mask a lot more.
Yeah, the mask is much
Looking at
better.
it.
His coattail isn't making
Maybe
it
I
very
do like
clear,
this
but it's
design
just
actually.
bigger. It's just a bigger tail shape in his new coat too. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know, remember you disliking it that much. The new
I just
one.
really don't like the season 1 to 5 one.
I don't either at all. Mask is not so flat. Yeah, is he an actor or a writer? He's a writer. He is a writer. Coat makes me think of the Little Prince. Yeah. Gold makes the gold boots easier to digest. Yeah, we've distributed the gold more throughout the design because here it's only in his boots really, but now it's in his upper body. I also didn't know why they gave him the yellow in his irises or in his sclera because on one hand, Purple Tigress has it and Cat Noir has it, so I assumed it was like a cat convention.
I think Oriko has it. The Kwame has the eyes like that.
Really? What is the name?
If I remember right.
What is the
Oriko?
name?
I think it's
Oriko.
Orikko.
Oh, you're so right. Okay. Oriko does have it.
I think I just assumed that happened
the
because
birds?
Plague also has the green eyes.
I guess. They got rid of it though. They got rid of
Yeah,
it.
they did.
And I don't think it's harming him that they got rid of it. Also, they know how to handle gold eyes. He has gold eyes when they're transformed, but they're not afraid to give him some shadow in his eyes that helps his eyes to not be lost in his face. Yeah. Cravat fits better as the waddles, otherwise reads like a tongue or something. It did read a little funny here. But this to me, again, such a glow up. I'm so glad the boyfriends had such a glow up. Yeah, the guy who had the paintbrush is his boyfriend, and is the artist. They make a comic together. It's very cute. His OG model looks crappier than the others. I know, his OG model feels like it was rushed to me. Because isn't it, he's introduced in the episode where they introduced like 4 of them, isn't he?
He's introduced in the soccer episode, yeah.
Yeah, rip. But yeah, my only critique I have of this design is that I feel like most designs preserve some element of the character when they are not transformed. Even if that's only the hair, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where you can still tell who it is. And I feel like if you were to put him next to his civilian design, you wouldn't know it's him at all. So on one hand, effective in the fact that it's transforming him, but on the other hand, I feel like we've gotten a little just maybe too far away from him. The hair's a cool choice,
I like
though.
what they did with the mask in the
Yeah.
season 6 design because he goes like his character design has a lot of more makeup.
Yeah.
As a civilian, and I think that was a nice way to like echo that.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree fully with you with season
Yeah.
1 to 5.
He also feels a little bit less Halloween costumey now, but he definitely
Yeah.
did feel before. It's still a little bit on the nose, it's a little cartoony, but I think it is such a marked improvement. What is his
His
civilian
civilian name is Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Mark with a C.
It's a marked improvement. That's awful. That's a terrible pun. Anyways, I'm gonna grade him, which I'm so happy to do. So, if I'm just gonna go through a couple things. His head is focal because most of the red end of the design is in his chest and around his face, which is bringing the focal point up. There's also a lot of detail in his mask, which helps to bring our eye to land there. His hair is referencing, like, what do you call it, a crop on the top of a rooster's head? And then he also has a little gold triangle in his nose to reference the beak. Yeah, it's good. He's also got the feet. So, focal point, immediately. It's working. We're looking at the upper half of his design. Constant motifs. I think they very cleverly interpreted a rooster into a superhero design. And I like that he's a specific fashion style, too. Works. Color palette. there's depth to his color palette that others lack. He's got a blue undertone in his jacket. He's got reds and oranges and yellows all throughout. The gold is such a nice touch too, and it's all well distributed throughout the design. Hell yeah! Silhouette. His hair gives him a very distinct silhouette, as does his coattail help. I think his collar stands out off his body a little bit more than this full body render is alluding to. And it's more exaggerated than Gabriel's too, thankfully. His shoes are very sleek from a front angle, so we're not getting as cool of a silhouette as we do from the side. But I would say his silhouette's not bad. It's just still, once again, outside of his hair, I feel like he could still do more with it. He's still just a guy in a coat. I guess he's got a mohawk. That helps. Maybe that's too harsh. Maybe I have to put it here. But I'm still yearning for more variety in silhouette. But then complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is totally fine. Is he like canonically gay or like hint like the girls? The girls kiss each other, so like they don't come out and say
I don't know
but...
if they kiss, but Mark and Nathaniel are pretty.
They sit in one of their bedrooms together and kind of hold hands a little bit, right?
Yeah, and like tell each other their secret identity, which feels about
secrets.
as much as you can allude to that without explicitly saying anything.
Perhaps,
for censorship.
Yeah, we'll see if they get to kiss maybe, but their comic book is a coming out story. Yeah, that also, yes.
Yeah, that too.
So, yeah, it seems like it is canon, but they haven't directly said it here. They do kiss? Do they kiss? I didn't remember that. I don't recall. Granted, I think that was also one of the episodes I watched really early too. But yeah, 9.5 out of 10. Such a glow up. But that's why I knew I was gonna give him a high grade for this design. When you were like, I'm gonna complain about it, I was like, uh-oh, what do you have to complain?
I just really don't like, I forgot how much I did like the new one. I don't like the old one at all.
Yeah, it's much better. All right, so let's see. I'm seeing a couple people wanted Ivan, so I'll get Ivan next. We're doing
do they level fuck?
lads.
I completely don't remember that. I just am blanking on that, but I believe you. Apparently Mark and Nathaniel have kissed a couple times.
Oh, a couple times? Whoa!
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Huh.
Oh.
Where?
Do they do that in the Ruler, the new episode?
Uh-oh, hang on.
Sorry, I'm derailing this entire
You're so
conversation.
good.
I'm
Go ahead,
invested.
derail for a second while I drink a little hot coffee.
Sleeping Siren. Okay, I can believe that. Okay.
Yeah, what animal is this? I think you know. I didn't realize how much I dislike his hero costume also until I saw this.
Minotaurox, his original design is a little rough.
It's not great. Yeah, he is a bull. I don't think there is anything else he could be. This is such an incredibly unflattering outfit for a character who is just completely designed in an unflattering manner, unfortunately. I really don't even want to look at this. The only thing that makes sense to me is the fact that his outfit is very padded, and his whole ability is that he's kind of like impervious to damage, right?
He's impervious to damage from Miraculous.
Yeah. So
he can't get like
padding
cataclysmed and stuff.
maybe makes sense. I kind of see what they're trying to do as far as giving him like a bull ring motif repeating throughout, but like they could have given him something tail-like. He does have hoof shoes, which is cool and fine and fun, but like his head is so smooth and round, his horns jut out of it in a way that's really uncanny, and his haircut is so strange. His head is shaved everywhere except for the front, which is dyed blonde. I don't know. Want to love Ivan, but his design's not for me. The new season is way better. In Sleeping Siren, there's even everyone kissing in the end cards. Oh, is there? I didn't remember that at all. Look at his new design!
Oh, you know what? There is. I'll show you it later.
Okay.
I know the end card they're talking about.
Look at his new design. It's so much better. Making his horns wider and flatter is much more effective. It connects it into his head a lot more easily, too. The hood being a way to obscure the top of his head, because let me tell you, this is a moody character. He is moody. He is going through it. Yeah. I still don't like it, but upgrades, it's better. It's much better. It's not my favorite, but it's still much better than it used to be. I'm moody. But his face, very focal, because his outfit is mostly dark, so now his face stands out a little bit better. His horns are really big and exaggerated and gold. And they both direct us down and into his head. Perfect, lovely, nice.
And then the hair drags you down into the rest of the design.
Yeah,
Love to see
it's
it.
down. Yeah, there's good direction happening in his upper body. I do think where this design misses for me is the fact that he is not at all armored anymore. He doesn't feel like he's armored or padded or anything. Originally gives me Bolthy Mr. Incredible. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh man, oh boy.
I like the hammer though.
Yeah, no, hammer's fun. I feel like the hammer is weirdly spindly. I feel like it could be thicker and bulkier.
Agreed.
It's not as exaggerated as it could be. But yeah, I don't know. Could have done so much with a bullfighter motif. I know. They could have made him built more for agility, the way that bullfighters are, or they just could have exaggerated him more. He gets like the same sort of generic hero armor shapes as Cat Noir has, as Viperion used to have, as list any other male character Pegasus had. So it's not great, but it is an upgrade, mostly around his head. How many are left? How many are left? I got Miss Hound, and I have Polymouse.
Have you done Carapace?
Yeah.
I missed like an hour or so.
Did I get everyone else? Who did I not get? Hang on, if I change the way that I'm viewing my stuff that's closed, I'll be able to see which ones I graded.
Oh, and King Monkey.
Oh, and King Monkey, so 3. Granted, and Bunnyx! No, I can't forget Bunnyx. Hang on. I'm gonna do Bunnyx next. Oh, and Ryuko. Oh, darn. We only have like
Oh, you haven't
15
done
minutes left.
Kagami yet?
No, I haven't. Oh boy, there's so many. I can't believe I forgot Kagami. Okay, we'll speed through these because I have all my notes very cohesive and coherent and written down. Yeah, Chrysalis, we weren't gonna look at Chrysalis because Chrysalis has only appeared once and I could not find a full body render of her. So I did not have her queued up for us today. But Minotaurox. Concept. I can see that he is an ox. Where did his armor go? Where is his padding? We're not alluding to his ability anymore. His outfit is more generic now than it used to be. However, I do think that his silhouette is greatly benefited by his new horn shape. His proportioning is also different than everyone else, so he's more distinct, but he's still, again, fully symmetrical, as everyone is. Color palette. Lacking a little bit of interest for me, and I feel like Cat Noir should be the only one who gets to wear all black, so he stands out properly. This makes Cat Noir not stand out as well, unfortunately.
Agreed.
3 more was doable, but then you kept listing more. I know. Focal point, it is his head. So, like, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. What is this, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? I think that's fair. I think he's a little bit above average. But not all that much to write home about, unfortunately. More of the blue slate gray, though, isn't it? I mean, I guess it is more slate gray, but I still feel like
But we already have a
color.
black and white hero, a character that wears all black.
Yeah.
And then we have blue with Viperion. I just feel like they could have gone to a different color that's not as populated.
Yeah. You know what? Here, next, because we were doing the couples together, after Ollie, I went to Carapace, I think, too. Oh, wait, no, I took my villain segue after that. We'll keep the couple together. Where's Polymouse? Well, I guess I shouldn't say her name, but this is
You guys
a
are
mouse.
never going to be able to guess what she is.
You'd never guess what she is. Boy, I wonder what she is, huh? Also, the fact that some of these characters have hoods now is actually making me more bothered by the fact that Viperion does not have a hood. Why does he not have a hood? If she can have a hood, and if Minotaurox can have a hood, and Argos can have a hood, why can't Viperion have a hood? I'm more annoyed. Don't like how on the nose her outfit is. I mean, a lot of them are pretty direct. Hers is similarly direct. Yeah, only the snake doesn't have a hood. I know. What the hell? I don't get it. A hippo, look at those wiggly ears. No. She's a mouse. Her name's Polymouse. She's got mouse ears on her hood. She feels a little bit washed out here, which she doesn't feel in the show. Once again, the renders maybe are not fantastic. But again, I feel like this is a very bland hero costume. The patterning, I guess, is similar to what you'd expect of a mouse, where they have lighter feet and a lighter torso. But we've just seen this so many times that I feel like it's not that interesting.
Sorry, I'm going to derail this for a second. Her hands
ahead.
are so small.
Her all proportions were weird. They were not very well balanced.
I never realized how small her hands were, though. Like, they're not even like half the size of her face. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, one of my critiques for her too is that like when they put her in Polymouse, they make her neck smaller.
Yeah.
Doesn't that bug you? That bugs me. Why do they make her neck smaller? Come on.
Yeah, I don't like when they mess with like the body types or skin tones or anything for the transform designs.
It is weird. I actually couldn't even find a render of her from the new season that didn't have a background.
But it's such an improvement.
But it is also, again, such an improvement. Her hair feels so much more natural. We're not going to get into the fact that this white girl has dreads. We're not going to get into that.
But it is a good design element for the ears.
Yes. Finding a clever way to make the ears instead of just directly doing the ears is great. She's got more specific shapes in her clothing. She is a very friendly character, so making all of her elements really rounded, I think, helps too. They also made her body type, like, they committed. They, like, for some reason, like, super were centered her waist in here, and she doesn't look like that. And here, they allow her to not be super cinched into the waist, too. Great! Lovely!
I like the little, like, the cropped, jacket too. Kind of breaks up the silhouette there.
She's got a crop jacket. The way that the sides of her legs are patterned feels a little bit like athleisure to me, and she's got a jump rope. So it's interesting that they make her feel a little bit athletic. Because I don't think of Mylene as being especially athletic, but like I can't remember her doing very much. We associate her with being like
she's more of like a
hippie, earth
not conservative,
conscious.
But like earth conscious. Thank you.
Yeah, not conservative.
Not conservative, but like conservation.
Yeah,
is what I was
conservation.
Trying to say.
Yeah. She is an environmentalist, humanitarian hippie.
Humanitarian, yes.
I feel like, but the thing that disappoints me about her is I feel like we could have gotten more of that like humanitarian hippie angle in her design. But
the suit itself, color and like color distribution and accent wise, feels like they went and just said, we gave Marinette multi-mouse.
Yeah.
Now just do that on Milen's suit.
Yeah.
Like
so,
I
this
like
isn't the
how
first time we see this Miraculous used. I think Marinette has it first, right?
I believe she does because I think Polymouse's name was supposed to be Multi-Mouse and then Marinette got it first, so that's why she's Polymouse, not Multi-Mouse.
Yeah, Marta's it first. So the girl you saw earlier who was Ladybug.
Multi-Mouse is adorable. Love her.
She is adorable. And I think it works better on her than it does on Mylene, who, once again, I feel like gray doesn't really make a lot of sense for her as a color either. I feel like she would have been better if they used white as her secondary color. It does make her stand out from the rest of the cast, and I know that they're picking that because I think technically rat is the zodiac animal that we're referencing instead of mouse, but I don't know, there's white mice. Or beige? Yeah, I know. Like a natural earthy color would have made more sense for her as a character. I don't know. Doesn't work all the way. But there are some things that are more natural. So like we can tell she's a mouse, not having that issue. I am going to take points off of the fact that I don't think any of her personality is coming through. Her silhouette is mostly supported by her body type. Her clothing really doesn't add anything to her silhouette still. She's got gloves on and they only like just lift off her body. Her jacket barely stands out off the edge of her body. Her hood helps a bit, but like again, I'm being really kind to them for these. I feel like they could be much kinder. Didn't make her main color brown because Max is already brown. It didn't have to be a main color, but it could just been one of her colors. There's already pink and white, so we could have been pink and brown. I don't know. Jump rope maybe. Don't think she would have a bright outfit for stealth. I mean, she's microscopic. She's really tiny when she does her stealth thing, so I don't think you'd see her anyway, but either way, could have used dark brown. I don't know. Dark brown and pink would be fine, maybe, and I feel like that'd still be different enough for Max. Her color palette, as I was saying, it's kind of disinteresting. I wish they had more variety of undertone to it. It's just mostly gray. It's a little bit of pink, which is fine, but it's kind of lacking for me. Complexity versus clarity, I do wish her clothing was a little bit more specific, too. But her head is focal. Her pink hair makes her head very focal. So is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5? Sure. Sounds fine to me. I don't think I'm doing this fast enough to get through everyone.
We got this. We got this.
I really don't want to go over too much. Oh, I only have 10 minutes left. Oh, God. What a disaster. Cosmic Orion, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Mwah. Goodbye. Let's see. Who do I want to open next? You know, I'm gonna get Ryuko because I'd feel, if I can't get through everybody, I'd feel very sad if I didn't get Ryuko, at least. I feel like some of the characters I'm currently missing are more background characters that wouldn't be as bothersome if I didn't get to them today. Here's Ryuko. What is she? I guess her name may also spoil in some capacity. Yeah. There's one guess. Oh, I guess ads are starting. Hang on, I'll snooze it. She looks more fun, like asymmetry. Hi, Kagami. Oh, and Alex. I should get Alex in here too. Oh, come on. Dragon, a queen. Yes, she is in fact a dragon, which is something we can tell by looking at her horns on her head and this element that wraps up around her leg and then up her body, almost like a dragon tail does. I feel like they took this note out of her book and gave it to Viperion. Because they were like, oh, it worked once, we'll do it again. But it also frames the center of her chest very nicely. It works.
I'm pretty sure they also do this for Dragon Bug too. They just use that exact same design element.
Wait a minute, this is just Miraculous again? No, her name is Ladybug. I get that they are both just black and red characters who are mostly red with a little bit of black and dark hair and red masks.
Don't worry, Undead Diver, they also combine, and there's a third design that's also...
Yeah, confusing. So I will say, when I first started watching, I was confused by her.
Yeah.
Being so similar to Marinette's colors, but red is a color associated with dragons often. Stripey ladybug person, I guess. This is a really weird render of Kagami because it makes her feel really tall. I feel like this is also making her old design look better than it was. I am sad though because they got rid of the elements that make her look like a dragon, other than her horns. Do you see this? Also, look at her head size compared to her body now. Her head is way bigger.
I do like the hair, though. The hair being, like, looser.
I do like the hair being looser. Her horns have a little bit more flow to them. But, like, where are all the dragon elements?
Yeah, I do miss the asymmetry of her leg with the tail.
Yeah, I
like
think the
tail.
color proportioning is maybe a little bit better now, where it's less overwhelming. Where she's now mostly black as opposed to being mostly red. Green dragons exist in Asian myths, so I wonder why they didn't choose green. It's because she is competition for Marinette. I think they did that on purpose. Before Marinette gets to date Adrian dates her. It's like a chili pepper. Interesting. Yeah, she was potential love interest for Adrian, so she was supposed to look like a little bit like Marinette. It was intentional.
I do miss the sword being red too.
Yeah, I don't know why the sword's not red anymore. I liked the sword being red. I enjoyed this clever motif. I feel like she's not as clearly a dragon anymore as she used to be.
I'd agree with that.
And she also, correct me if I'm wrong, she can fly because of one of her powers too.
Wind dragon, yeah. It's like less flying and more like she just like turns into wind.
Oh, I guess. But like, again, like all these characters that could have some sort of wing motif that don't. There's no scales on her. She's dragon. There's like a subtle texture in some places, but it feels more like lace than it feels like...
I could be so wrong about this. I'm just noticing it looking at it right now. Is the top of this suit like reminiscent of her fencing outfit? Just
I
the
don't
shoulders.
think it's
Maybe
reminiscent
it's
of
just
her fencing outfit. I think it's more styled like, what do you call it, a kipao? Or not
Maybe.
a kipao, maybe, but like, oh, what is it called?
It looks familiar to something.
Maybe. It's more similar to like the collar and sleeve style of some traditional dresses, but I think I'm accidentally thinking of Chinese dresses. Kagami is Japanese. Yeah, why'd they give a kipao style to a Japanese character? Rex, am I right? Is this kipao style? I think it is. This is a whole confusing thing also because this is the Chinese zodiac, so it's a Chinese dragon given to a Japanese character. So maybe that's why it's happening that way? I don't know. But that is also odd because she also gets to control the way she looks, so why would she give herself a Chinese style collar? Anyways. Anyways, I feel like we've lost her personality with the way that they've smoothed out her face though. And I didn't think that until I saw them next to each other. Kagami is very, I would also say, autistic coded as a character. They come right out and say it about Max, but Kagami doesn't read the emotions of others very clearly. She tends to take things very literally, and people use that against her a lot. They're not very kind to her. She's very misunderstood, I would say, and she's very calculating. She can come across as cold sometimes. And I feel like they just gave her like a more generic face. Her face was a little bit sharper before, And we lost that. I'm sad that we lost that. Chinese dragons tend to be red for Lunar New Year. Yeah. I don't know. Mari's Chinese while Kagami is Japanese. Yeah. The more I talk about this, the more issues I'm seeing with her. Things that just don't add up to me. But her new design. She's less clearly a dragon. I don't think we're getting her personality through as much as we used to. I don't understand why she's wearing a Chinese-style collar, because none of the other characters, despite representing the Chinese zodiac, wear Chinese-influenced clothing. Not even Marinette does. It's so odd. Kagami's probably better autism code representation than Max. I would say so because she's not meant to be the butt of jokes, and like characters are accommodating to her, and she's not like made to be one-dimensional about it. Like, we see that she is somebody who cares very deeply about her friends, and there's just a lot more to her. I don't know. It's just because she's Asian. But she's Japanese! Come on! Kagami also means mirror in Japanese. She's a mirror of Mari. Yes, she is a mirror of Marinette. Okay,
I did not know that her name meant mirror, though. Interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that you didn't know that.
I did not know that, no.
I knew that because of Lucky Star Kagami. But focal point. Her hair being very dark does help make her head focal. And the fact that her whole body is covered does also help me to look to her face because it's the only place her skin is showing. Her gold eyes are more prevalent than they used to be. So that's the only thing I'll give them for the fact that they made her eyes way bigger.
Is her neck exposed now instead of having the, like, collar?
Yes.
Oh, it totally is.
It is. But yeah, so focal point is
that
her face.
Weird.
Her details are fine, but I feel like they're not adding as much as they used to. Her silhouette, again, is the same as everyone else. Give her literally something, anything different. Give her some dragon motif that adds to her silhouette. Do anything. I'm begging you. Please do anything. Make her boot stand out off her body. Give her, like, make this stand out off her body and make it act almost like a jacket on the front of her body. Her sleeves stand out a little bit, but, like, exaggerate them a little bit more.
Yeah, push it further.
Push it further! For the love of God. I think
which
every
is, like,
character
most of the designs in this, yeah.
Yeah, I should be putting down there. I'm being way too kind to them about their silhouettes, I think. For her color palette, I do enjoy the addition of gold. I fear that her symbol on the front, which relates to her power, is much less prevalent than it used to be. And I feel like we could use a little bit of the gold and blue that comes out of that, just maybe in one or two other places. Just to add some interest, because now she doesn't have to be Marinette adjacent anymore. She is truly her own character now, I would say, despite still kind of being a reflection of Marinette and the fact that she's dating.
I think the Tokyo special helped a lot with that.
That's true, it did. But I don't know, I feel like she could use just slightly more distinct colors, perhaps.
I'm a Tokyo special truther. I enjoyed it. I know a lot of people don't like it.
They don't like it? Oh, I guess it's a crossover.
Yeah, they didn't like it because they didn't care about a lot of people don't like it because they don't care about the Stellar Force, which is a very valid argument. I just
also
think it's
don't care about Stellar Force.
Lowell Fox, I believe it's on Disney Plus, and if it's not on Disney Plus, you can check out that Secret Fun website that has all of the episodes on it as soon as they release anywhere.
Yeah.
That I don't know if I'm allowed to name drop, but it's very easy
Probably
to find.
Not, but yeah. I hate the Stellar Force. The Stellar Force feels like a non-creative Power Rangers adjacent thing.
I will not name drop at Argos, guys. I am just not a streamer. I don't know what's allowed and what's not.
Yeah, that's okay. Hang on. So Kagami gets 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6 out of 10. I feel like that, or I mean Ryuko, not Kagami. 6.5. I feel like is generous. I'm still disturbed that Argos got a 6. He really should not have. Billy likes Argos more than I do. I really do not
like Argos.
I don't like his design.
I love his green hair.
I can't stand his green hair. I hate it so much.
I just like high chroma colors.
I get it. Listen,
love them so much.
I understand. Listen, but they just don't jive well together. The colors don't work together very well. I have Bunnyx's new design, but correct me if I'm wrong, Bunnyx didn't change at all.
I don't believe she did.
I don't think a single thing changed in Bunnyx. I have Bunnyx's past and then future self here also, just because there's subtle changes. I
think they made her skin tone a little bit darker. I think that's really the only thing that changed.
Perhaps. All right. Well,
Oh
I
yeah,
already
you
said,
didn't grab Grandma Bunnyx.
No, I didn't, because I actually don't like her design and I didn't want to look at it.
That's fair.
She's like weirdly over-designed compared to these two. I like having these two for comparison, because this is the character and this is an older version of her, where they've used just like more mature cuts of the clothing, I feel like, and that helps to clarify that she's older. And her hair is just like a little bit more sleek. It's coming to darker points at the ends. So they're showing age in an interesting way for her. But if you were to look at just this version of her, would you realize this is a rabbit? Is the middle one 2D
Are you
art?
asking me or are
No,
you
it's
asking
not.
chat?
I'm asking everyone. This is not 2D art in the middle. This is just a good render, and this, I think, has a better body sculpt than this one does. Alex's proportions were weird a little bit. Her head's really wide.
I get bunny from it. She has bunny ears and like the bell that Cat has, but it's like the bunny tail.
Mm-hmm. Mostly the ears. Yeah, the bunny tail necklace I think does help. I wish it wasn't so smooth. I wish it had a little bit of outward
Like a
edge,
fluff
like
to it.
modulation or like fluff or something. But I can see it. She controls the power of time, which makes sense for a rabbit. Billy, I'm gonna ask you this question. Why is her accessory an umbrella?
I don't know, but I don't hate it.
I don't either.
I think it's interesting that a parasol, I don't got an answer for you there.
I know. I tried to Google
I love
it
that the
to look into
Miraculous
it,
is a
but-
stopwatch, so it's like a Mad Hatter reference.
Yeah, which like makes sense. And I feel like she was using the tail of it to grab things, or not the handle to grab things. But like I don't know. But
I always liked it because it felt like a cane, but it felt like a different way to do a cane that was completely different from the butterfly.
Oh, I guess. I mean, that is more so how she uses it. Got a question? Why that choker? I don't know. I don't know. She grabs Mary with the handle a couple times. Yeah, I guess she is using it more like a cane. I guess they were trying to differentiate it from Hawkmoth's cane, which he wasn't even pictured with in any of the images I showed. Bunnytail should be a belt. Maybe add some moons because of lunar rabbits. Maybe. That could have been interesting. We could have used that instead of circles. But honestly, I have to say, I'm not as bothered by Bunnyx's design as I am some of the others. Her head is very focal. She's a redhead. I really enjoyed the shade of blue they used for her and the cool undertone of the whites. It makes her feel very calculating. I think her personality is very funny given what her power is, because she has power over time. She has to go live in a pocket dimension because it would be so dangerous for her to just be hanging out in the real world with the villains. She has an incredible amount of responsibility, surpassing most of the characters, and I would say that she is one of the least mature characters we've seen, personality-wise. She's very goofy, very energetic, very outgoing. She's very sporty, which I guess would make sense for a rabbit, that she's very athletic. She's fast. She's a roller skater. She's supposed to be a punk. I don't think that reads in either version of her design.
In her civilian adult design, I feel like it does a little better because she has like tattoos and stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Her
And, like,
tattoos
piercing.
don't make sense to me, but yeah, I like the things that her tattoos are of don't quite make sense. But yeah, she's just tomboy coded. Alice in Wonderland references is the Disney movie. Her dress acts most cartoon umbrellas can land you. Wait, that is actually an interesting angle considering the blue choice too for the color palette. Interesting. But yes, she does grow a lot as Bunnyx. I just thought it was a funny choice. Once again, we do tend to pick a Miraculous for somebody that feels like it's kind of juxtaposed to who they are as a person. But some of the characters end up growing into what the associations are, whether positive or negative. So interesting. So I guess she's gonna grow to be more responsible. Her older versions are very responsible, so that's fine. But generally, again, do something with the silhouette. Please and thank you, God. Rabbit, add some fluff somewhere maybe. Move her collar to her hips. That way we can read her concept a little bit more clearly. Oh, yeah, about here. If it weren't for the ears, we wouldn't know she's a rabbit, and I think we just need another hint somewhere. We could have given her, like, the paw shoes that others have, where it looks like toes. What other things could we do for a rabbit? I'm sure there's other things. Do you have any thoughts?
I'm thinking.
Go ahead, be thinking.
Wait, does she have the umbrella because it's like a slower descent? Like how
I think so,
bunnies
yeah.
hop?
Somebody said that in YouTube
Is that why
chat.
it's an umbrella?
Maybe.
Oh,
Also
I
that,
might
like-
have missed that. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But also maybe that it might reference in that way, like Alice in Wonderland, when like the umbrella slows her descent, I think, when she falls or something. Fluff out the gloves. Yeah, the gloves could use to be fluffier. I would have to think about what I would even say to add, but I feel like we just haven't capitalized on the rabbit angle very well. Lightsaber versus clarity, I think she's just a little bit under-designed still. There's something to be said about efficiency and conveying the most with the least information, but again, like, I feel like some of these characters would benefit from having a distinct fashion style influencing their clothing they're wearing. Also, there's no time motifs used in her design at all. I just feel like it's not as clever as some of the others are, but her head is very focal. Honestly, I may even move this down.
Yeah, you're right. Some clock motifs would be nice. Whether it was like even just like little text denoting like a clock face, maybe somewhere on the white.
Yeah, time passing. Could have made the shoes more comically big. Yeah, exaggeration. More fluff, bigger ears, feet things. Yeah. Yeah.
That's like a thing with most of these designs, though, is I feel like they really just need like exaggerated everything.
The problem is that a lot of the designs don't have a motif. They just don't have anything going on about them. Like, the best designs are ones that have layers to their concept. Mayura works very well because she is marrying what seems to be like almost like 20s French fashion with the peacock. And she's also a villain, which adds another layer to it too. Bunnyx is just kind of a rabbit who wears some blue. And that's kind of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rooster Bold works really well because he also seems to be referencing a specific fashion style. He's making clear and creative references to the rooster angle. And he does also feel like somebody who could be like a playwright or a theater performer from the way that he's dressed also. He feels very theatrical. So like it relates into his personality, but like Bunnyx just doesn't have those layers. Concept needs more layers. The more I talk about this, the more I want to take more points from everyone for their silhouette and for their concepts now, though. I feel like I was too nice. But what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. Sorry, Bunnyx. No, Argos got more than this. That hurts me. I'm so sad. Who do I have left? I think I only have one left, right?
One more comment on Bunnyx, just because I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
They could have pushed out her pockets too. That could have been something, like, and not just being painted onto the suit.
I know. There's like no depth to them. They honestly, I don't even think they read as pockets to me, but I see what you mean, that they are kind of like pockets.
They
but,
are
like,
pockets. That's where she keeps her Miraculous.
Oh. But like they could have even just made these into actual gloves as opposed to just being painted on. She could have worn like actual boots instead of them being painted on. I feel like they just paint everything on.
I feel like her design is one that was like, because it premiered so early, I think it was either season 1 or 2 Bunnyx shows up. I think it's season 2. It might be season 3, but I think it's season 2. I feel like she suffered from just like the budget. But I feel like that's something they could have remedied in season 6.
Season
and they just
6, they changed nothing about her. Her design, I think, is exactly the same. Down to every single detail, I think nothing changed. I wish they would have taken the
And I guess, like, you have lore
something.
reasons for that. She's kind of stuck in time, but, like, that doesn't mean you can't do
I don't
better.
know. Maybe she could have had her outfit change on her birthday when she went back out into the world and hung out for the day. She comes back
Even
in
Banjo's
and it
model changed for
changes.
the better between Banjo 1 and 2E.
Yeah. Trapped by the fact they can't change her. But they could have written a reason to change her. They could have
Or just
created
done
some
it.
reason in universe. Or yeah, if they did change her, I don't think
There's
people
no-
would have complained and said, "Oh, that doesn't make sense." They totally could have.
There's no reason Ladybug's base suit changed, besides it just looks better now.
I know.
Like, there was no lore reason for it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's darker now because she's going through it. Maybe she's a little more depressed, but like,
Yeah.
she was already wearing a darker outfit before. They can just do that.
Yeah.
I think they can. I don't know. They don't have to be trapped. And clearly Bunnyx can change her outfit over time as she ages, because there's the older versions of her that wear different versions of the outfit. Anyways, I don't have a lot to say about King Monkey. I feel like he is a character that
Is there?
is there. He certainly exists. But what I can say about his design, though, is that it does very effectively convey that he's a monkey. This is Sun Wukong. This is the character that's totally definitely not just Sun Wukong. This is just Sun Wukong. He's got a rope that creates his tail as a monkey. He's got the classic flaming orange hair. He's got the circlet around his forehead. Yeah. His full-plated face at one point, I hated it. Do you mean
do like the
one point,
hair.
or do you mean the new season? His face is just like this now. I believe.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, it is just like gold-plated. I'm not a fan.
What they did to his outfit, I'm not a huge fan of, because they used what seemed to be like traditional leg wrappings that are used to keep bugs out of your shoes on his legs here, which like makes sense to me for his whole design being influenced by Chinese history. And his clothing feels like it's somewhere between modern and historic, where I could imagine this is like a cowl or something. He's wearing shapes that are a little bit sporty, so for him, he's an athlete, he's a swimmer, which doesn't necessarily relate to Sun Wukong. I don't think we can tell much about his personality here either, other than the fact that he is quite chaotic and causes chaos. His new design, I feel like, just teched him up a little too much. He does not have the leg wrappings anymore, I don't think. Unless they are, I couldn't even really see. It really seemed like, when I was looking at him, like his pants now cuff here, like they cut off, and then he just has a sock on. This guy is just a nice jock. Nice might be a stretch.
After derision.
Nice might be a stretch. Also, he has an entire episode where he won't kiss his girlfriend because he thinks it's gonna give him cooties because he listened to some weird bullies about it. And then he's mean to everyone. His new design is just ugly. I don't think it's ugly. I do think they made some strange choices with it, though. His circlet is also
his
getting
mouth
lost
is way
now.
too high on
Yes.
his model too.
In general, which is crazy to hear from you.
I know, and it's bad when you know I'm saying that.
I know. Philly is well known for placing mouths real high. Yeah, his mouth is really high. It is a little Uncanny Valley. This is Uncanny Valley too, just because he's like got a dead stare straight ahead. I enjoy the stylization of his eyebrows. Some of the details feel more specific in their shapes here too. But like, honestly, he's kind of just here and he's kind of just Sun Wukong. I feel like we still could have made him more interesting. God, I'm begging them to make any of the characters asymmetrical in their silhouette at all. His tail adds something to his silhouette. The new feathers add a little bit, but like, I'm being so generous. I'm being so incredibly generous. He should probably be lower. I can read the concept, but he's again kind of one note. I feel like they could have played up the angle that he is an athlete a little more in his design. They could have made it feel like we're doing historic Chinese fashion plus athleisure a little more. I see a little bit of it, but I feel like it could be clearer. The focal point is his head, because his hair is red. He's got the redhead advantage still happening. Complexity versus clarity. His details feel a little bit non-distinct to me still, but it's not terrible. And his color palette is kind of one note. He's all brown and orange except for his hair. I feel like he could have used a contrasting color somewhere.
It'd be interesting
Maybe.
to see that red dispersed throughout.
Yeah, I feel similarly.
Even if it's just like a trim.
Yeah. Also, his renders do him so dirty. I could not find a good render of him because he does not look like this. This is really uncanny. This is not what his colors look like, and this is not his outfit either. Like, this is just incorrect. And this is on the official, or not the official, this is on the wikis, and it's just not correct. In this, the lack of contrast for his face isn't happening, but he's just Monkey King from the Monkey King. Give him more layers to his concept. Honestly, I can even go like this. His concept is underdeveloped. And his character is underdeveloped. And his color palette is also underdeveloped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. I lament giving him that high of a grade, but that's fine also. Bam. Save that. And final character. We only went over by 15 minutes. I can live with that.
Fine.
Let's see. Where are you?
We'll say as
Where
you
is
get Miss
she?
Hound up, I love this show because it just has so much potential. And
Potential show.
like I see you grading these designs, and I'm like, yeah, if we had like 2 or 3 more iterations, all of these designs could be so strong.
He's so fantastic.
Like we're almost there. This is like second crit of like we're you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like second crit, we're almost to the final, like
Yeah. This is the in progress crit, where you need some
Yeah.
feedback and you're going to develop on it a little further, and we'll go the extra mile. It hurts my soul.
Yes.
Yeah, some of these really hurt my soul. Sabrina, in general, as a character, hurts my soul all the way until season 6. Her character is just like not well designed, period, I don't think. Since we're not ending on a winner, hang on. So look at this design. What do you think she is? I already told you what animal because I said her name probably, but what do you think she is? What do you think she is?
Lion.
Thanks, Billy. Is she a pig? She's got the same ear shape as the pig does. French. That's my favorite animal, yes. The French.
My favorite animal.
She is a dog. I did tell you her name is Miss Hound. She's not a boar or a kangaroo or a bear. I can't tell if you guys are, any of these are serious guesses, and I'm thinking that they probably aren't. But this is just awkward shapes. This does not feel like a jumpsuit that's functional in any way, shape, or form. It's devoid of detail. She looks like she's wearing socks and no shoes for a reason I don't understand. Her hair is just one big shape. And it's just so generic, the way it's executed. I guess, seriously, what was your guess, Ryuko? Oh yeah, dog. And she is a dog, and you were right. Yeah, there's a giveaway.
Dog.
She has dog ears, and she kind of has a dog, like, fur chest pattern, sure. Which is, for some reason, shiny and metallic.
It does kind of look like a VTuber outfit.
It does kind of look like a VTuber outfit. But she has such a glow up, thank God.
We love Miss Hound in Season 6.
She looks so much better. I had a really hard time. I can't find this render. This is a much better render of her than this one is, where you can see her, but I couldn't find it. And I also couldn't select it from the background. But look how much more specific she is now. Now she's wearing high-waisted shorts with like a jacket vest over it. They put her ball on her neck as like a little collar. Her new hair is so good. It has a shape to it. It's long in the front and short in the back. The beret was cute, but I do think that the new shape of her hat just feels like it makes a little bit more sense. And adding color and pattern to it to feel like she's a beagle. Now she's a specific dog. She's not just dog, she is a dog. Thank God. I always wondered why she doesn't have a belt tail like Cat Noir. I feel like we just need to not repeat it so much, but she has a tail, which works. Her legs still feel like she's just wearing tall socks to some capacity, but it's just so much better. The color proportioning makes more sense. Granted, I do miss the exaggeration of her shorts a little bit, but now it's just like her clothing makes sense as clothing. It works out. There's just much more interest in it. Someone designed it who cared about her.
I wish they, like, I don't even know what to call it. Like, the top that hangs over her body. I wish it pushed out a little bit further.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's, like, a very minor nitpick. I think this is such an improvement.
I know. The Go-Go Girl styling's cute. I know. Once again, she feels like a character who has a specific fashion sense being referenced in her. Thank God. Like, this is another one where I, like, don't even want to look at what she looked like before Season 6. Because it was
And that's, like, not even the right hair color in that render.
No, it's not. This is, like, once again on the wiki. But, like, it's just so undercooked, unfortunately. Isn't she another one that's introduced in the soccer episode?
Miss Hound, yes, that was her first.
Man, the soccer episode curse. Is that also when Minotaurox shows up too, or it was not
Minotaurox, Miss Hound, Caprikid, Rooster Bold.
Rooster Bold. Man, all the undercooked designs showed up in one episode.
Yeah,
Dang. Unfortunate. Newsletter
Loa
boy
Fox,
hat.
I love her chopped haircut. Yeah. I think it's so her.
It is so
We are fans of the chopped haircut.
Yeah. Then you're right also that the newsletter boy hat does fit with like the dog catching newspaper angle too, which is cute because her whole ability is fetch. She can touch an object and then she can call it to her from any distance. Where like she throws her ball at it and then she can call it to her from whatever distance too. But yeah, it's so good. People hate it so much. They don't like her redesign. Her redesign is fantastic. We'll look at her civilian redesign. She also got one of the best overhauls, I would say, in that way. Sand the bell-bottom jeans. We'll talk about her later. But anyways, I do think the only thing that her design is currently suffering from is the fact that her face isn't as focal as it should be. I look at her torso first. Because there's just so much white there. And she's just all orange. She would have benefited from like some contrasting hair color. And I do think the fact that she is a dog and gets to be orange, but the tiger doesn't get to be orange is kind of funny. So, focal point. Not quite her face the way it should be. Whoopsie, hang on, that's not the right color. Constant motif, she's a dog, she's got a specific color palette. She feels very friendly in her palette now, which she's like recovering from Chloe influence at this point, so works out for me. Level of detail, fantastic. I wish there was more exaggeration though. Her silhouette, again, I wish there was more exaggeration, but her hat adds something, and color palette is a little one note, but at least the proportioning is decent. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. This is like a 3 out of 10. Round of applause for Miss Hound. She got it together. Honestly, I feel like the redesigns were mostly for the sake. Oh, it didn't come through, but I'll clap because I think that comes through.
Wait, can I do the soundboard? Would that come through?
If you do a clapping noise on the soundboard, that should come through.
Let me see if I have one.
There you go. Yeah, Paperboy hat. Yeah. You're good. That kind of sounds like sticks breaking more than clapping, but yeah.
That was a golf clap, according to that.
Oh, okay, I believe them. Hey, are you all proud of me?
I did not mean to do that one, sorry.
Okay! Are you all proud of me? That was one stream, we only went over by 20 minutes, and I went through how many designs here? Ooh, a lot, an incredible quantity.
I'm proud of you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 designs in one stream.
You're correct.
Thanks. I don't think I usually do more than 8, so this is up in my quantity a little more. That's pretty good. Oh, I didn't do bingo. I should, or not bingo. I didn't do a prediction.
Sean Watara?
The way you said that with such excitement.
Well,
I did say the numbers, but I am not she.
If I mispronounced your name, my bad.
You're good. I like how the person before I even said anything realized pronouns were wrong. That's okay, don't worry. I know you don't do it maliciously, but yeah, this is a new record for me. I'm proud of myself. Thank you, Billy, for helping me out. Billy will probably come back around the same time next week, maybe? We're gonna look at civilian designs.
I should be around.
There's actually a lot more to break down symbolically in their civilian designs, I feel like, than there is in their hero designs, which is really weird to say. Which really just truly, to me, highlights how underdeveloped their hero outfits are in many cases. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But I need to go eat dinner. I am so hungry. I'm gonna go heat up my leftovers. I made tuna noodle casserole.
Tuna noodle casserole?
Mm-hmm. It's good.
Love that.
There's peas in it, and I'm not so happy about that, but I have to be a big shroom and eat my peas. I cooked it. I put the peas in it. I can't even complain. It's not like someone else is making me eat it. I made it this way. Let's see the director comments. We'll see. We were saying at the beginning of the video, I was doing research, really, for this stream, and I was watching other people's videos where they were talking about redesigning Miraculous characters, and Thomas is in their comments on YouTube.
Oh my god, Thomas, if you show up, if you yell at us about our opinions, you'll be the second person on the entire Zag team that's yelled at me for something, and I think that would be great. Do we tell that story real quick?
Sure, go ahead. I'll take my hot jockey. Go ahead.
So in 2021, when I was in college,
don't reveal too many details, probably though.
I won't.
For your safety.
In 2021, when I was in college, we had gone to a networking convention in California, and we stumbled on the Zag store, and the one person working there was really sweet. She let us come in without an appointment, and I had a group of friends with me that were really rowdy, and
just
I
for
was
context,
trying to
Billy is an animator.
I am an animator. I should have talked about myself at any point.
I didn't even make you introduce yourself at all. I didn't have you tell anything about yourself. You appeared, I said you're Billy, and then you wore your bird.
I'll introduce myself afterward. Anyways, we were in the Miraculous store in California, and I guess they were having a meeting upstairs about the show or the company or something. And my friends are really rowdy. I'm no longer friends with any of them because of this experience. Just kidding.
I mean, it's related, but not the whole reason, maybe.
But I believe it was Jeremy Zag's wife. It could have been someone different, but I believe it was her. Came down and yelled at us that we were being too loud, and I felt so bad. Yeah, so Thomas, if you see this, can you tell Jeremy's wife I'm sorry?
You won't watch till the end, because the overlying thing that I had noticed from the way he was commenting.
Squeiji was not there, no.
No, I was not there. I didn't even know Billy yet at this point in time, I don't think. I think
no.
Wait, actually that's false. That's not true. I knew
we knew of each other, but we weren't hanging out yet.
Yeah, we weren't close yet. But but what was I gonna say? Oh, I had something here. Hang on.
Oh, was I supposed to introduce myself?
Yes, you were. That's what you were supposed to do.
Hi, I'm Billy Schmort. You can find me in Squiiji's Discord or any of my abandoned socials. I am an animator. I'm an illustrator. I do low poly modeling, graphic design. I work in print and printing. And
you are a professional Miraculous Ladybug fan.
I am a professional Miraculous Ladybug fan. I have been in this fandom since the first season.
Mm-hmm.
I am a Rena Rouge stan.
Mm-hmm.
And my character, like Billy's design, is like entirely based off of having a superhero version from a Kwami. If you guys know who Schmorp is, like that's entirely what the concept
Billy
was.
has a little character who's a little bird, and the superhero outfit is kind of related. Schmorp is
Schmorp's
somewhere.
appeared somewhere. He's in your like fishing minigame,
Yeah,
I
Schmorp's
think.
in my fishing minigame. He's in the pond. I drew him a little to the left accidentally. I misremember how he looks constantly, and I just found out I'm spelling his name wrong, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. he still loves you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Selma knows who Schmorp is. Selma drew Schmorp for
Yeah,
Art
Schmorp's
Fight.
my favorite little guy.
Yeah, Billy did Art Fight. Billy has work in our VR chat gallery also.
Yes.
But yeah. Oh, I have some closing things to say. I have closing things to say, and then I have to go because I want to eat my dinner. I'm going to hang out with my Joby for a second, and then I'm just going to talk to Billy again. But I have to not stream any longer. Closing remarks. So, today, because it didn't post on Tuesday for some reason, Patreon got a sneak peek of a new model that is in the works. I can't tell you what it is. Patreon gets to know what you all don't get to know. Secondarily, currently we are working on a character design sort of challenge where we are, I still forgot to make the thing for it. We're designing Umas. We're doing Uma Musume design. So if you want to check out our extra credit area, if you'd like to design a character who's based on Uma Musume, where they just essentially turn a horse into a girl, do it. Try it. I also just typed exclamation point Uma Musume. That's not correct. Just put extra credit. There we go. Squiiji 3.D, like 3.0? No. I told you guys before, I'm not getting a 3.0. I'm not doing it. I like my model. It'll take a long time before I get
Your
a
model is perfect too.
I know.
You guys weren't there for Squeegee. What was it, 1.5?
They've seen Squeegee 1.5. It's cursed, and I don't like it.
But we love the cardigan.
Yeah, the cardigan might come back someday. We'll see. Can I do it for my own pony? Does that have to be a famous horse? Yeah, no. You can do it wherever you want. People are doing stuffed animal horses. People, I think My Little Pony, Digimon that are horses, Pokemon that are horses. Pick anything. Just a horse. That's the only limitation is
Schmorp, but horse.
Schmorp is not a horse legally, so I don't think that works.
I can put horse ears on anything.
Schmorp with ears sounds terrifying. I don't like that idea.
It doesn't sound awful.
That sounds incredibly terrifying. I dislike. But hang on. Other notes are tomorrow. Jubby might join us tomorrow on stream. I pitched the idea of playing Beep of the Lamb with us to them. They didn't really seem all that interested in it, but we'll see. We'll see if Jubby joins us tomorrow. They've had a little bit of a long week, so I don't know if they're gonna be feeling up for it, but it may depend. If they're feeling up for it, they might join. If not, I'm not gonna bother them about it, you know?
And if not, y'all are stuck with me again next week.
Yeah, we're doing EG collabs. I had minimal collabs my birthday week, which is funny, but man, the week after and the following week, get more people in here, huh? More Billy. True mates demand more Billy. Sure, we can demand more Billy.
Yeah. You guys like me.
I like you too. I'd be happy to have you here. Oh.
Aw. Thanks, I like you too.
Nice. Oh wow, it's almost like we've been friends.
It's almost like we hang out once a week.
Yeah. Beep of the Lamb, yeah, it does have co-op, yeah, so Jubby might join us for that, we'll see. Similar things, the Shroomate Minecraft server is live. It's been open twice this week. It'll open up again Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. EST theoretically. The time might vary a little bit because I'm going to be at my first day of work, so it might open a little late. It's just gonna run in the background on my laptop while I do other things. Yippee. Did I have anything else I had to say? Billy, there's no way you would know my announcements are. Like, yeah, there's something else, but I can't think of what it is. Maybe that'll just be it.
Did you do did you hit all the extra credits?
Yeah, I hit extra credit. I talked about Patreon. Oh, wait, hang on. This is a note that I think is only specifically targeted to one particular person. Keychains are not real yet, unfortunately, and I'm still mad about it. But I was asked for a polo that has my logo on it. It exists now. I have made it. That is my gift to you. You may have it. So here, I'll give it to this chat also. I guess I could show you it, but yeah, it exists. There you go, Edward. You asked nicely. Thank you for the 30 bits. But yeah, if you need a polo that has an EG logo on it, now you can have it. If you need a semi-professional outfit that represents the Shroom State. Yippee! Oh, I was also just gonna briefly mention, that's what it was. I posted as a part of that, like, VTubers and their logo trend, and for some reason I'm in the, like, AI news report on it happening in VTubing, which, mixed feelings about that, just the fact that it's an AI nonsense thing. Man, those sentences sure are AI sentences that it's writing. But my name is there, which I guess is cool in some capacity, and I'm in good company. Yomi's there, Lero is there, Maiden is there, whose design we will critique in the coming weeks, because Maiden did submit for a character design critique a long time ago. But yeah, it's kind of neat. Make it a rubric tank top. Are we just putting in personal requests as to medium? That's why I was so confused. Were you confused by the screenshot? Yeah, it was a Twitter, like, AI overview of a VTuber trend that was happening, and I guess I'm famous now. I was never famous before, and I'll never be famous again, but just for this one moment.
Your 15 minutes of fame in the AI overview.
Yeah. No, I think my 15 minutes of fame was 2 years ago when I made that video using virtual face, and 4 million people saw it. I think that's my
Also,
moment
not
of
to
fame.
alarm you,
Mm-hmm.
but you have 6-7 viewers right now. Oh, 2 people just left. 3 people just left. Sorry for bringing it up.
That's the only time I'll accept viewer count being mentioned. Why are you so excited about those funny numbers? I've never heard you reference those funny numbers ever before. You scared them away. They left.
Best friend.
So that they left so that they wouldn't be adding to it.
My best friend's girlfriend is a middle school teacher, and I just have brain rot because of it. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Joby's a high school teacher though, and Joby, I mean, actually that's a lie. Joby does do that to me all the time. We were listening to a whatchamacallit, what's his name? Big Iron. Or not Big Iron.
Are you talking about
the big iron on his hip? I'm singing the song totally
from
wrong.
Fallout? I mean, not from Fallout, but in Fallout.
It's in Fallout, but it's not from Fallout. Careful
you know,
there. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. We were talking about Marty Robbins? Where's I going with this? Oh, Joby showed me a new Marty Robbins song, and immediately at the beginning was like, hey, I want you to pay attention because there's something in here that is incredibly contemporary of the song. So I'm listening to it all the way through, and it's like a ballad about a guy who is living like a not fantastic life. He's kind of lying and cheating and stealing, and then he has a near-death moment that makes him sort of like come to God, essentially. So it ends up being kind of religious. And the song ends.
7 viewers. Sorry, it went back up.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you to the people who returned, I guess. But I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, none of this seems like it's all that relevant right now. I don't know what you mean. And then finally it dawns on me, at one point they say 6 or 7 bodies, and I was like, you have got to be kidding me. I was like, I can't believe you did this to me. Come on.
I've made 6-7 jokes enough at work that my one coworker is like ready to throw a shoe at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. They just happen. It
just slips out. I can't help it. It's like me with because I do the blank on my blank till I blank jokes, and I've done it on stream a couple times, and I'm like, that's not appropriate for my audience. I shouldn't be doing that. But I can't help it sometimes. It just happens.
The brain rot worms in my brain demand it.
2 more
what
years
a fun
for the
note
true
to end
funny
on.
number. Yeah, that would be a more funny number. But yeah, we've gone over it even more now. I should end and go eat my dinner, and then come back.
Got
but
you.
yeah, for now. Bye, Shroomates. Thank you for hanging out.
Bye, Shroomates. Thanks for having me. Say
goodbye to Billy, please. YouTube Shroomates, I can't send you anywhere, so I will just say goodbye. Bye. Farewell. See you tomorrow. Maybe lamb things, perhaps. Yeah, bye. Oh, thank you all for listening to me rant about Miraculous.